Chapter 17 of the Belton Estate by Anthony Trollope. This recording is in the public domain. Recording by Kirsten Wever. Chapter 17. Aylmer Park. Aylmer Park and the great house of the Aylmers together formed an important, and, as regarded in some minds, an imposing country residence. The park was large, including some 300 or 400 acres, and was peopled, rather thinly, by aristocratic deer. It was surrounded by an aristocratic paling, and was entered at 3 different points by aristocratic lodges. The sheep were more numerous than the deer, because Sir Anthony, though he had a large income, was not in very easy circumstances. The ground was quite flat, and though there were thin belts of trees and some ornamental timber here and there, it was not well wooded. It had no special beauty of its own, and depended for its imposing qualities chiefly on its size, on its 3 sets of double lodges, and on its old established character as an important family place in the county. The house was of stone, with a portico of Ionic columns, which looked as though it hardly belonged of right to the edifice, and stretched itself out grandly, with 2 pretentious wings, which certainly gave it a just claim to be called a mansion. It required a great many servants to keep it in order, and the numerous servants required an expensive duenna, almost as grand in appearance as Lady Aylmer herself, to keep them in order. There was an open carriage and a close carriage, and a butler and 2 footmen and 3 gamekeepers and 4 gardeners. There was a coachman, and there were grooms and sundry inferior men and boys about the place, to do the work which the gardeners and gamekeepers and grooms did not choose to do themselves, and they all became fat and lazy and stupid and respectable together, so that, as the reader will at once perceive, Aylmer Park was kept up in the proper English style. Sir Anthony very often discussed with his steward the propriety of lessening the expenditure of his residence, and Lady Aylmer always attended and probably directed these discussions, but it was found that nothing could be done. Any attempt to remove a gamekeeper or a gardener would evidently throw the whole machinery of Aylmer Park out of gear. If retrenchment was necessary, Aylmer Park must be abandoned, and the glory of the Aylmers must be allowed to pale. But things were not so bad as that with Sir Anthony. The gardeners, grooms, and gamekeepers were maintained. 10 domestic servants sat down to 4 heavy meals in the servants' hall every day, and Lady Aylmer contented herself with receiving little or no company, and with stingy breakfasts and bad dinners for herself and her husband and daughter. By all this it must be seen that she did her duty as the wife of an English country gentleman, and properly maintained his rank as a baronet. He was a heavy man, over 70 years of age, much afflicted with gout, and given to no pursuit on earth which was available for his comfort. He had been a hunting man, and he had shot also, but not with that energy which induces a sportsman to carry on those amusements in opposition to the impediments of age. He had been, and still was, a county magistrate, but he had never been very successful in the justice room, and now seldom troubled the county with his judicial incompetence. He had been fond of good dinners and good wine, and still on occasions would make attempts at enjoyment in that line, but the gout and Lady Aylmer together were too many for him, and he had but small opportunity for filling up the blanks of his existence out of the kitchen or cellar. He was a big man, with a broad chest and a red face, and a quantity of white hair, and was much given to abusing his servants. He took some pleasure in standing with 2 sticks on the top of the steps before his own front door, and railing at any one who came in his way. But he could not do this when Lady Aylmer was by, and his dependents, knowing his habits, had fallen into an ill-natured way of deserting the side of the house which he frequented. With his eldest son, Anthony Aylmer, He was not on very good terms, and though there was no positive quarrel, the heir did not often come to Aylmer Park. Of his son Frederic he was proud, and the best days of his life were probably those which Captain Aylmer spent at the house. The table was then somewhat more generously spread, and this was an excuse for having up the special port in which he delighted. Altogether his life was not very attractive, and though he had been born to a baronetcy, and 8,000 a year, and the possession of Aylmer Park, I do not think that he was, or had been, a happy man. Lady Aylmer was more fortunate. She had occupations of which her husband knew nothing, and for which he was altogether unfit. Though she could not succeed in making retrenchments, she could and did succeed in keeping the household books. Sir Anthony could only blow up the servants when they were thoughtless enough to come in his way, and in doing that was restricted by his wife's presence. But Lady Aylmer could get at them day and night. She had no gout to impede her progress about the house and grounds, and could make her way to places which the master never saw. And then she wrote many letters daily, whereas Sir Anthony hardly ever took a pen in his hand. And she knew the cottages of all the poor about the place, and knew also all their sins of omission and commission. She was driven out, too, every day, summer and winter, wet and dry, and consumed enormous packets of wool and worsted, which were sent to her monthly from York. And she had a companion in her daughter, whereas Sir Anthony had no companion. Wherever Lady Aylmer went, Miss Aylmer went with her, and relieved what might otherwise have been the tedium of her life. She had been a beauty on a large scale, and was still aware that she had much in her personal appearance which justified pride. She carried herself uprightly, with a commanding nose and broad forehead, and though the graces of her own hair had given way to a front, there was something even in the front which added to her dignity, if it did not make her a handsome woman. Miss Aylmer, who was the eldest of the younger generation, and who was now gently descending from her 40th year, lacked the strength of her mother's character, but admired her mother's ways, and followed Lady Aylmer in all things, at a distance. She was very good, as indeed was Lady Aylmer, entertaining a high idea of duty, and aware that her own life admitted of but little self-indulgence. She had no pleasures, she incurred no expenses, and was quite alive to the fact that as Aylmer Park required a regiment of lazy, gormandizing servants to maintain its position in the county, the Aylmers themselves should not be lazy, and should not gormandize. No one was more careful with her few shillings than Miss Aylmer. She had indeed abandoned a life's correspondence with an old friend because she would not pay the postage on letters to Italy. She knew that it was for the honour of the family that one of her brothers should sit in Parliament, and was quite willing to deny herself a new dress because sacrifices must be made to lessen electioneering expenses. She knew that it was her lot in life to be driven about slowly in a carriage with a livery servant before her and another behind her, and then eat a dinner which the cookmaid would despise. She was aware that it was her duty to be snubbed by her mother, and to encounter her father's ill temper, and to submit to her brother's indifference, and to have, so to say, the slightest possible modicum of personal individuality. She knew that she had never attracted a man's love, and might hardly hope to make friends for the comfort of her coming age, but still she was contented, and felt that she had consolation for it all in the fact that she was an Aylmer. She read many novels, and it cannot but be supposed that something of regret would steal over her as she remembered that nothing of the romance of life had ever, or could ever, come in her way. She wept over the loves of many women, though she had never been happy or unhappy in her own. She read of gaiety, though she never encountered it, and must have known that the world elsewhere was less dull than it was at Aylmer Park. But she took her life as it came, without a complaint, and prayed that God would make her humble in the high position to which it had pleased him to call her. She hated radicals, and thought that essays and reviews and Bishop Colenso came direct from the evil one. She taught the little children in the parish, being specially urgent to them always to curtsy when they saw any one of the family, and was as ignorant, meek, and stupid a poor woman as you shall find anywhere in Europe. It may be imagined that Captain Aylmer, who knew the comforts of his club and was accustomed to life in London, would feel the dullness of the paternal roof to be almost unendurable. In truth, he was not very fond of Aylmer Park, but he was more gifted with patience than most men of his age and position, and was aware that it behoved him to keep the fifth commandment if he expected to have his own days prolonged in the land. He therefore made his visits periodically, and contented himself with clipping a few days at both ends from the length prescribed by family tradition, which his mother was desirous of exacting. September was always to be passed at Aylmer Park, because of the shooting. In September, indeed, the eldest son himself was wont to be there, probably with a friend or two, and the fat old servants bestirred themselves, and there was something of life about the place. At Christmas, Captain Aylmer was there as the only visitor, and Christmas was supposed to extend from the middle of December to the opening of Parliament. It must, however, be explained that on the present occasion his visit had been a matter of treaty and compromise. He had not gone to Aylmer Park at all till his mother had in some sort assented to his marriage with Clara Amedroz. To this Lady Aylmer had been very averse, and there had been many serious letters. Belinda Aylmer, the daughter of the house, had had a bad time in pleading her brother's cause, and some very harsh words had been uttered, but ultimately the matter had been arranged, and, as is usual in such contests, the mother had yielded to the son. Captain Aylmer had therefore gone down a few days before Christmas with a righteous feeling that he owed much to his mother for her condescension, and almost prepared to make himself very disagreeable to Clara by way of atoning to his family for his folly in desiring to marry her. Lady Aylmer was very plain spoken on the subject of all Clara's shortcomings, very plain spoken, and very inquisitive. "She will never have 1 shilling, I suppose?" she said. "Yes, ma'am." Captain Aylmer always called his mother ma'am. "She will have that £1,500 that I told you of." "That is to say, you will have back the money which you yourself have given her, Fred. I suppose that is the English of it?" Then Lady Aylmer raised her eyebrows and looked very wise. "Just so, ma'am." "You can't call that having anything of her own. In point of fact, she is penniless." "It is no good harping on that," said Captain Aylmer, somewhat sharply. "Not in the least, my dear; no good at all. Of course you have looked it all in the face. You will be a poor man instead of a rich man, but you will have enough to live on; that is, if she doesn't have a large family, which of course she will." "I shall do very well, ma'am." "You might do pretty well, I dare say, if you could live privately at Perivale, keeping up the old family house there, and having no expenses. But you'll find even that close enough with your seat in Parliament, and the necessity there is that you should be half the year in London. Of course she won't go to London. She can't expect it. All that had better be made quite clear at once." Hence had come the letter about the house at Perivale, containing Lady Aylmer's advice on that subject, as to which Clara made no reply. Lady Aylmer, though she had given in assent, was still not altogether without hope. It might be possible that the two young people could be brought to see the folly and error of their ways before it would be too late, and that Lady Aylmer, by a judicious course of constant advice, might be instrumental in opening the eyes, if not of the lady, at any rate of the gentleman. She had great reliance on her own powers, and knew well that a falling drop will hollow a stone. Her son manifested no hot eagerness to complete his folly in a hurry, and to cut the throat of his prospects out of hand. Time, therefore, would be allowed to her, and she was a woman who could use time with patience. Having, through her son, despatched her advice about the house at Perivale, which simply amounted to this, that Clara should expressly state her willingness to live there alone whenever it might suit her husband to be in London or elsewhere, she went to work on other points connected with the Amedroz family, and eventually succeeded in learning something very much like the truth as to poor Mrs. Askerton and her troubles. At first she was so comfortably horror-stricken by the iniquity she had unravelled, so delightfully shocked and astounded, as to believe that the facts as they then stood would suffice to annul the match. "You don't tell me," she said to Belinda, "that Frederic's wife will have been the friend of such a woman as that?" And Lady Aylmer, sitting upstairs with her household books before her, put up her great fat hands and her great fat arms, and shook her head, front and all, in most satisfactory dismay. But I suppose Clara did not know it. Belinda had considered it to be an act of charity to call Miss Amedroz Clara, since the family consent had been given. "Didn't know it! They have been living in that sort of way that they must have been confidants in everything. Besides, I always hold that a woman is responsible for her female friends." "I think if she consents to drop her at once, that is, absolutely to make a promise that she will never speak to her again, Frederic ought to take that as sufficient. That is, of course, mamma, unless she has had anything to do with it herself." "After this, I don't know how I'm to trust her. I don't indeed. It seems to me that she has been so artful throughout. It has been a regular case of catching. I suppose, of course, that she has been anxious to marry Frederic, but perhaps that was natural." "Anxious! Look at her going there just when he had to meet his constituents. How young women can do such things passes me. And how it is that men don't see it all, when it's going on just under their noses, I can't understand. And then her getting my poor dear sister to speak to him when she was dying. I didn't think your aunt would have been so weak." It will be thus seen that there was entire confidence on this subject between Lady Aylmer and her daughter. We know what steps were taken with reference to the discovery, and how the family were waiting for Clara's reply. Lady Aylmer, though in her words she attributed so much mean cunning to Miss Amedroz, still was disposed to believe that that lady would show rather a high spirit on this occasion, and trusted to that high spirit as the means for making the breach which she still hoped to accomplish. It had been intended, or rather desired, that Captain Aylmer's letter should have been much sharper and authoritative than he had really made it; but the mother could not write the letter herself, and had felt that to write in her own name would not have served to create anger on Clara's part against her betrothed. But she had quite succeeded in inspiring her son with a feeling of horror against the iniquity of the Askertons. He was prepared to be indignantly moral, and perhaps the misguided Clara might be silly enough to say a word for her lost friend. Such being the present position of affairs, there was certainly ground for hope. And now they were all waiting for Clara's answer. Lady Aylmer had well calculated the course of post, and knew that a letter might reach them by Wednesday morning. "Of course she will not write on Sunday," she had said to her son, "but you have a right to expect that not another day should go by." Captain Aylmer, who felt that they were putting Clara on trial, shook his head impatiently, and made no immediate answer. Lady Aylmer, triumphantly feeling that she had the culprit on the hip, did not care to notice this. She was doing the best she could for his happiness, as she had done for his health when in days gone by she had administered to him his infantine rhubarb and early senna; but as she had never then expected him to like her doses, Neither did she now expect that he should be well pleased at the remedial measures to which he was to be subjected. No letter came on the Wednesday, nor did any come on the Thursday, and then it was thought by the ladies at the Park that the time had come for speaking a word or two. Belinda, at her mother's insistence, began the attack, not in her mother's presence, but when she only was with her brother. "Isn't it odd, Frederic, that Clara shouldn't write about those people at Belton?" "Somersetshire is the other side of London, and letters take a long time." "But if she had written on Monday, her answer would have been here on Wednesday morning. Indeed, you would have had it Tuesday evening, as mamma sent over to Whitby for the day mail letters." Poor Belinda was a bad lieutenant, and displayed too much of her senior officer's tactics in thus showing how much calculation and how much solicitude there had been as to the expected letter. "If I am contented, I suppose you may be," said the brother. "But it does seem to me to be so very important. If she hasn't got your letter, you know, it would be so necessary that you should write again, so that the contamination should be stopped as soon as possible." Captain Aylmer shook his head and walked away. He was, no doubt, prepared to be morally indignant, morally very indignant, at the Askerton iniquity, but he did not like the word contamination as applied to his future wife. "Frederic," said his mother, later on the same day, when the hardly used groom had returned from his futile afternoon's inquiry at the neighbouring post town, "I think you should do something in this affair." "Do what, ma'am? Go off to Belton myself?" "No, no, I certainly would not do that. In the first place, it would be very inconvenient to you, and in the next place, it would not be fair upon us. I did not mean that at all, but I think that something should be done. She should be made to understand." "You may be sure, ma'am, that she understands as well as anybody." "I dare say she is clever enough at these kinds of things." "What kind of things?" "Don't bite my nose off, Frederic, because I am anxious about your wife." "What is it that you wish me to do? I have written to her, and can only wait for her answer." "It may be that she feels a delicacy in writing to you on such a subject, though I own. However, to make a long story short, if you like, I will write to her myself." "I don't see that that would do any good. It would only give her offence." "Give her offence, Frederic, to receive a letter from her future mother-in-law, from me! Only think, Frederic, what you are saying." If she thought she was being bullied about this, she would turn rusty at once. "Turn rusty! What am I to think of a young lady who is prepared to turn rusty, at once too, because she is cautioned by the mother of the man she professes to love against an improper acquaintance, against an acquaintance so very improper?" Lady Aylmer's eloquence should have been heard to be appreciated. It is but tame to say that she raised her fat arms and fat hands, and wagged her front that was the more formidable as it was the old one, somewhat rough and dishevelled, which she was wont to wear in the morning. The emphasis of her words should have been heard, and the fitting solemnity of her action should have been seen. "If there were any doubt," she continued to say, "but there is no doubt. There are the damning proofs." There are certain words usually confined to the vocabularies of men, which women such as Lady Aylmer delight to use on special occasions, when strong circumstances demand strong language. As she said this, she put her hand below the table, pressing it apparently against her own august person, but she was in truth indicating the position of a certain valuable correspondence which was locked up in the drawer of her writing table. "You can write it if you like, of course, but I think you ought to wait a few more days." "Very well, Frederic, then I will wait. I will wait till Sunday. I do not wish to take any step of which you do not approve. If you have not heard by Sunday morning, then I will write to her on Monday." On the Saturday afternoon life was becoming inexpressibly disagreeable to Captain Aylmer, and he began to meditate an escape from the park. In spite of the agreement between him and his mother, which he understood to signify that nothing more was to be said as to Clara's wickedness, at any rate till Sunday after post hour, Lady Aylmer had twice attacked him on the Saturday, and had expressed her opinion that affairs were in a very frightful position. Belinda went about the house in a melancholy guise, with her eyes rarely lifted off the ground, as though she were prophetically weeping the utter ruin of her brother's respectability; and even Sir Anthony had raised his eyes and shaken his head when, on opening the post bag at the breakfast table, an operation which was always performed by Lady Aylmer in person, her ladyship had exclaimed, "Again no letter!" Then Captain Aylmer thought that he would fly, and resolved that, in the event of such a flight, he would give special orders as to the redirection of his own letters from the post office at Whitby. That evening, after dinner, as soon as his mother and sister had left the room, he began the subject with his father. "I think I shall go up to town on Monday, sir," said he. "So soon as that? I thought you were to stop till the 9th. "There are things I must see to in London, and I believe I had better go at once." "Your mother will be greatly disappointed." "I shall be sorry for that, but business is business, you know." Then the father filled his glass and passed the bottle. He himself did not at all like the idea of his son's going before the appointed time, but he did not say a word himself. He looked at the red-hot coals, and a hazy glimmer of a thought passed through his mind, that he too would escape from Aylmer Park, if it were possible. "If you'll allow me, I'll take the dog cart over to Whitby on Monday for the express train." "You can do that, certainly, but—" "Sir?" "Have you spoken to your mother yet?" "Not yet. I will to-night." "I think she'll be a little angry, Fred." There was a sudden tone of subdued confidence in the old man's voice as he made this suggestion, which, though it was by no means a customary tone, his son well understood. "Don't you think she will be, a little?" "She shouldn't go on as she does with me about Clara," said the Captain. "Ah, I suppose there was something of that. Are you drinking port?" "Of course I know that she means all that is good," said the son, passing back the bottle. "Oh yes, she means all that is good." "She is the best mother in the world." "You may say that, Fred, and the best wife." "But if she can't have her own way altogether—" Then the son paused, and the father shook his head. "Of course she likes to have her own way," said Sir Anthony. "It's all very well in some things." "Yes, it's very well in some things." "But there are things which a man must decide for himself." "I suppose there are," said Sir Anthony, not venturing to think what those things might be as regarded himself. "Now, with reference to marrying—" "I don't know what you want with marrying at all, Fred. You ought to be very happy as you are." "By heavens, I don't know any one who ought to be happier. If I were you, I know—" "But you see, sir, that's all settled." "If it's all settled, I suppose there's an end of it." "It's no good my mother nagging at one." "My dear boy, she's been nagging at me, as you call it, for 40 years. That's her way. The best woman in the world, as we were saying, but that's her way. And it's the way with most of them. They can do anything if they keep it up, anything. The best thing is to bear it if you've got to bear it. But why on earth you should go and marry, seeing that you're not the eldest son, and that you've got everything on earth that you want as a bachelor, I can't understand. I can't indeed, Fred. By heaven, I can't." Then Sir Anthony gave a long sigh, and sat musing a while, thinking of the club in London to which he belonged, but which he never entered, of the old days in which he had been master of a bedroom near St. James's Street, of his old friends whom he never saw now, and of whom he never heard, except as one and another, year after year, shuffled away from their wives to that world in which there is no marrying or giving in marriage. "Ah, well," he said, "I suppose we may as well go into the drawing room. If it is settled, I suppose it is settled. But it really seems to me that your mother is trying to do the best she can for you. It really does." Captain Aylmer did not say anything to his mother that night as to his going, but as he thought of his prospects in the solitude of his bedroom, he felt really grateful to his father for the solicitude which Sir Anthony had displayed on his behalf. It was not often that he received paternal counsel, but now that it had come he acknowledged its value. That Clara Amedroz was a self-willed woman he thought that he was aware. She was self-reliant, at any rate, and by no means ready to succumb with that pretty feminine docility which he would like to have seen her evince. He certainly would not wish to be nagged by his wife. Indeed, he knew himself well enough to assure himself that he would not stand it for a day. In his own house he would be master, and if there came tempests he would rule them. He could at least promise himself that. As his mother had been strong, so had his father been weak. But he had, as he felt thankful in knowing, inherited his mother's strength rather than his father's weakness. But for all that, why have a tempest to rule at all? Even though a man do rule his domestic tempests, he cannot have a very quiet house with them. Then again he remembered how very easily Clara had been won. He wished to be just to all men and women, and to Clara among the number. He desired even to be generous to her, with a moderate generosity. But above all things he desired not to be duped. What if Clara had in truth instigated her aunt to that deathbed scene, as his mother had more than once suggested? He did not believe it. He was sure that it had not been so. But what if it were so? His desire to be generous and trusting was moderate, but his desire not to be cheated, not to be deceived, was immoderate. Upon the whole, might it not be well for him to wait a little longer, and ascertain how Clara really did intend to behave herself in this emergency of the Askertons? Perhaps, after all, his mother might be right. On the Sunday the expected letter came. But before its contents are made known, it will be well that we should go back to Belton and see what was done by Clara in reference to the tidings which her lover had sent her. End of chapter 17. Recording by Kirsten Wever. Chapter 18 of The Belton Estate, by Anthony Trollope. This recording is in the public domain. Recording by Kirsten Wever. Chapter 18. Mrs. Askerton's Story. When Clara received the letter from Captain Aylmer, on which so much is supposed to hang, she made up her mind to say nothing of it to any one, not to think of it, if she could avoid thinking of it, till her cousin should have left. She could not mention it to him, for though there was no one from whom she would sooner have asked advice than from him, even on so delicate a matter as this, she could not do so in the present case, as her informant was her cousin's successful rival. When, therefore, Mrs. Askerton, on leaving the church, had spoken some customary word to Clara, begging her to come to the cottage on the following day, Clara had been unable to answer, not having as yet made up her mind whether she would or would not go to the cottage again. Of course the idea of consulting her father occurred to her, or rather the idea of telling him, but any such telling would lead to some advice from him which she would find it difficult to obey, and to which she would be unable to trust. And moreover, why should she repeat this evil story against her neighbours? She had a long morning by herself after Will had started,
and then she endeavoured to arrange her thoughts and lay down for herself a line of conduct. Presuming this story to be true, to what did it amount? It certainly amounted to very much. If, in truth, this woman had left her own husband and gone away to live with another man, she had, by doing so, at any rate while she was doing so, fallen in such a way as to make herself unfit for the society of an unmarried young woman who meant to keep her name unblemished before the world. Clara would not attempt any further unravelling of the case, even in her own mind; but on that point she could not allow herself to have a doubt. Without condemning the unhappy victim, she understood well that she would owe it to all those who held her dear, if not to herself, to eschew any close intimacy with one in such a position. The rules of the world were too plainly written to allow her to guide herself by any special judgment of her own in such a matter. But if this friend of hers, having been thus unfortunate, had since redeemed, or in part redeemed, her position by a second marriage, would it then be imperative upon her to remember the past for ever, and to declare that the stain was indelible? Clara felt that with a previous knowledge of such a story she would probably have avoided any intimacy with Mrs. Askerton. She would then have been justified in choosing whether such intimacy should or should not exist, and would so have chosen out of deference to the world's opinion. But now it was too late for that. Mrs. Askerton had for years been her friend, and Clara had to ask herself this question: was it now needful, did her own feminine purity demand, that she should throw her friend over because in past years her life had been tainted by misconduct? It was clear enough, at any rate, that this was expected from her, nay, imperatively demanded by him who was to be her lord, by him to whom her future obedience would be due. Whatever might be her immediate decision, he would have a right to call upon her to be guided by his judgment as soon as she would become his wife. And, indeed, she felt that he had such right now, unless she should decide that no such right should be his now or ever. It was still within her power to say that she could not submit herself to such a rule as his, but having received his commands, she must do that or obey him. Then she declared to herself, not following the matter out logically, but urged to her decision by sudden impulse, that at any rate she would not obey Lady Aylmer. She would have nothing to do in any such matter with Lady Aylmer. Lady Aylmer should be no god to her. That question about the house at Perivale had been very painful to her. She felt that she could have endured the dreary solitude at Perivale without complaint, if, after her marriage, her husband's circumstances had made such a mode of living expedient. But to have been asked to pledge her consent to such a life before her marriage, to feel that he was bargaining for the privilege of being rid of her, to know that the Aylmer people were arranging that he, if he would marry, should be as little troubled with his wife as possible, all this had been very grievous to her. She had tried to console herself by the conviction that Lady Aylmer, not Frederic, had been the sinner. But even in that consolation there had been the terrible flaw that the words had come to her by Frederic's hand. Could Will Belton have written such a letter to his future wife? In her present emergency she must be guided by her own judgment or her own instincts, not by any edicts from Aylmer Park. If in what she might do she should encounter the condemnation of Captain Aylmer, she would answer him. She would be driven to answer him by counter condemnation of him and his mother. Let it be so. Anything would be better than a mean, truckling subservience to the imperious mistress of Aylmer Park. But what should she do as regarded Mrs. Askerton? That the story was true she was beginning to believe. That there was some such history was made certain to her by the promise which Mrs. Askerton had given her. If you want to ask any questions, and will ask them of me, I will answer them." Such a promise would not have been volunteered unless there was something special to be told. It would be best, perhaps, to demand from Mrs. Askerton the fulfilment of this promise. But then, in doing so, she must own from whence her information had come. Mrs. Askerton had told her that the communication would be made by her cousin Will. Her cousin Will had gone away without a word of Mrs. Askerton, and now the communication had come from Captain Aylmer. The Monday and Tuesday were rainy days, and the rain was some excuse for her not going to the cottage. On the Wednesday her father was ill, and his illness made a further excuse for her remaining at home. But on the Wednesday evening there came a note to her from Mrs. Askerton. "You naughty girl, why do you not come to me? Colonel Askerton has been away since yesterday morning, and I am forgetting the sound of my own voice. I did not trouble you when your divine cousin was here, for reasons, but unless you come to me now, I shall think that his divinity has prevailed. Colonel Askerton is in Ireland about some property, and will not be back till next week." Clara sent back a promise by messenger, and on the following morning she put on her hat and shawl, and started on her dreaded task. When she left the house she had not even yet quite made up her mind what she would do. At first she put her lover's letter into her pocket, so that she might have it for reference, but on second thoughts she replaced it in her desk, dreading lest she might be persuaded into showing or reading some part of it. There had come a sharp frost after the rain, and the ground was hard and dry. In order that she might gain some further last moment for thinking, she walked round, up among the rocks, instead of going straight to the cottage, and for a moment, though the air was sharp with frost, where she had been seated when her cousin Will blurted out the misfortune of his heart. She sat there on purpose that she might think of him, and recall his figure, and the tones of his voice, and the look of his eyes, and the gesture of his face. What a man he was! So tender, yet so strong; so thoughtful of others, and yet so self-sufficient. She had unconsciously imputed to him one fault, that he had loved and then forgotten his love. Unconsciously, for she had tried to think that this was a virtue rather than a fault. But now, with a full knowledge of what she was doing, but without any intention of doing it, she acquitted him of that one fault. Now that she could acquit him, she owned that it would have been a fault, to have loved and so soon to have forgotten it. No, he had loved her truly, and alas, he was one who could not be made to forget it. Then she went on to the cottage, exercising her thoughts rather on the contrast between the two men than on the subject to which she should have applied them. "So you have come at last," said Mrs. Askerton. "Till I got your message I thought there was to be some dreadful misfortune." "What misfortune?" "Something dreadful. One often anticipates something very bad without exactly knowing what. At least I do. I am always expecting a catastrophe, when I am alone, that is. And then I am so often alone." "That simply means low spirits, I suppose." "It's more than that, my dear." "Not much more, I take it." "Once, when we lived in India, we lived close to the powder magazine, and we were always expecting to be blown up. You never lived near a powder magazine?" "No, never, unless there's one at Belton. But I should have thought that was exciting." "And then there was the gentleman who always had the sword hanging over him by the horse's hair." "What do you mean, Mrs. Askerton?" "Don't look so innocent, Clara. You know what I mean. What were the results at last of your cousin's diligence as a detective officer?" "Mrs. Askerton, you wrong my cousin greatly. He never once mentioned your name while he was with us. He did not make a single allusion to you, or to Colonel Askerton, or to the cottage." "He did not?" "Never once." "Then I beg his pardon. But not the less has he been busy making inquiries." But why should you say that there is a powder magazine or a sword hanging over your head?" "Ah, why?" Here was the subject ready opened to her hand, and yet Clara did not know how to go on with it. It seemed to her now that it would have been easier for her to commence it if Mrs. Askerton had made no commencement herself. As it was, she knew not how to introduce the subject of Captain Aylmer's letter, and was almost inclined to wait, thinking that Mrs. Askerton might tell her own story without any such introduction. But nothing of the kind was forthcoming. Mrs. Askerton began to talk of the frost, and then went on to abuse Ireland, complaining of the hardship her husband endured in being forced to go thither in winter to look after his tenants. "What did you mean," said Clara at last, "by the sword hanging over your head?" "I think I told you what I meant pretty plainly. If you did not understand me, I cannot tell you more plainly. It is odd that you should say so much and not wish to say more." "Ah, you are making your inquiries now." "In my place would you not do so too? How can I help it when you talked of a sword? Of course you make me ask what the sword is." "And am I bound to satisfy your curiosity? You told me, just before my cousin came here, that if I asked any question you would answer me." "And am I to understand that you are asking such a question now?" "Yes, if it will not offend you." "But what if it will offend me greatly? Who likes to be inquired into?" "But you courted such inquiry from me." "No, Clara, I did not do that. I'll tell you what I did. I gave you to understand that if it was needful that you should hear about me and my antecedents, certain matters as to which Mr. Belton had been inquiring into in a manner that I thought to be most unjustifiable, I would tell you that story." "And do so without being angry with me for asking." "I meant, of course, that I would not make it a ground for quarrelling with you. If I wished to tell you, I could do so without any inquiry." "I have sometimes thought that you did wish to tell me." "Sometimes I have, almost." "But you have no such wish now?" "Can't you understand? It may be well that one so much alone as I am, living here without a female friend or even acquaintance except yourself, should often feel a longing for that comfort which full confidence between us would give me." "Then why not stop a moment? Can't you understand that I may feel this, and yet entertain the greatest horror against inquiry? We all like to tell our own sorrows, but who likes to be inquired into? Many a woman burns to make a full confession who would be as mute as death before a policeman." "I am no policeman." "But you are determined to ask a policeman's questions?" To this Clara made no immediate reply. She felt that she was acting almost falsely in going on with such questions, while she was in fact aware of all the circumstances which Mrs. Askerton could tell. But she did not know how to declare her knowledge and to explain it. She sincerely wished that Mrs. Askerton should be made acquainted with the truth, but she had fallen into a line of conversation which did not make her own task easy. But the idea of her own hypocrisy was distressing to her, and she rushed at the difficulty with hurried, eager words, resolving that at any rate there should be no longer any doubt between them. "Mrs. Askerton," she said, "I know it all. There is nothing for you to tell. I know what the sword is." "What is it that you know?" "That you were married long ago to Mr. Berdmore." "Then Mr. Belton did do me the honour of talking about me when he was here?" As she said this she rose from her chair and stood before Clara with flashing eyes. "Not a word. He never mentioned your name, or the name of any one belonging to you. I have heard it from another." "From what other?" "I do not know that it signifies, but I have learned it." "Well, and what next?" "I do not know what next. As so much has been told me, and as you had said that I might ask you, I have come to you yourself. I shall believe your own story more thoroughly from yourself than from any other teller. And suppose I refuse to answer you?" "Then I can say nothing further." "And what will you do?" "Ah, that I do not know. But you are harsh to me, while I am longing to be kind to you. Can you not see that this has been all forced upon me, partly by yourself?" "And the other part? Who has forced that upon you? Who is your informant? If you mean to be generous altogether. Is it a man or a woman who has taken the trouble to rip up old sorrows that my name may be blackened? But what matters? There, I was married to Captain Berdmore. I left him and went away with my present husband. For 3 years I was a man's mistress and not his wife. When that poor creature died we were married, and then came here. Now you know it all, all, though doubtless your informant has made a better story of it. After that, perhaps I have been very wicked to sully the air you breathe by my presence." "Why do you say that to me?" "But no, you do not know it all. No one can ever know it all. No one can ever know how I suffered before I was driven to escape, or how good to me has been he who. Then she turned her back upon Clara, and walking off to the window, stood there, hiding the tears which clouded her eyes, and concealing the sobs which choked her utterance. For some moments, for a space which seemed long to both of them, Clara kept her seat in silence. She hardly dared to speak, and though she longed to show her sympathy, she knew not what to say. At last she too rose and followed the other to the window. She uttered no words, however, but gently putting her arm around Mrs. Askerton's waist, stood there close by her, looking out upon the cold wintry flower beds, not venturing to turn her eyes upon her companion. The motion of her arm was at first very gentle, but after a while she pressed it closer, and thus by degrees drew her friend to her with an eager, warm, and enduring pressure. Mrs. Askerton made some little effort towards repelling her, some faint motion of resistance; but as the embrace became warmer, the poor woman yielded herself to it, and allowed her face to fall upon Clara's shoulder. So they stood, speaking no word, making no attempt to rid themselves of the tears which were blinding their eyes, but gazing out through the moisture on the bleak wintry scene before them. Clara's mind was the more active at the moment, for she was resolving that in this episode of her life she would accept no lesson whatever from Lady Aylmer's teaching, no, nor any lesson whatever from the teaching of any Aylmer in existence. And as for the world's rules, she would fit herself to them as best she could, but no such fitting should drive her to the unwomanly cruelty of deserting this woman whom she had known and loved, whom she now loved with a fervour which she had never before felt towards her. "You have heard it all now?" said Mrs. Askerton at last. "And is it not better so?" "Ah, I do not know. How should I know?" "Do you not know?" And as she spoke, Clara pressed her arm still closer. "Do you not know yet?" Then, turning herself half round, she clasped the other woman full in her arms, and kissed her forehead and lips. "Do you not know yet?" "But you will go away, and people will tell you that you are wrong." "What people?" said Clara, thinking as she spoke of the whole family at Aylmer Park. "Your husband will tell you so." "I have no husband, as yet, to order me what to think or what not to think." "No, not quite as yet. But you will tell him all this?" "He knows it. It was he who told me." "What, Captain Aylmer?" "Yes, Captain Aylmer." "And what did he say?" "Never mind. Captain Aylmer is not my husband, not as yet. If he takes me, he must take me as I am, not as he might possibly have wished me. Lady Aylmer." "And does Lady Aylmer know it?" "Yes. Lady Aylmer is one of those hard, severe women who never forgive." "Ah, I see it all now. I understand it all. Clara, you must forget me, and come here no more. You shall not be ruined because you are generous." "Ruined! If Lady Aylmer's displeasure can ruin me, I must put up with ruin. I will not accept her for my guide. I am too old, and have had my own way too long. Do not let that thought trouble you. In this matter I shall judge for myself. I have judged for myself already." "And your father?" "Papa knows nothing of it." "But you will tell him?" "I do not know. Poor papa is very ill. If he were well I would tell him, and he would think as I do." "And your cousin?" "You say that he has heard it all." "I think so. Do you know that I remembered him the first moment that I saw him? But what could I do? When you mentioned to me my old name, my real name, how could I be honest? I have been driven to do that which has made honesty to me impossible. My life has been a lie, and yet how could I help it? I must live somewhere, and how could I live anywhere without deceit? And yet that is so sad." "Sad indeed! But what could I do? Of course I was wrong in the beginning, though how am I to regret it when it has given me such a husband as I have? Ah, if you could know it all, I think you would forgive me." Then by degrees she told it all, and Clara was there for hours listening to her story. The reader will not care to hear more of it than he has heard, nor would Clara have desired any closer revelation. But as it is often difficult to obtain a confidence, so is it impossible to stop it in the midst of its effusion. Mrs. Askerton told the history of her life, of her first foolish engagement, her belief, her half belief, in the man's reformation, of the miseries which resulted from his vices, of her escape and shame, of her welcome widowhood, and of her second marriage. And as she told it, she paused at every point to insist on the goodness of him who was now her husband. "I shall tell him this," she said at last, "as I do everything, and then he will know that I have in truth got a friend." She asked again and again about Mr. Belton, but Clara could only tell her that she knew nothing of her cousin's knowledge. Will might have heard it all, but if so, he had kept his information to himself. "And now what shall you do?" Mrs. Askerton asked of Clara, at length prepared to go. "Do? In what way? I shall do nothing." "But you will write to Captain Aylmer?" "Yes, I shall write to him." "And about this?" "Yes, I suppose I must write to him." "And what will you say?" "That I cannot tell. I wish I knew what to say. If it were to his mother, I could write my letter easily enough." "And what would you say to her?" "I would tell her that I was responsible for my own friends. But I must go now. Papa will complain that I am so long away." Then there was another embrace, and at last Clara found her way out of the house, and was alone again in the park. She clearly acknowledged to herself that she had a great difficulty before her. She had committed herself altogether to Mrs. Askerton, and could no longer entertain any thought of obeying the very plainly expressed commands which Captain Aylmer had given her. The story, as told by Captain Aylmer, had been true throughout; but in the teeth of that truth she intended to maintain her acquaintance with Mrs. Askerton. From that there was now no escape. She had been carried away by impulse in what she had done and said at the cottage, but she could not bring herself to regret it. She could not believe that it was her duty to throw over and abandon a woman whom she loved, because that woman had once, in her dire extremity, fallen away from the path of virtue. But how was she to write the letter? When she reached her father, he complained of her absence, and almost scolded her for having been so long at the cottage. "I cannot see," said he, "what you find in that woman to make so much of her." "She is the only neighbour I have, papa." "And better none than her, if all that people say of her is true." "All that people say is never true, papa." "There is no smoke without fire. I am not at all sure that it's good for you to be so much with her." "Oh, papa, don't treat me like a child." "And I'm sure it's not good for me that you should be so much away. For anything I have seen of you all day, you might have been at Perivale. But you are going soon altogether, so I suppose I may as well make up my mind to it." "I'm not going for a long time yet, papa." "What do you mean by that?" "I mean that there's nothing to take me away from here at present." "You are engaged to be married?" "But it will be a long engagement. It is one of those engagements in which neither party is very anxious for an immediate change." There was something bitter in Clara's tone as she said this, which the old man perceived, but could only half understand. Clara remained with him then for the rest of the day, going downstairs for 5 minutes to her dinner, and then returning to him and reading aloud while he dozed. Her winter evenings at Belton Castle were not very bright, but she was used to them and made no complaint. When she left her father for the night she got out her desk and prepared herself for the letter to her lover. She was determined that it should be finished that night before she went to bed, and it was so finished, though the writing of it gave her much labour, and occupied her till the late hours had come upon her. When completed, it was as follows: Belton Castle, Thursday night. Dear Frederic, I received your letter last Sunday, but I could not answer it sooner, as it required much consideration, and also some information which I have only obtained to day. About the plan of living at Perivale I will not say much now, as my mind is so full of other things. I think, however, I may promise that I will never make any needless difficulty as to your plans. My cousin Will left us on Monday, so your mother need not have any further anxiety on that head. It does papa good to have him here, and for that reason I am sorry that he has gone. I can assure you that I don't think what you said about him meant anything at all particular. Will is my nearest cousin, and of course you would be glad that I should like him, which I do, very much. And now about the other subject, which I own has distressed me, as you supposed it would. I mean about Mrs. Askerton. I find it very difficult in your letter to divide what comes from your mother and what from yourself. Of course I want to make the division, as every word from you has great weight with me. At present I don't know Lady Aylmer personally, and I cannot think of her as I do of you. Indeed, were I to know her ever so well, I could not have the same deference for her that I have for the man who is to be my husband. I only say this as I fear that Lady Aylmer and I may not perhaps agree about Mrs. Askerton. I find that your story about Mrs. Askerton is in the main true, but the person who told it you does not seem to have known any of the provocations which she received. She was very badly treated by Captain Berdmore, who, I am afraid, was a terrible drunkard, and at last she found it impossible to stay with him. So she went away. I cannot tell you how horrid it all was, but I am sure that if I could make you understand it, it would go a long way in inducing you to excuse her. She was married to Colonel Askerton as soon as Captain Berdmore died, and this took place before she came to Belton. I hope you will remember that. It all occurred out in India, and I really hardly know what business we have to inquire about it now. At any rate, as I have been acquainted with her a long time, and very intimately, and as I am sure that she has repented of anything that has been wrong, I do not think that I ought to quarrel with her now. Indeed, I have promised her that I will not. I think I owe it to you to tell you the whole truth, and that is the truth. Pray give my regards to your mother, and tell her that I am sure she would judge differently if she were in my place. This poor woman has no other friend here, and who am I that I should take upon myself to condemn her? I cannot do it. Dear Frederic, pray do not be angry with me for asserting my own will in this matter. I think you would wish me to have an opinion of my own. In my present position I am bound to have one, as I am as yet responsible for what I do myself. I shall be very, very sorry if I find that you differ from me, but still I cannot be made to think that I am wrong. I wish you were here, that we might talk it over together, as I think that in that case you would agree with me. If you can manage to come to us at Easter, or any other time when Parliament does not keep you in London, we shall be so delighted to see you. Dear Frederic, yours very affectionately, Clara Amedroz. End of chapter 18. Recording by Kirsten Weber.
Chapter 19 of the Belton Estate by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Kirsten Weber. Chapter 19. Miss Amedroz has another chance. It was on a Sunday morning that Clara's letter reached Aylmer Park, and Frederic Aylmer found it on his plate as he took his place at the breakfast table. Domestic habits at Aylmer Park had grown with the growth of years, till they had become adamantine, and domestic habits required prayers every morning at 9:15. At 20 minutes before 9, Lady Aylmer would always be in the dining room to make the tea and open the post bag, and as she was always there alone, she knew more about other people's letters than other people ever knew about hers. When these operations were over, she rang the bell, and the servants of the family, who by that time had already formed themselves into a line in the hall, would march in and settle themselves on benches prepared for them near the sideboard, which benches were afterwards carried away by the retiring procession. Lady Aylmer herself always read prayers, as Sir Anthony never appeared till the middle of breakfast. Belinda would usually come down in a scurry as she heard her mother's bell, in such a way as to put the army in the hall to some confusion; but Frederic Aylmer, when he was at home, rarely entered the room till after the service was over. At Perivale, no doubt, he was more strict in his conduct, but then at Perivale he had special interests and influences which were wanting to him at Aylmer Park. During those 5 minutes Lady Aylmer would deal round the letters to the several plates of the inmates of her house, not without looking at the post office marks upon them, and on occasion she had dealt a letter from Clara to her son. The arrival of the letter was announced to Frederic Aylmer before he took his seat. "Frederic," said her ladyship, in her most portentous voice, "I am glad to say that at last there is a letter from Belton." He made no immediate reply, but making his way slowly to his place, took up the little packet, turned it over in his hand, and then put it into his pocket. Having done this, he began very slowly with his tea and egg. For 3 minutes his mother was contented to make, or to pretend to make, some effort in the same direction. Then her impatience became too much for her, and she began to question him. "Will you not read it, Frederic?" "Of course I shall, ma'am." "But why not do so now, when you know how anxious we are?" "There are letters which one would sooner read in private." "But when a matter is of so much importance," said Belinda. "The importance, Bell, is to me, and not to you," said her brother. "All we want to know is," continued the sister, "that she promises to be guided by you in this matter, and of course we feel quite sure that she will." "If you are quite sure, that must be sufficient for you." "I really think you need not quarrel with your sister," said Lady Aylmer, "because she is anxious as to the respectability, I must say, for there is no other word, of a young lady whom you propose to make your wife. I can assure you that I am very anxious myself, very anxious indeed." Captain Aylmer made no answer to this, but he did not take the letter from his pocket. He drank his tea in silence, and in silence sent up his coffee to be refilled. In silence also was it returned to him. He ate his 2 eggs and his 3 bits of toast, according to his custom, and when he had finished, sat out his 3 or 4 minutes, as was usual. Then he got up to retire to his room, with the envelope still unbroken in his pocket. "You will go to church with us, I suppose?" said Lady Aylmer. "I won't promise, ma'am, but if I do, I'll walk across the park, so that you need not wait for me." Then both the mother and sister knew that the member for Perivale did not intend to go to church on that occasion. To morning service Sir Anthony always went, the habits of Aylmer Park having in them more of adamant in reference to him than they had as regarded his son. When the father, mother, and daughter returned, Captain Aylmer had read his letter, and had, after doing so, received further tidings from Belton Castle, further tidings which for the moment prevented the necessity of any reference to the letter, and almost drove it from his own thoughts. When his mother entered the library, he was standing before the fire with a scrap of paper in his hand. "Since you have been at church, there has come a telegraphic message," he said. "What is it, Frederic? Do not frighten me, if you can avoid it." "You need not be frightened, ma'am, for you did not know him. Mr. Amedroz is dead." "No!" said Lady Aylmer, seating herself. "Dead!" said Belinda, holding up her hands. "God bless my soul!" said the baronet, who had now followed the ladies into the room. "Dead! Why, Fred, he was 5 years younger than I am." Then Captain Aylmer read the words of the message. "Mr. Amedroz died this morning at 5 o'clock. I have sent word to the lawyer and to Mr. Belton." "Who does it come from?" asked Lady Aylmer. "From Colonel Askerton." Lady Aylmer paused, and shook her head, and moved her foot uneasily upon the carpet. The tidings, as far as they went, might be unexceptionable, but the source from whence they had come had evidently polluted them in her ladyship's judgment. Then she uttered a series of inter-ejaculations, expressions of mingled sorrow and anger. "There was no one else near her," said Captain Aylmer, apologetically. "Is there no clergyman in the parish?" "He lives a long way off. The message had to be sent at once." "Are there no servants in the house? It looks. But I am the last person in the world to form a harsh judgment of a young woman at such a moment as this. What did she say in her letter, Fred?" Captain Aylmer had devoted 2 hours of consideration to the letter before the telegram had come to relieve his mind by a fresh subject, and in those 2 hours he had not been able to extract much of comfort out of the document. It was, as he felt, a stubborn, stiff-necked, disobedient, almost rebellious letter. It contained a manifest defiance of his mother, and exhibited doctrines of most questionable morality. It had become to him a matter of doubt whether he could possibly marry a woman who could entertain such ideas and write such a letter. If the doubt was to be decided in his own mind against Clara, he had better show the letter at once to his mother, and allow her ladyship to fight the battle for him, a task which, as he well knew, her ladyship would not be slow to undertake. But he had not succeeded in answering the question satisfactorily to himself when the telegram arrived and diverted all his thoughts. Now that Mr. Amedroz was dead, the whole thing might be different. Clara would come away from Belton and Mrs. Askerton, and begin life, as it were, afresh. It seemed as though in such an emergency she ought to have another chance, and therefore he did not hasten to pronounce his judgment. Lady Aylmer also felt something of this, and forbore to press her question when it was not answered. "She will have to leave Belton now, I suppose," said Sir Anthony. "The property will belong to a distant cousin, a Mr. William Belton." "And where will she go?" said Lady Aylmer. "I suppose she has no place that she can call her home?" "Would it not be a good thing to ask her here?" said Belinda. Such a question as that was very rash on the part of Miss Aylmer. In the first place, the selection of guests for Aylmer Park was rarely left to her, and in this special case she should have understood that such a proposal should have been fully considered by Lady Aylmer before it reached Frederic's ears. "I think it would be a very good plan," said Captain Aylmer, generously. Lady Aylmer shook her head. "I should like very much to know what she has said about that unfortunate connection before I offer to take her by the hand myself. I'm sure Fred will feel that I ought to do so." But Fred retreated from the room without showing the letter. He retreated from the room and betook himself to solitude, that he might again endeavour to make up his mind as to what he would do. He put on his hat and greatcoat and gloves, and went off without his luncheon, that he might consider it all. Clara Amedroz had now no home, and indeed very little means of providing one. If he intended that she should be his wife, he must furnish her with a home at once. It seemed to him that 3 houses might possibly be open to her, of which one, the only one which under such circumstances would be proper, was Aylmer Park. The other 2 were Plaistow Hall and Mrs. Askerton's cottage at Belton. As to the latter, should she ever take shelter there, everything must be over between him and her. On that point there could be no doubt. He could not bring himself to marry a wife out of Mrs. Askerton's drawing room, nor could he expect his mother to receive a young woman brought into the family under such circumstances. And Plaistow Hall was almost as bad. It was as bad to him, though it would perhaps be less objectionable in the eyes of Lady Aylmer. Should Clara go to Plaistow Hall, there must be an end to everything. Of that also he taught himself to be quite certain. Then he took out Clara's letter and read it again. She acknowledged the story about the woman to be true, such a story as it was too, and yet refused to quarrel with the woman, had absolutely promised the woman not to quarrel with her. Then he read and re-read the passage in which Clara claimed the right of forming her own opinion in such matters. Nothing could be more indelicate, nothing more unfit for his wife. He began to think that he had better show the letter to his mother, and acknowledge that the match must be broken off. That softening of his heart which had followed upon the receipt of the telegraphic message departed from him as he dwelt upon the stubborn, stiff-necked, unfeminine obstinacy of the letter. Then he remembered that nothing had as yet been done towards putting his aunt's £1,500 absolutely into Clara's hands, and he remembered also that she might at the present moment be in great want. William Belton might, not improbably, assist her in her want, and this idea was wormwood to him, in spite of his almost formed resolution to give up his own claims. He calculated that the income arising from £1,500 would be very small, and he wished that he had counselled his aunt to double the legacy. He thought very much about the amount of the money and the way in which it might be best expended, and was, after his cold fashion, really solicitous as to Clara's welfare. If he could have fashioned her future life, and his own too, in accordance with his now existing wishes, I think he would have arranged that neither of them should marry at all, and that to him should be assigned the duty and care of being Clara's protector, with full permission to tell her his mind as often as he pleased on the subject of Mrs. Askerton. Then he went in and wrote a note to Mr. Green, the lawyer, desiring that the interest of the £1,500 for 1 year might be at once remitted to Miss Amedroz. He knew that he ought to write to her himself immediately, without loss of a post. But how was he to write while things were in their present position? Were he now to condole with her on her father's death, without any reference to the great Askerton iniquity, he would thereby be condoning all that was past, and acknowledging the truth and propriety of her arguments. He would be doing even worse than that. He would be cutting the ground absolutely from beneath his own feet, as regarded that escape from his engagement which he was contemplating. What a cold-hearted, ungenerous wretch he must have been! That will be the verdict against him. But the verdict will be untrue. Cold-hearted and ungenerous he was, but he was no wretch, as men and women are nowadays called wretches. He was chilly-hearted, but yet quite capable of enough love to make him a good son, a good husband, and a good father too. And though he was ungenerous from the nature of his temperament, he was not close-fisted or over-covetous, and he was a just man, desiring of obtaining nothing that was not fairly his own. But, in truth, the artists have been so much in the habit of painting for us our friends' faces without any of those flaws and blotches with which work and high living are apt to disfigure us, that we turn in disgust from a portrait in which the roughness and pimples are made apparent. But it was essential that he should now do something, and before he sat down to dinner he did show Clara's letter to his mother. "Mother," he said, as he sat himself down in her little room upstairs, and she knew well by the tone of his voice and by the mode of his address that there was to be a solemn occasion and a serious deliberative council on the present existing family difficulty. "Mother, of course I have intended to let you know what is the nature of Clara's answer to my letter." "I am glad there is to be no secret between us, Frederic. You know how I dislike secrets in families." As she said this, she took the letter out of her son's hands with an eagerness that was almost greedy. As she read it, he stood over her, watching her eyes, as they made their way down the first page and on to the second, and across to the third, and so gradually on, till the whole reading was accomplished. What Clara had written about her cousin Will, Lady Aylmer did not quite understand, and on this point now she was so little anxious that she passed over that portion of the letter readily. But when she came to Mrs. Askerton and the allusions to herself, she took care to comprehend the meaning and weight of every word. "Divide your words and mine! Why should she want to divide them? Not agree with me about Mrs. Askerton? How is it possible that any decent young woman should not agree with me? It is a matter in which there is no room for a doubt. True? The whole story true? Of course it is true. Does she not know that it would not have reached her from Aylmer Park if it were not true? Provocation? Badly treated? Went away? Married to Colonel Askerton as soon as Captain Berdmore died? Why, Frederic, she cannot have been taught to understand the first principle of morals in life. And she that was so much with my poor sister. Well, well." The reader should understand that the late Mrs. Winterfield and Lady Aylmer had never been able to agree with each other on religious subjects. "Remember that they are married. Why should we remember anything of the kind? It does not make an atom of difference to the woman's character. Repented? How can Clara say whether she has repented or not? But that has nothing to do with it. Not quarrel with her, as she calls it? Not give her up? Then, Frederic, of course it must be all over as far as you are concerned." When she had finished her reading, she returned the letter, still open, to her son, shaking her head almost triumphantly. "As far as I am a judge of a young woman's character, I can only give you one counsel," said Lady Aylmer, solemnly. "I think that she should have another chance," said Captain Aylmer. "What other chance can you give her? It seems to me that she is obstinately bent on her own destruction." "You might ask her to come here, as Belinda suggested." "Belinda was very foolish to suggest anything of the kind without more consideration." "I suppose that my future wife would be made welcome here?" "Yes, Frederic, certainly. I do not know who could be more welcome. But is she to be your wife?" "We are engaged." "But does not that letter break any engagement? Is there not enough in that to make such a marriage quite out of the question? What do you think about it yourself, Frederic?" "I think that she should have another chance." What would Clara have thought of all this herself, if she could have heard the conversation between Lady Aylmer and her betrothed husband, and have known that her lover was proposing to give her another chance? But it is lucky for us that we seldom know what our best friends say on our behalf when they discuss us and our faults behind our backs. "What chance, Frederic, can she have? She knows all about this horrid woman, and yet refuses to give her up. What chance can she have after that?" "I think that you might have her here, and talk to her." Lady Aylmer, in answer to this, simply shook her head; and I think she was right in supposing that such shaking of her head was a sufficient reply to her son's proposition. What talking could possibly be of service to such a one as Miss Amedroz? Why should she throw her pearls before swine? "We must either ask her to come here, or else I must go to her," said Captain Aylmer. "I don't see that at all, Frederic." "I think it must be so. As she is situated at present she has got no home, and I think it would be very horrid that she should be driven into that woman's house, simply because she has no other shelter for her head." "I suppose she can remain where she is for the present?" "She is all alone, you know, and it must be very gloomy, and her cousin can turn her out at a moment's notice." "But all that would not entitle her to come here, unless—" "No, I quite understand that; but you cannot wonder that I should feel the hardship of her position." "Who is to be blamed if it be hard? You see, Frederic, I take my standing upon that letter, her own letter. How am I to ask a young woman into my house who declares openly that my opinion on such a matter goes for nothing with her? How am I to do it? That's what I ask you. How am I to do it? It's all very well for Belinda to suggest this and that, but how am I to do it? That's what I want to know." But at last Lady Aylmer managed to answer the question for herself, and did do it. But this was not done on that Sunday afternoon, nor on the Monday, nor on the Tuesday. The question was closely debated, and at last the anxious mother perceived that the giving of the invitation would be more safe than withholding it. Captain Aylmer at last expressed his determination to go to Belton unless the invitation were given; and then, should he do that, there might be danger that he would never be again seen at Aylmer Park till he brought Clara Amedroz with him as his wife. The position was one of great difficulty, but the interests at stake were so immense that something must be risked. It might be that Clara would not come when invited, and in that case her obstinacy would be a great point gained. And if she did come? Well, Lady Aylmer admitted to herself that the game would be difficult and very troublesome, but yet it might be played, and perhaps won. Lady Aylmer was a woman who had great confidence in herself. Not so utterly had victory in such contests deserted her hands that she need fear to break a lance with Miss Amedroz beneath her own roof when the occasion was so pressing. The invitation was therefore sent in a note written by herself, and was enclosed in a letter from her son. After much consultation and many doubts on the subject, it was at last agreed that nothing further should now be urged about Mrs. Askerton. "She shall have her chance," said Lady Aylmer, over and over again repeating her son's words. "She shall have her chance." Lady Aylmer, therefore, in her note, confined herself strictly to the giving of the invitation, and to a suggestion that, as Clara had now no settled home of her own, a temporary sojourn at Aylmer Park might be expedient. And Captain Aylmer in his letter hardly said much more. He knew as he wrote the words that they were cold and comfortless, and that he ought on such an occasion to have written words that should have been warm at any rate, even though they might not have contained comfort. But to have written with affection he should have written at once, and he had postponed his letter from the Sunday till the Wednesday. It had been absolutely necessary that that important question as to the invitation should be answered before he could write at all. When all this was settled he went up to London, and there was an understanding between him and his mother that he should return to Aylmer Park with Clara, in the event of her acceptance of the invitation. "You won't go down to Belton for her?" said the mother. "No, I do not think that will be necessary," said the son. "I should think not," said the mother. End of Chapter 19. Recording by Kirsten Weber. Chapter 20 of The Belton Estate by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Kirsten Weber. Chapter 20. William Belton does not go out hunting. We will now follow the other message which was sent down into Norfolk, and which did not get into Belton's hands till the Monday morning. He was sitting with his sister at breakfast, and was prepared for hunting, when the paper was brought into the room. Telegraphic messages were not very common at Plaistow Hall, and on the arrival of any that had as yet reached that house, something of that awe had been felt with which such missives were always accompanied in their earliest days. "A telegraph message, mum, for Mr. William," said the maid, looking at her mistress with eyes opened wide, as she handed the important bit of paper to her master. Will opened it rapidly, laying down the knife and fork with which he was about to operate upon a ham before him. He was dressed in boots and breeches, and a scarlet coat, in which garb he was, in his sister's eyes, the most handsome man in Norfolk. "Oh, Mary!" he exclaimed. "What is it, Will?" "Mr. Amedroz is dead." Miss Belton put out her hand for the paper before she spoke again, as though she could better appreciate the truth of what she heard when reading it herself on the telegraph slip than she had done from her brother's words. "How sudden! How terribly sudden!" she said. "Sudden indeed. When I left him he was not well, certainly, but I should have said that he might have lived for 20 years. Poor old man! I can hardly say why it was so, but I had taken a liking to him." "You take a liking to everybody, Will." "No, I don't. I know people I don't like." Will Belton, as he said this, was thinking of Captain Aylmer, and he pressed the heel of his boot hard against the floor. "And Mr. Amedroz is dead. It seems to be so terribly sudden. What will she do, Will?" "That's what I'm thinking about." "Of course you are, my dear. I can see that. I wish. It's no good wishing anything, Mary. I don't think wishing ever did any good yet. If I might have my wish, I shouldn't know how to have it." "I was wishing that you didn't think so much about it." "You need not be troubled about me. I shall do very well. But what is to become of her now at once? Might she not come here? You are now the nearest female relation that she has." Mary looked at him with her anxious, painful eyes, and he knew by her look that she did not approve of his plan. "I could go away," he continued. "She could come to you without being troubled by seeing me." "And where would you go, Will?" "What does it matter? To the devil, I suppose." "Oh, Will, Will!" "You know what I mean. I'd go anywhere. Where is she to find a home till she is married?" He had paused at the word, but was determined not to shrink from it, and bolted it out in a loud sharp tone, so that both he and she recognised all the meaning of the word, all that was conveyed in the idea. He hated himself when he endeavoured to conceal from his own mind any of the misery that was coming upon him. He loved her. He could not get over it. The passion was on him like a palsy, for the shaking off of which no sufficient physical energy was left to him. It clung to him in his goings out and comings in, with a painful wearing tenacity, against which he would now and again struggle, swearing that it should no longer be so, but against which he always struggled in vain. It was with him when he was hunting. He was ever thinking of it when the bird rose before his gun. As he watched the furrow, as his men and horses would drive it straight and deep through the ground, he was thinking of her, and not of the straightness and depth of the furrow, as had been his wont in former years. Then he would turn away his face and stand alone in his field, blinded by the salt drops in his eyes, weeping at his own weakness. and when he was quite alone he would stamp his foot on the ground, and throw abroad his arms, and curse himself. What Nessus shirt was this that had fallen upon him and unmanned him from the sole of his foot to the top of his head? He went through the occupations of the week. He hunted and shot, and gave his orders, and paid his men their wages. But he did it all with a palsy of love upon him as he did it. He wanted her, and he could not overcome the want. He could not bear to confess to himself that the thing by which he had set so much store could never belong to him. His sister understood it all, and sometimes he was almost angry with her because of her understanding it. She sympathized with him in all his moods, and sometimes he would shake away her sympathy as though it scalded him. "Where is she to find a home till she is married?" he said. Not a word had as yet been said between them about the property which was now his estate. He was now Belton of Belton, and it must be supposed that both he and she had remembered that it was so. But hitherto not a word had been said between them on that point. Now she was compelled to allude to it. "Cannot she live at the castle for the present?" "What, all alone?" "Of course she is remaining there now." "Yes," said he, "of course she is there now. Now! Why, remember what these telegraphic messages are. He died only yesterday morning. And of course she is there, but I do not think it can be good that she should remain there. There is no one near her where she is but that Mrs. Askerton. It can hardly be good for her to have no other female friend at such a time as this." "I do not think that Mrs. Askerton will hurt her." "Mrs. Askerton will not hurt her at all. And as long as Clara does not know the story, Mrs. Askerton may serve as well as another. But yet—" "Can I go to her, Will?" "No, dearest. The journey would kill you in winter, and he would not like it. We are bound to think of that for her sake. Cold-hearted, thankless, meagre-minded creature as I know he is." "I do not know why he should be so bad." "No, nor I. But I know that he is. Never mind. Why should we talk about him? I suppose she'll have to go there, to Aylmer Park. I suppose they will send for her, and keep her there till it's all finished. I'll tell you what, Mary, I shall give her the place." "What, Belton Castle?" "Why not? Will it ever be of any good to you or me? Do you want to go and live there?" "No, indeed, not for myself." "And do you think that I could live there? Besides, why should she be turned out of her father's house?" "He would not be mean enough to take it." "He would be mean enough for anything. Besides, I should take very good care that it should be settled upon her." "That's nonsense, Will. It is indeed. You are now William Belton of Belton, and you must remain so." "Mary, I would sooner be Will Belton with Clara Amedroz by my side to get through the world with me, and not the interest of an acre either at Belton Castle or at Plaistow Hall. And I believe I should be the richer man at the end, if there were any good in that." Then he went out of the room, and she heard him go through the kitchen, and knew that he passed out into the farmyard towards the stable by the back door. He intended, it seemed, to go on with his hunting in spite of this death which had occurred. She was sorry for it, but she could not venture to stop him. And she was sorry also that nothing had been settled as to the writing of any letter to Clara. She, however, would take upon herself to write while he was gone. He went straight out towards the stables, hardly conscious of what he was doing or where he was going, and found his hack ready saddled for him in the stall. Then he remembered that he must either go or come to some decision that he would not go. The horse that he intended to ride had been sent on to the meet, and if he were not to be used, some message must be despatched as to the animal's return. But Will was half inclined to go, although he knew that the world would judge him to be heartless if he were to go hunting immediately on the receipt of the tidings which had reached him that morning. He thought that he would like to set the world at defiance in this matter. Let Frederic Aylmer go into mourning for the old man who was dead. Let Frederic Aylmer be solicitous for the daughter who was left lonely in the old house. No doubt he, Will Belton, had inherited the dead man's estate, and should, therefore, in accordance with all the ordinary rules of the world on such matters, submit himself at any rate to the decency of funereal reserve. An heir should not be seen out hunting on the day on which such tidings as to his heritage had reached him. But he did not wish to go, in his present mood, to be recognised as the heir. He did not want the property. He would have preferred to rid himself altogether of any of the obligations which the ownership of the estate entailed upon him. It was not permitted to him to have the custody of the old squire's daughter, and therefore he was unwilling to meddle with any of the old squire's concerns. Belton had gone into the stable and had himself loosed the animal, leading him out into the yard as though he were about to mount him. Then he had given the reins to a stable boy, and had walked away among the farm buildings, not thinking of what he was doing. The lad stood staring at him with open mouth, not at all understanding his master's hesitation. The meet, as the boy knew, was 14 miles off, and Belton had not allowed himself above an hour and a half for the journey. It was his practice to jump into the saddle and bustle out of the place, as though seconds were important to him. He would look at his watch with accuracy, and measure his pace from spot to spot, as though minutes were too valuable to be lost. But now he wandered away like one distraught, and the stable boy knew that something was wrong. "I thought he was a thinking of the white cow as choked herself with the tunnup that was skipped in the chopping," said the boy, as he spoke of his master afterward to the old groom. At last, however, a thought seemed to strike Belton. "Do you get on to Bragg," he said to the boy, "and ride off to Goldingham Corner, and tell Daniel to bring the horse home again. I shan't hunt to-day, and I think I shall go away from home. If so, tell him to be sure the horses are out every morning, and tell him to stop their beans. I mightn't hunt again for the next month." Then he returned into the house, and went to the parlour in which his sister was sitting. "I shan't go out to-day," he said. "I thought you would not, Will," she answered. "Not that I see any harm in it." "I don't say that there is any harm, but it is as well on such occasions to do as others do." "That's humbug, Mary." "No, Will, I do not think that. When any practice has become the fixed rule of the society in which we live, it is always wise to adhere to that rule, unless it call upon us to do something that is actually wrong. One should not offend the prejudices of the world, even if one is quite sure that they are prejudices." "It hasn't been that has brought me back, Mary. I'll tell you what, I think I'll go down to Belton after all." His sister did not know what to say in answer to this. Her chief anxiety was, of course, on behalf of her brother. That he should be made to forget Clara Amedroz, if that were only possible, was her great desire. And his journey at such a time as this down to Belton was not the way to accomplish such forgetting. And then she felt that Clara might very possibly not wish to see him. Had Will simply been her cousin, such a visit might be very well; but he had attempted to be more than her cousin, and therefore it would probably not be well. Captain Aylmer might not like it, and Mary felt herself bound to consider even Captain Aylmer's likings in such a matter, and yet she could not bear to oppose him in anything. "It would be a very long journey," she said. "What does that signify?" "And then it might so probably be for nothing." "Why should it be for nothing?" "Because—" "Because what? Why don't you speak out? You need not be afraid of hurting me. Nothing that you say can make it all worse than it is." "Dear Will, I wish I could make it better." "But you can't. Nobody can make it either better or worse. I promised her once before that I would go to her when she might be in trouble, and I will be as good as my word. I said I would be a brother to her, and so I will. So help me God, I will." Then he rushed out of the room, striding through the door as though he would knock it down, and hurried upstairs to his own chamber. When there, he stripped himself of his hunting things, and dressed himself again with all the expedition in his power; and then he threw a heap of clothes into a large portmanteau, and set himself to work packing as though everything in the world were to depend upon his catching a certain train. And he went to a locked drawer, and taking out a cheque book, folded it up and put it in his pocket. Then he rang the bell violently, and as he was locking the portmanteau, pressing down the lid with all his weight and all his strength, he ordered that a certain mare should be put into a certain dog cart, and that somebody might be ready to drive over with him to the Downham station. Within 20 minutes of the time of his rushing upstairs, he appeared again before his sister, with a great coat on, and a railway rug hanging over his arm. "Do you mean that you are going to-day?" said she. "Yes. I'll catch the 11:40 up train at Downham. What's the good of going unless I go at once? If I can be of any use, it will be at first. It may be that she will have nobody there to do anything for her." "There is the clergyman and Colonel Askerton, even if Captain Aylmer has not gone down." "The clergyman and Colonel Askerton are nothing to her, and if that man is there, I can come back again." "You will not quarrel with him?" "Why should I quarrel with him? What is there to quarrel about? I'm not such a fool as to quarrel with a man because I hate him. If he is there, I shall see her for a minute or two, and then I shall come back." "I know it is no good my trying to dissuade you." "None on earth. If you knew it all you would not try to dissuade me. Before I thought of asking her to be my wife, and yet I thought of that very soon, but before I ever thought of that, I told her that when she wanted a brother's help I would give it her. Of course I was thinking of the property, that she shouldn't be turned out of her father's house like a beggar. I hadn't any settled plan then. How could I? But I meant her to understand that when her father died I would be the same to her that I am to you. If you were alone, in distress, would I not go to you?" "But I have no one else, Will," said she, stretching out her hand to him where he stood. "That makes no difference," he replied, almost roughly. "A promise is a promise, and I resolved from the first that my promise should hold good in spite of my disappointment. Dear, dear, it seems but the other day when I made it, and now already everything is changed." As he was speaking, the servant entered the room and told him that the horse and gig were ready for him. "I shall just do it nicely," said he, looking at his watch. "I have over an hour. God bless you, Mary. I shan't be away long, you may be sure of that." "I don't suppose you can tell as yet, Will." "What should keep me long? I shall see Green as I go by, and that is half of my errand. I dare say I shan't stay above a night down in Somersetshire." "You'll have to give some orders about the estate." "I shall not say a word on the subject to anybody; that is, not to anybody there. I am going to look after her and not the estate." Then he stooped down and kissed his sister, and in another minute was turning the corner out of the farmyard on to the road at a quick pace, not losing a foot of ground in the turn, in that fashion of rapidity which the horses at Plaistow Hall soon learned from their master. The horse is a closely sympathetic beast, and will make his turns and do his trottings and comport himself generally in strict unison with the pulsations of his master's heart. When a horse won't jump, it is generally the case that the inner man is declining to jump also, let the outer man seem ever so anxious to accomplish the feat. Belton, who was generally very communicative with his servants, always talking to any man he might have beside him in his dog cart about the fields and cattle and tillage around him, said not a word to the boy who accompanied him on this occasion. He had a good many things to settle in his mind before he got to London, and he began upon the work as soon as he had turned the corner out of the farmyard. As regarded this Belton estate, which was now altogether his own, he had always had doubts and qualms of feeling rather than of conscience, and he had also always entertained a strong family ambition. His people, ever so far back, had been Beltons of Belton. They told him that his family could be traced back to very early days, before the Plantagenets, as he believed, though on this point of the subject he was very hazy in his information. And he liked the idea of being the man by whom the family should be reconstructed in its glory. Worldly circumstances had been so kind to him that he could take up the Belton estate with more of the prestige of wealth than had belonged to any of the owners of the place for many years past. Should it come to pass that living there would be desirable, he could rebuild the old house, and make new gardens, and fit himself out with all the pleasant braveries of a well-to-do English squire. There need be no pinching and scraping, no question whether a carriage would be possible, no doubts as to the prudence of preserving game. All this had given him much that was delightful in his prospects, and he had too been instigated by a somewhat weak desire to emerge from that farmer's rank into which he knew that many connected with him had supposed him to have sunk. It was true that he farmed land that was half his own, and that, even at Plaistow, he was a wealthy man. But Plaistow Hall, with all its comforts, was a farmhouse, and the ambition to be more than a farmer had been strong upon him. But then there had been the feeling that in taking the Belton estate he would be robbing his cousin Clara of all that should have been hers. It must be remembered that he had not been brought up in the belief that he would ever become the owner of Belton. All his high ambition in that matter had originated with the wretched death of Clara's brother. Could he bring himself to take it all with pleasure, seeing that it came to him by so sad a chance, by a catastrophe so deplorable? When he would think of this, his mind would revolt from its own desires, and he would declare to himself that his inheritance would come to him with a stain of blood upon it. He, indeed, would have been guiltless, but how could he take pleasure in the shades of Belton without thinking of the tragedy which had given him the property? Such had been the thoughts and desires, mixed in their nature and militating against each other, which had induced him to offer his first visit to his cousin's house. We know what was the effect of that visit, and by what pleasant scheme he had endeavoured to overcome all his difficulties, and so to become master of Belton that Clara Amedroz should also be its mistress. There had been a way which, after 2 days' intimacy with Clara, seemed to promise him comfort and happiness on all sides. But he had come too late, and that way was closed against him. Now the estate was his, and what was he to do with it? Clara belonged to his rival, and in what way would it become him to treat her? He was still thinking simply of the cruelty of the circumstances which had thrown Captain Aylmer between him and his cousin, when he drove himself up to the railway station at Downham. "Take her back steady, Jem," he said to the boy. "I'll be sure to take her very steady," Jem answered. "And tell Compton to have the samples of barley ready for me. I may be back any day, and we shall be sowing early this spring." Then he left his cart, followed the porter, who had taken his luggage eagerly, knowing that Mr. Belton was always good for sixpence, and in 5 minutes' time he was again in motion. On his arrival in London he drove at once to the chambers of his friend Mr. Green, and luckily found the lawyer there. Had he missed doing this, it was his intention to go out to his friend's house, and in that case he could not have gone down to Taunton till the next morning. But now he would be able to say what he wished to say, and hear what he wished to hear, and would travel down by the night mail train. He was anxious that Clara should feel that he had hurried to her without a moment's delay. It would do no good. He knew that. Nothing that he could do would alter her, or be of any service to him. She had accepted this man, and had herself no power of making a change, even if she should wish it. But still there was to him something of gratification in the idea that she should be made to feel that he, Belton, was more instant in his affection, more urgent in his good offices, more anxious to befriend her in her difficulties, than the man whom she had consented to take for her husband. Aylmer would probably go down to Belton, but Will was very anxious to be the first on the ground, very anxious, though his doing so could be of no use. All this was wrong on his part. He knew that it was wrong, and he abused himself for his selfishness. But such self-abuse gave him no aid in escaping from his own wickedness. He would, if possible, be at Belton before Captain Aylmer, and he would, if possible, make Clara feel that, though he was not a member of Parliament, though he was not much given to books, though he was only a farmer, yet he had at any rate as much heart and spirit as the fine gentleman whom she preferred to him. "I thought I should see you," said the lawyer, "but I hardly expected you so soon as this." "I ought to have been a day sooner, only we don't get our telegraphic messages on a Sunday." He still kept his greatcoat on, and it seemed by his manner that he had no intention of staying where he was above a minute or two. "You'll come out and dine with me to day?" said Mr. Green. "I can't do that, for I shall go down by the mail train." "I never saw such a fellow in my life. What good will that do? It is quite right that you should be there in time for the funeral, but I don't suppose he will be buried before this day week." But Belton had never thought about the funeral. When he had spoken to his sister of saying but a few words to Clara and then returning, he had forgotten that there would be any such ceremony, or that he would be delayed by any such necessity. "I was not thinking about the funeral," said Belton. "You'll only find yourself uncomfortable there." "Of course I shall be uncomfortable." "You can't do anything about the property, you know." "What do you mean by do anything?" said Belton in an angry tone. "You can't very well take possession of the place, at any rate till after the funeral. It would not be considered the proper thing to do." "You think then that I'm a bird of prey, smelling the feast from afar off, and hurrying at the dead man's carcass as soon as the breath is out of his body?" "I don't think anything of the kind, my dear fellow." "Yes, you do, or you wouldn't talk to me about doing the proper thing. I don't care a straw about the proper thing. If I find that there's anything to be done to morrow that can be of use, I shall do it, though all Somersetshire should think it improper. But I'm not going to look after my own interests." "Take off your coat and sit down, Will, and don't look so angry at me. I know that you're not greedy, well enough. Tell me what you are going to do, and let me see if I can help you." Belton did as he was told, and pulled off his coat and sat himself down by the fire. "I don't know that you can do anything to help me, at least not as yet. But I must go and see her. Perhaps she may be all alone." "I suppose she is all alone. He hasn't gone down there, then?" "Who, Captain Aylmer? No, he hasn't gone down, certainly. He is in Yorkshire." "I'm glad of that." "He won't hurry himself. He never does, I fancy. I had a letter from him this morning about Miss Amedroz." "And what did he say?" "He desired me to send her £75, the interest of her aunt's money." "£75!" said Will Belton, contemptuously. "He thought she might want money at once, and I sent her the cheque to day. It will go down by the same train that carries you." £75! And you are sure that he has not gone himself?" "It isn't likely that he should have written to me and passed through London himself at the same time. But it is possible, no doubt. I don't think he even knew the old squire, and there is no reason why he should go to the funeral." "No reason at all," said Belton, who felt that Captain Aylmer's presence at the castle would be an insult to himself. "I don't know what on earth he should do there, except that I think him just the fellow to intrude where he's not wanted." And yet Will was in his heart despising Captain Aylmer because he had not already hurried down to the assistance of the girl whom he professed to love. "He is engaged to her, you know," said the lawyer, in a low voice. "What difference does that make, with such a fellow as he is? A cold-blooded fish of a man, who thinks of nothing in the world but being respectable. Engaged to her! Oh, damn him!" "I've not the slightest objection. I don't think, however, that you'll find him at Belton before you. No doubt she will have heard from him, and it strikes me as very possible that she may go to Aylmer Park." "What should she go there for?" "Would it not be the best place for her?" "No; my house would be the best place for her. I am her nearest relative. Why should she not come to us?" Mr. Green turned round his chair and poked the fire, and fidgeted about for some minutes before he answered. "My dear fellow, you must know that that wouldn't do." He then said, "You ought to feel that it wouldn't do. You ought, indeed." Why shouldn't my sister receive Miss Amedroz as well as that old woman down in Yorkshire? If I may tell you, I will. Of course you may tell me. Because Miss Amedroz is engaged to be married to that old woman's son, and is not engaged to be married to your sister's brother. The thing is done, and what is the good of interfering? As far as she is concerned, a great burden is off your hands. What do you mean by a burden? I mean that her engagement to Captain Aylmer makes it unnecessary for you to suppose that she is in want of any pecuniary assistance. You told me once before that you would feel yourself called upon to see that she wanted nothing. So I do now. But Captain Aylmer will look after that. I tell you what it is, Joe. I mean to settle the Belton property in such a way that she shall have it, and that he shan't be able to touch it. And it shall go to some one who shall have my name, Will Belton. That's what I want you to arrange for me. After you are dead, you mean? I mean now, at once. I won't take the estate from her. I hate the place and everything belonging to it. I don't mean her. There is no reason for hating her. My dear Will, you are talking nonsense. Why is it nonsense? I may give what belongs to me to whom I please. You can do nothing of the kind, at any rate not by my assistance. You talk as though the world were all over with you, as though you were never to be married or have any children of your own. I shall never marry. Nonsense, Will. Don't make such an ass of yourself as to suppose that you'll not get over such a thing as this. You'll be married and have a dozen children yet to provide for. Let the eldest have Belton Castle, and everything will go on then in the proper way. Belton had now got the poker into his hands, and sat silent for some time, knocking the coals about. Then he got up and took his hat, and put on his coat. "Of course I can't make you understand me," he said, "at any rate not all at once. I'm not such a fool as to want to give up my property just because a girl is going to be married to a man I don't like. I'm not such an ass as to give her my estate for such a reason as that, for it will be giving it to him, let me tie it up as I may. But I've a feeling about it which makes it impossible for me to take it. How would you like to get a thing by another fellow having destroyed himself?" "You can't help that. It's yours by law." "Of course it is. I know that. And as it's mine, I can do what I like with it. Well, good bye. When I've got anything to say, I'll write." Then he went down to his cab, and had himself driven to the Great Western Railway Hotel. Captain Aylmer had sent to his betrothed £75, the exact interest at 5% for 1 year of the sum which his aunt had left her. This was the first subject of which Belton thought when he found himself again in the railway carriage, and he continued thinking of it half the way down to Taunton. £75! As though this favoured lover were prepared to give her exactly her due, and nothing more than her due. Had he been so placed, he, Will Belton, what would he have done? £75 might have been more money than she would have wanted, for he would have taken her to his own house, to his own bosom, as soon as she would have permitted, and would have so laboured on her behalf, taking from her shoulders all money troubles, that there would have been no question as to principal or interest between them. At any rate, he would not have confined himself to sending her exactly the sum which was her due. But then Aylmer was a cold-blooded man, more like a fish than a man. Belton told himself over and over again that he had discovered that at the single glance which he had had when he saw Captain Aylmer in Green's chambers. £75 indeed! He himself was prepared to give her his whole estate, if she would take it, even though she would not marry him, even though she was going to throw herself away upon that fish. Then he felt somewhat as Hamlet did when he jumped upon Laertes at the grave of Ophelia. Send her £75 indeed, while he was ready to drink up Esil for her, or to make over to her the whole Belton estate, and thus abandon the idea for ever of being Belton of Belton. He reached Taunton in the middle of the night, during the small hours of the morning in a winter night; but yet he could not bring himself to go to bed. So he knocked up an ostler at the nearest inn, and ordered out a gig. He would go down to the village of Redicote, on the Minehead road, and put up at the public house there. He could not now have himself driven at once to Belton Castle, as he would have done had the old squire been alive. He fancied that his presence would be a nuisance if he did so. So he went to the little inn at Redicote, reaching that place between 4 and 5 o'clock in the morning; and very uncomfortable he was when he got there. But in his present frame of mind he preferred discomfort. He liked being tired and cold, and felt, when he was put into a chill room without a fire and with a sanded floor, that things with him were as they ought to be. Yes, he could have a fly over to Belton Castle after breakfast. Having learned so much, and ordered a dish of eggs and bacon for his morning's breakfast, he went upstairs to a miserable little bedroom to dress himself after his night's journey. End of Chapter 20. Recording by Kirsten Weber. Chapter 21 of The Belton Estate, by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Kirsten Weber. Chapter 21. Mrs. Askerton's Generosity. The death of the old man at Belton Castle had been very sudden. At 3 o'clock in the morning Clara had been called into his room, and at 5 o'clock she was alone in the world, having neither father, mother, nor brother, without a home, without a shilling that she could call her own, with no hope as to her future life, if, as she had so much reason to suppose, Captain Aylmer should have chosen to accept her last letter as a ground for permanent separation. But at this moment, on this saddest morning, she did not care much for that chance. It seemed to be almost indifferent to her, that question of Lady Aylmer and her anger. The more that she was absolutely in need of external friendship, the more disposed was she to reject it, and to declare to herself that she was prepared to stand alone in the world. For the last week she had understood from the doctor that her father was in truth sinking, and that she might hardly hope ever to see him again convalescent. She had therefore in some sort prepared herself for her loneliness, and anticipated the misery of her position. As soon as it was known to the women in the room that life had left the old man, one of them had taken her by the hand and led her back to her own chamber. "Now, Miss Clara, you had better lie down on the bed again." "You had indeed. You can do nothing sitting up." She took the old woman's advice, and allowed them to do with her as they would. It was true that there was no longer any work by which she could make herself useful in that house, or, as far as she could see, in any other. Yes, she would go to bed, and lying there would feel how convenient it would be for many persons if she also could be taken away to her long rest, as her father and aunt and brother had been taken before her. Her name and family had been unfortunate, and it would be well that there should be no Amedroz left to trouble those more fortunate persons who were to come after them. In her sorrow and bitterness she included both her cousin Will and Captain Aylmer among those more fortunate ones for whose sake it might be well that she should be made to vanish from off the earth. She had read Captain Aylmer's letter over and over again since she had answered it, and had read nearly as often the copy of her own reply, and had told herself, as she read them, that of course he would not forgive her. He might perhaps pardon her if she would submit to him in everything, but that she would not submit to his commands respecting Mrs. Askerton she was fully resolved, and therefore there could be no hope. Then, when she remembered how lately her dead father's spirit had fled, she hated herself for having allowed her mind to dwell on anything beyond her loss of him. She was still in her bedroom, having fallen into that half-waking slumber which the numbness of sorrow so often produces, when word was brought to her that Mrs. Askerton was in the house. It was the first time that Mrs. Askerton had ever crossed the door, and the remembrance that it was so came upon her at once. During her father's lifetime it had seemed to be understood that their neighbours should have no admittance there. But now that her father was gone, the barrier was to be overthrown. And why not? Why should not Mrs. Askerton come to her? Why, if Mrs. Askerton chose to be kind to her, should she not altogether throw herself into her friend's arms? Of course her doing so would give mortal offence to everybody at Aylmer Park, but why need she stop to think of that? She had already made up her mind that she would not obey orders from Aylmer Park on this subject. She had not seen Mrs. Askerton since that interview between them which was described some few chapters back. Then everything had been told between them, so that there was no longer any mystery either on the one side or on the other. Then Clara had assured her friend of her loving friendship, in spite of any edicts to the contrary which might come from Aylmer Park. And after that, what could be more natural than that Mrs. Askerton should come to her in her sorrow? "She says she'll come up to you if you'll let her," said the servant. But Clara declined this proposition, and in a few minutes went down to the small parlour in which she had lately lived, and where she found her visitor. "My poor dear, this has been very sudden," said Mrs. Askerton. "Very sudden, very sudden. And yet, now that he has gone, I know that I expected it. Of course I came to you as soon as I heard of it, because I knew you were all alone. If there had been any one else, I should not have come to you." "It is very good of you." "Colonel Askerton thought that perhaps he had better come. I told him of all that which we said to each other the other day. He thought at first that it would be better that I should not see you." "It was very good of you to come," said Clara again, and as she spoke she put out her hand and took Mrs. Askerton's, continuing to hold it for a while. "Very good indeed." "I told him that I could not but go down to you, that I thought you would not understand if I stayed away." "At any rate, it was good of you to come to me." "I don't believe," said Mrs. Askerton, "that what people call consolation is ever of any use. It is a terrible thing to lose a father." "Very terrible. Ah, dear, I have hardly yet found out how sad it is. And yet I have only been thinking of myself, and wishing that I could be with him." "Nay, Clara." "How can I help it? What am I to do, or where am I to go? Of what use is life to such a one as me? And for him, who would dare to wish him back again? When people have fallen and gone down in the world, it is bad for them to go on living. Everything is a trouble, and there is nothing but vexation." "Think what I have suffered, dear." "But you have had somebody to care for you, somebody whom you could trust." "And have not you?" "No, no one." "What do you mean, Clara?" "I mean what I say. I have no one. It is no use asking questions, not now, at such a time as this. And I did not mean to complain. Complaining is weak and foolish. I have often told myself that I could bear anything, and so I will. When I can bring myself to think of what I have lost in my father, I shall be better, even though I shall be more sorrowful. As it is, I hate myself for being so selfish." "You will let me come and stay with you to day, will you not?" "No, dear, not to day." "Why not to day, Clara?" "I shall be better alone. I have so many things to think of." "I know well that it would be better that you should not be alone, much better. But I will not press it. I cannot insist with you as another woman would." "You are wrong there, quite wrong. I would be led by you sooner than by any woman living. What other woman is there to whom I would listen for a moment?" And as she said this, even in the depth of her sorrow, she thought of Lady Aylmer, and strengthened herself in her resolution to rebel against her lover's mother. Then she continued: "I wish I knew my cousin Mary Belton, but I have never seen her." "Is she nice?" "So Will tells me, and I know that what he says must be true, even about his sister." "Will! You are always thinking of your cousin Will. If he be really so good, he will show it now." "How can he show it? What can he do?" "Does he not inherit all the property?" "Of course he does. And what of that? When I say that I have no friend, I am not thinking of my poverty." "If he has that regard for you which he pretends, he can do much to assist you. Why should he not come here at once?" "God forbid." "Why? Why do you say so? He is your nearest relative." "If you do not understand, I cannot explain." "Has he been told what has happened?" asked Mrs. Askerton. "Colonel Askerton sent a message to him, I believe." "And to Captain Aylmer also?" "Yes, and to Captain Aylmer. It was Colonel Askerton who sent it." "Then he will come, of course." "I think not. Why should he come? He did not even know poor papa." "But, my dear Clara, has he not known you?" "You will see that he will not come. And I will tell you beforehand that he will be right to stay away. Indeed, I do not know how he could come, and I do not want him here." "I cannot understand you, Clara." "I suppose not. I cannot very well understand myself." "I should not be at all surprised if Lady Aylmer were to come herself." "Oh, heavens! How little you can know of Lady Aylmer's position and character." "But if she is to be your mother-in-law?" "And even if she were, the idea of Lady Aylmer coming away from Aylmer Park, all the way from Yorkshire, to such a house as this! If they told me that the Queen was coming, it would hardly disconcert me more. But, dear, there is no danger of that, at least." "I do not know what may have passed between you and him, but unless there has been some quarrel, he will come. That is, he will do so if he is at all like any men whom I have known." "He will not come." Then Mrs. Askerton made some half whispered offers of services to be rendered by Colonel Askerton, and soon afterwards took her leave, having first asked permission to come again in the afternoon, and when that was declined, having promised to return on the following morning. As she walked back to the cottage, she could not but think more of Clara's engagement to Captain Aylmer than she did of the squire's death. As regarded herself, of course she could not grieve for Mr. Amedroz; and as regarded Clara, Clara's father had for some time past been apparently so insignificant, even in his own house, that it was difficult to acknowledge the fact that the death of such a one as he might leave a great blank in the world. But what Clara had meant by declaring so emphatically that Captain Aylmer would not visit Belton, and by speaking of herself as one who had neither position nor friends in the world. If there had been a quarrel, indeed, then it was sufficiently intelligible; and if there was any such quarrel, from what source must it have arisen? Mrs. Askerton felt the blood rise to her cheeks as she thought of this, and told herself that there could be but one such source. Mrs. Askerton knew that Clara had received orders from Aylmer Castle to discontinue all acquaintance with herself, and therefore there could be no doubt as to the cause of the quarrel. It had come to this, then, that Clara was to lose her husband because she was true to her friend, or rather because she would not consent to cast an additional stone at one who for some years past had become a mark for many stones. I am not prepared to say that Mrs. Askerton was a high-minded woman. Misfortunes had come upon her in life of a sort which are too apt to quench high nobility of mind in woman. There are calamities which, by their natural tendencies, elevate the character of women and add strength to the growth of feminine virtues; but then again there are other calamities which few women can bear without some degradation, without some injury to that delicacy and tenderness which is essentially necessary to make a woman charming, as a woman. In this, I think, the world is harder to women than to men. that a woman often loses much by the chance of adverse circumstances which a man only loses by his misconduct. That there are women whom no calamity can degrade is true enough, and so it is true that there are some men who are heroes. But such are exceptions both among men and women. Not such a one had Mrs. Askerton been. Calamity had come upon her, partly indeed by her own fault, though that might have been pardoned. But the weight of her misfortunes had been too great for her strength, and she had become in some degree hardened by what she had endured. If not unfeminine, still she was feminine in an inferior degree, with womanly feelings of a lower order, and she had learned to intrigue, not being desirous of gaining aught by dishonest intriguing, but believing that she could only hold her own by carrying on her battle after that fashion. In all this I am speaking of the general character of the woman, and am not alluding to the one sin which she had committed. Thus, when she had first become acquainted with Miss Amedroz, her conscience had not rebuked her in that she was deceiving her new friend. When asked casually in conversation as to her maiden name, she had not blushed as she answered the question with a falsehood. When, unfortunately, the name of her first husband had in some way made itself known to Clara, she had been ready again with some prepared fib. And when she had recognised William Belton, she had thought that the danger to herself of having any one near her who might know her quite justified her in endeavouring to create ill will between Clara and her cousin. Self-preservation is the first law of nature, she would have said, and would have failed to remember, as she did always fail to remember, that nature does not require by any of its laws that self-preservation should be aided by falsehood. But though she was not high-minded, so also was she not ungenerous. And now, as she began to understand that Clara was sacrificing herself because of that promise which had been given when they two had stood together at the window in the cottage drawing-room, she was capable of feeling more for her friend than for herself. She was capable even of telling herself that it was cruel on her part even to wish for any continuance of Clara's acquaintance. "I have made my bed, and I must lie upon it," she said to herself; and then she resolved that, instead of going up to the house on the following day, she would write to Clara and put an end to the intimacy which existed between them. "The world is hard and harsh and unjust," she said, still speaking to herself, "but that is not her fault. I will not injure her because I have been injured myself." Colonel Askerton was up at the house on the same day, but he did not ask for Miss Amedroz, nor did she see him. Nobody else came to the house then, or on the following morning, or on that afternoon, though Clara did not fail to tell herself that Captain Aylmer might have been there, if he had chosen to take the journey and to leave home as soon as he had received the message. And she made the same calculation as to her cousin Will, though in that calculation, as we know, she was wrong. These 2 days had been very desolate with her, and she had begun to look forward to Mrs. Askerton's coming, when instead of that there came a messenger with a letter from the cottage. "You can do as you like, my dear," Colonel Askerton had said on the previous evening to his wife. He had listened to all she had been saying without taking his eyes from off his newspaper, though she had spoken with much eagerness. "But that is not enough. You should say more to me than that." "Now I think you are unreasonable. For myself, I do not care how this matter goes, nor do I care one straw what any tongues may say. They cannot reach me, excepting so far as they may reach me through you." "But you should advise me." "I always do, copiously, when I think that I know better than you. But in this matter I feel so sure that you know better than I, that I don't wish to suggest anything." Then he went on with his newspaper, and she sat for a while looking at him, as though she expected that something more would be said. But nothing more was said, and she was left entirely to her own guidance. Since the days in which her troubles had come upon Mrs. Askerton, Clara Amedroz was the first female friend who had come near her and comforted her, and she was very loath to abandon such comfort. There had, too, been something more than comfort, something almost approaching to triumph, when she found that Clara had clung to her with affection after hearing the whole story of her life. Though her conscience had not pricked her while she was exercising all her little planned deceits, she had not taken much pleasure in them. How should any one take pleasure in such work? Many of us daily deceive our friends, and are so far gone in deceit that the deceit alone is hardly painful to us. But the need of deceiving a friend is always painful. The treachery is easy, but to be treacherous to those we love is never easy. Never easy, even though it be so common. There had been a double delight to this poor woman in the near neighbourhood of Clara Amedroz, since there had ceased to be any necessity for falsehood on her part. But now, almost before her joy had commenced, almost before she had realised the sweetness of her triumph, had come upon her this task of doing that herself which Clara in her generosity had refused to do. "I have made my bed, and I must lie upon it," she said. And then, instead of going down to the house as she had promised, she wrote the following letter to Miss Amedroz. The Cottage, Monday. Dearest Clara, I need not tell you that I write as I do now with a bleeding heart. A few days since I should have laughed at any woman who used such a phrase of herself, and declared her to be an affected fool, but now I know how true such a word may be. My heart is bleeding, and I feel myself to be overcome by my disgrace. You told me that I did not understand you yesterday. Of course I understand you. Of course I know how it all is, and why you spoke as you did of Captain Aylmer. He has chosen to think that you could not know me without pollution, and has determined that you must give up either him or me. Though he has judged me, I am not going to judge him. The world is on his side, and perhaps he is right. He knows nothing of my trials and difficulties, and why should he? I do not blame him for demanding that his future wife shall not be intimate with a woman who is supposed to have lost her fitness for the society of women. At any rate, dearest, you must obey him, and we will see each other no more. I am quite sure that I should be very wicked were I to allow you to injure your position in life on my account. You at any rate love him, and would be happy with him, and as you are engaged to him, you have no just ground for resenting his interference. You will understand me now as well as though I were to fill sheets and sheets of paper with what I could say on the subject. The simple fact is, that you and I must forget each other, or simply remember one another as past friends. You will know in a day or two what your plans are. If you remain here, we will go away. If you go away, we will remain here. That is, if your cousin will keep us as tenants. I do not, of course, know what you may have written to Captain Aylmer since our interview up here, but I beg that you will write to him now, and make him understand that he need have no fears in respect of me. You may send him this letter if you will. Oh dear, if you could know what I suffer as I write this! I feel that I owe you an apology for harassing you on such a subject at such a time, but I know that I ought not to lose a day in telling you that you are to see nothing more of the friend who has loved you. Mary Askerton. Clara's first impulse on receiving this letter was to go off at once to the cottage, and insist on her privilege of choosing her own friends. If she preferred Mrs. Askerton to Captain Aylmer, that was no one's business but her own. And she would have done so, had she not been afraid of meeting with Colonel Askerton. To him she would not have known how to speak on such a subject, nor would she have known how to conduct herself at the cottage without speaking of it. And then, after a while, she felt that, were she to do so, should she now deliberately determine to throw herself into Mrs. Askerton's arms, she must at the same time give up all idea of becoming Captain Aylmer's wife. As she thought of this, she asked herself various questions concerning him, which she did not find it easy to answer. Did she wish to be his wife? Could she assure herself that if they were married they would make each other happy? Did she love him? She was still able to declare to herself that the answer to the last question should be an affirmative; but nevertheless she thought that she could give him up without great unhappiness. And when she began to think of Lady Aylmer, and to remember that Frederic Aylmer's imperative demands upon her obedience had in all probability been dictated by his mother, she was again anxious to go at once to the cottage, and declare that she would not submit to any interference with her own judgment. On the next morning the postman brought to her a letter which was of much moment to her, but he brought to her also tidings which moved her even more than the letter. The letter was from the lawyer, and enclosed a cheque for £75, which he had been instructed to pay to her as the interest of the money left to her by her aunt. What should be her answer to that letter she knew very well, and she instantly wrote it, sending back the cheque to Mr. Green. The postman's news, more important than the letter, told her that William Belton was at the inn at Redicote. End of chapter 21. Recording by Kirsten Wever. Chapter 22 of the Belton Estate, by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Kirsten Wever. Chapter 22. Passionate Pleading. Clara wrote her letter to the lawyer, returning the cheque, before she would allow herself a moment to dwell upon the news of her cousin's arrival. She felt that it was necessary to do that before she should even see her cousin, thus providing against any difficulty which might arise from adverse advice on his part. And as soon as the letter was written, she sent it to the post office in the village. She would do almost anything that Will might tell her to do, but Captain Aylmer's money she would not take, even though Will might so direct her. They would tell her, no doubt, among them, that the money was her own, that she might take it without owing any thanks for it to Captain Aylmer. But she knew better than that, as she told herself over and over again. Her aunt had left her nothing, and nothing would she have from Captain Aylmer, unless she had all that Captain Aylmer had to give, after the fashion in which women best love to take such gifts. Then, when she had done that, she was able to think of her cousin's visit. "I knew he would come," she said to herself, as she sat herself in one of the old chairs in the hall, with a large shawl wrapped round her shoulders. She had just been to the front door, with the nominal purpose of despatching her messenger thence to the post office, but she had stood for a minute or two under the portico, looking in the direction by which Belton would come from Redicote, expecting, or rather hoping, that she might see his figure or hear the sound of his gig. But she saw nothing and heard nothing, and so returned into the hall, slowly shutting the door. "I knew that he would come," she said, repeating to herself the same words over and over again. Yet when Mrs. Askerton had told her that he would do this thing which he had now done, she had expressed herself as almost frightened by the idea. "God forbid," she had said. Nevertheless, now that he was there at Redicote, she assured herself that his coming was a thing of which she had been certain, and she took a joy in the knowledge of his nearness to her, which she did not attempt to define to herself. Had he not said that he would be a brother to her, and was it not a brother's part to go to a sister in affliction? "I knew that he would come. I was sure of it. He is so true." As to Captain Aylmer's not coming, she said nothing, even to herself, but she felt that she had been equally sure on that subject. Of course Captain Aylmer would not come. He had sent her £75 in lieu of coming, and in doing so was true to his character. Both men were doing exactly that which was to have been expected of them. So at least Clara Amedroz now assured herself. She did not ask herself how it was that she had come to love the thinner and the meaner of the two men,
but she knew well that such had been her fate. On a sudden she rose from her chair, as though remembering a duty to be performed, and went to the kitchen and directed that breakfast might be got ready for Mr. Belton. He would have travelled all night, and would be in want of food. Since the old squire's death there had been no regular meal served in the house, and Clara had taken such scraps of food and cups of tea as the old servant of the house had brought to her. But now the cloth must be spread again, and as she did this with her own hands, she remembered the dinners which had been prepared for Captain Aylmer at Perivale after his aunt's death. It seemed to her that she was used to be in the house with death, and that the sadness and solemn ceremonies of woe were becoming things familiar to her. There grew upon her a feeling that it must be so with her always. The circumstances of her life would ever be sad. What right had she to expect any other fate after such a catastrophe as that which her brother had brought upon the family? It was clear to her that she had done wrong in supposing that she could marry and live with a prosperous man of the world like Captain Aylmer. Their natures were different, and no such union could lead to any good. So she told herself, with much misery of spirit, as she was preparing the breakfast table for William Belton. But William Belton did not come to eat the breakfast. He got what he wanted in that way at the inn at Redicote, and even then hesitated, loitering at the bar, before he would go over. What was he to say, and how would he be received? After all, had he not done amiss in coming to a house at which he probably might not be wanted? Would it not be thought that his journey had been made solely with a view to his own property? He would be regarded as the heir pouncing upon the inheritance before as yet the old owner was under the ground. At any rate, it would be too early for him to make his visit yet awhile, and to kill time he went over to a carpenter who had been employed by him about the place at Belton. The carpenter spoke to him as though everything were his own, and was very intent upon future improvements. This made Will more disgusted with himself than ever, and before he could get out of the carpenter's yard he thoroughly wished himself back at Plaistow. But having come so far he could hardly return without seeing his cousin, and at last he had himself driven over, reaching the house between 11 and 12 o'clock in the day. Clara met him in the hall, and at once led him into the room which she had prepared for him. He had given her his hand in the hall, but did not speak to her till she had spoken to him after the closing of the room door behind them. "I thought that you would come," she said, still holding him by the hand. "I did not know what to do," he answered. "I couldn't say which was best. Now I am here, I shall only be in your way." He did not dare to press her hand, nor could he bring himself to take his hand away from her. "In my way! Yes, as an angel, to tell me what to do in my trouble. I knew you would come, because you are so good. But you will have breakfast? See, I have got it ready for you." "Oh no, I breakfasted at Redicote. I would not trouble you." "Trouble me, Will! Oh, Will, if you knew!" Then there came tears into her eyes, and at the sight of them both his own were filled. How was he to stand it? To take her to his bosom and hold her there for always, to wipe away her tears so that she should weep no more, to devote himself and all his energy and all that was his to comfort her, this he could have done, but he knew not how to do anything short of this. Every word that she spoke to him was an encouragement to this, and yet he knew that it could not be so, would now be an unmanly insult. And yet how was he not to look it, not to speak of it? "It is such a comfort that you should be here with me," she said. "Then I am glad I am here, though I do not know what I can do. Did he suffer much, Clara?" "No, I think not; very little. He sank at last quicker than I expected, but just as I thought he would go. He used to speak of you so often, and always with regard and esteem." "Dear old man." "Yes, Will, he was, in spite of his little faults. No father ever loved his daughter better than he loved me." After a while the servant brought in the tea, explaining to Belton that Miss Clara had neither eaten nor drank that morning. "She wouldn't take anything till you came, sir." Then Will added his entreaties, and Clara was persuaded, and by degrees there grew between them more ease of manner and capability for talking than had been within their reach when they first met. And during the morning many things were explained as to which Clara would a few hours previously have thought it to be almost impossible that she should speak to her cousin. She had told him of her aunt's money, and the way in which she had on that very morning sent back the cheque to the lawyer, and she had said something also as to Lady Aylmer's views, and her own views as to Lady Aylmer. With Will this subject was one most difficult of discussion, and he blushed and fidgeted in his chair, and walked about the room, and found himself unable to look Clara in the face as she spoke to him. But she went on, goading him with the name which of all names was the most distasteful to him, and mentioning that name almost in terms of reproach which he felt it would be ungenerous to reciprocate, but which he would have exaggerated to unmeasured abuse if he had given his tongue licence to speak his mind. "I was right to send back the money, wasn't I, Will? Say that I was right. Pray tell me that you think so." "I don't understand it at present, you see. I am no lawyer." "But it doesn't want a lawyer to know that I couldn't take the money from him. I am sure you feel that." "If a man owes money, of course he ought to pay it." "But he doesn't owe it, Will. It is intended for generosity." "You don't want anybody's generosity, certainly." Then he reflected that Clara must, after all, depend entirely on the generosity of some one till she was married, and he wanted to explain to her that everything he had in the world was at her service, was indeed her own. Or he would have explained, if he knew how, that he did not intend to take advantage of the entail, that the Belton estate should belong to her as the natural heir of her father. But he conceived that the moment for explaining this had hardly as yet arrived, and that he had better confine himself to some attempt at teaching her that no extraneous assistance would be necessary to her. "In money matters," said he, "of course you are to look to me. That is a matter of course. I'll see Green about the other affairs. Green and I are friends. We'll settle it." "That's not what I meant, Will." "But it's what I mean. This is one of those things in which a man has to act on his own judgment. Your father and I understood each other." "He did not understand that I was to accept your bounty." "Bounty is a nasty word, and I hate it. You accepted me as your brother, and as such I mean to act." The word almost stuck in his throat, but he brought it out at last in a fierce tone, of which she understood accurately the cause and meaning. "All money matters about the place must be settled by me. Indeed, that's why I came down." "Not only for that, Will." "Just to be useful in that way, I mean." "You came to see me because you knew I should want you." Surely this was malice prepense. Knowing what was his want, how could she exasperate it by talking thus of her own? "As for money, I have no claim on any one. No creature was ever more forlorn. But I will not talk of that." "Did you not say that you would treat me as a brother?" "I did not mean that I was to be a burden on you." "I know what I meant, and that is sufficient." Belton had been at the house some hours before he made any sign of leaving her, and when he did so he had to explain something of his plans. He would remain, he said, for about a week in the neighbourhood. She, of course, was obliged to ask him to stay at the house which was in fact his own, but he declined to do this, blurting out his reason at last very plainly. "Captain Aylmer would not like it, and I suppose you are bound to think of what he likes and dislikes." "I don't know what right Captain Aylmer would have to dislike any such thing," said Clara. But nevertheless she allowed the reason to pass as current, and did not press her invitation. Will declared that he would stay at the inn at Redicote, striving to explain in some very unintelligible manner that such an arrangement would be very convenient. He would remain at Redicote, and would come over to Belton every day during his sojourn in the country. Then he asked one question in a low whisper as to the last sad ceremony, and having received an answer, started off with the declared intention of calling on Colonel Askerton. The next 2 or 3 days passed uncomfortably enough with Will Belton. He made his headquarters at the little inn of Redicote, and drove himself backwards and forwards between that place and the estate which was now his own. On each of these days he saw Colonel Askerton, whom he found to be a civil, pleasant man, willing enough to rid himself of the unpleasant task he had undertaken, but at the same time willing also to continue his services if any further services were required of him. But of Mrs. Askerton on these occasions Will saw nothing, nor had he ever spoken to her since the time of his first visit to the castle. Then came the day of the funeral, and after that rite was over, he returned with his cousin to the house. There was no will to be read. The old squire had left no will, nor was there anything belonging to him at the time of his death that he could bequeath. The furniture in the house, the worn-out carpets and old-fashioned chairs, belonged to Clara; but beyond that, property had she none, nor had it been in her father's power to endow her with anything. She was alone in the world, penniless, with a conviction on her own mind that her engagement with Frederic Aylmer must of necessity come to an end, and with a feeling about her cousin which she could hardly analyse, but which told her that she could not go to his house in Norfolk, nor live with him at Belton Castle, nor trust herself in his hands as she would in those of a real brother. On the afternoon of the day on which her father had been buried, she brought to him a letter, asking him to read it and tell her what she should do. The letter was from Lady Aylmer, and contained an invitation to Aylmer Castle. It had been accompanied, as the reader may possibly remember, by a letter from Captain Aylmer himself. Of this she of course informed her cousin, but she did not find it to be necessary to show the letter of one rival to the other. Lady Aylmer's letter was cold in its expression of welcome, but very dictatorial in pointing out the absolute necessity that Clara should accept the invitation so given. "I think you will not fail to agree with me, dear Miss Amedroz," the letter had said, "that under these strange and perplexing circumstances, this is the only roof which can, with any propriety, afford you a shelter." "And why not the poorhouse?" she said aloud to her cousin, when she perceived that his eye had descended so far on the page. He shook his head angrily, but said nothing, and when he had finished the letter, he folded it and gave it back in silence. "And what am I to do?" she said. "You tell me that I am to come to you for advice in everything." "You must decide for yourself here." "And you won't advise me? You won't tell me whether she is right?" "I suppose she is right." "Then I had better go?" "If you mean to marry Captain Aylmer, you had better go." "I am engaged to him." "Then you had better go." "But I will not submit myself to her tyranny." "Let the marriage take place at once, and you will have to submit only to his. I suppose you are prepared for that?" "I do not know. I do not like tyranny." Again he stood silent for a while, looking at her, and then he answered, "I should not tyrannize over you, Clara." "Oh, Will, do not speak like that. Do not destroy everything." "What am I to say?" "What would you say if your sister, your real sister, asked advice in such a strait? If you had a sister who came to you and told you all her difficulty, you would advise her. You would not say words to make things worse for her?" "It would be very different." "But you said you would be my brother." "How am I to know what you feel for this man? It seems to me that you half hate him, half fear him, and sometimes despise him." "Hate him! No, I never hate him. Go to him, then, and ask him what you had better do. Don't ask me." Then he hurried out of the room, slamming the door behind him. But before he had half gone down the stairs he remembered the ceremony at which he had just been present, and how desolate she was in the world, and he returned to her. "I beg your pardon, Clara," he said. "I am passionate, but I must be a beast to show my passion to you on such a day as this. If I were you I should accept Lady Aylmer's invitation, merely thanking her for it in the ordinary way. I should then go and see how the land lay. That is the advice I should give my sister." "And I will, if it is only because you tell me. But as for a home, tell her you have one of your own, at Belton Castle, from which no one can turn you out, and where no one can intrude on you. This house belongs to you." Then, before she could answer him, he had left the room, and she listened to his heavy, quick footsteps as he went across the hall and out of the front door. He walked across the park, and entered the little gate of Colonel Askerton's garden, as though it were his habit to go to the cottage when he was at Belton. There had been various matters on which the two men had been brought into contact concerning the old squire's death and the tenancy of the cottage, so that they had become almost intimate. Belton had nothing new that he specially desired to say to Colonel Askerton, whom, indeed, he had seen only a short time before at the funeral. But he wanted the relief of speaking to some one before he returned to the solitude of the inn at Redicote. On this occasion, however, the Colonel was out, and the maid asked him if he would see Mrs. Askerton. When he said something about not troubling her, the girl told him that her mistress wished to speak to him, and then he had no alternative but to allow himself to be shown into the drawing room. "I want to see you a minute," said Mrs. Askerton, bowing to him without putting out her hand, "that I might ask you how you find your cousin." "She is pretty well, I think." "Colonel Askerton has seen more of her than I have since her father's death, and he says that she does not bear it well. He thinks that she is ill." "I do not think her ill. Of course she is not in good spirits." "No, exactly. How should she be? But he thinks she seems so worn. I hope you will excuse me, Mr. Belton, but I love her so well that I cannot bear to be quite in the dark as to her future. Is anything settled yet?" "She is to go to Aylmer Castle." "To Aylmer Castle! Is she indeed? At once?" "Very soon. Lady Aylmer has asked her." "Lady Aylmer! Then I suppose—" "You suppose what?" Will Belton asked. "I did not think she would have gone to Aylmer Castle, though I dare say it is the best thing she could do. She seemed to me to dislike the Aylmers, that is, Lady Aylmer, so much. But I suppose she is right?" "She is right to go if she likes it." "She is circumstanced so cruelly, is she not? Where else could she go? I do so feel for her. I believe I need hardly tell you, Mr. Belton, that she would be as welcome here as flowers in May, but that I do not dare to ask her to come to us." She said this in a low voice, turning her eyes away from him, looking first upon the ground and then again up at the window, but still not daring to meet his eye. "I don't know exactly about that," said Belton awkwardly. "You know, I hope, that I love her dearly." "Everybody does that," said Will. "You do, Mr. Belton?" "Yes, I do. Just as though she were my sister." "And as your sister, would you let her come here to us?" He sat silent for a while, thinking, and she waited patiently for his answer. But she spoke again before he answered her. "I am well aware that you know all my history, Mr. Belton." "I shouldn't tell it her, if you mean that, though she were my sister. If she were my wife I should tell her." "And why your wife?" "Because then I should be sure it would do no harm." "Then I find that you can be generous, Mr. Belton. But she knows it all as well as you do." "I did not tell her." "Nor did I; but I should have done so had not Captain Aylmer been before me. And now tell me whether I could ask her to come here?" "It would be useless, as she is going to Aylmer Castle." "But she is going there simply to find a home, having no other." "That is not so, Mrs. Askerton. She has a home as perfectly her own as any woman in the land. Belton Castle is hers, to do what she may please with it. She can live here if she likes it, and nobody can say a word to her. She need not go to Aylmer Castle to look for a home." "You mean you would lend her the house?" "It is hers." "I do not understand you, Mr. Belton." "It does not signify. We will say no more about it." "And you think she likes going to Lady Aylmer's?" "How should I say what she likes?" Then there was another pause before Mrs. Askerton spoke again. "I can tell you one thing," she said. "She does not like him." "That is her affair." "But she should be taught to know her own mind before she throws herself away altogether. You would not wish your cousin to marry a man whom she does not love, because at one time she had come to think that she loved him. That is the truth of it, Mr. Belton. If she goes to Aylmer Castle she will marry him, and she will be an unhappy woman always afterwards. If you would sanction her coming here for a few days, I think all that would be cured. She would come in a moment if you advised her." Then he went away, allowing himself to make no further answer at the moment, and discussed the matter with himself as he walked back to Redicote, meditating on it with all his mind and all his heart and all his strength. And as he meditated, it came on to rain bitterly, a cold piercing February rain, and the darkness of night came upon him, and he floundered on through the thick mud of the Somersetshire lanes, unconscious of the weather and of the darkness. There was a way open to him by which he might even yet get what he wanted. He thought he saw that there was a way open to him through the policy of this woman, whom he perceived to have become friendly to him. He saw, or thought that he saw, it all. No day had absolutely been fixed for his journey to Yorkshire, and if Clara were induced to go first to the cottage and stay there with Mrs. Askerton, no such journey might ever be taken. He could well understand that such a visit on her part would give a mortal offence to all the Aylmers. The tyranny of which Clara spoke with so much dread would be exhibited then without reserve, and so there would be an end altogether of the Aylmer alliance. But were she at once to start for Aylmer Park, then there would be no hope for him. Then her fate would be decided, and his. As far as he could see, too, as far as he could see then, there would be no dishonesty in this plan. Why should Clara not go to Mrs. Askerton's house? What could be more natural than such a visit at such a time? If she were in truth his sister, he would not interfere to prevent it if she wished it. He had told himself that the woman should be forgiven her offence, and had thought that that forgiveness should be complete. If the Aylmers were so unreasonable as to quarrel with her on this ground, let them quarrel with her. Mrs. Askerton had told him that Clara did not really like Captain Aylmer. Perhaps it was so. And if so, what greater kindness could he do her than give her an opportunity for escaping such a union? The whole of the next day he remained at Redicote, thinking, doubting, striving to reconcile his wishes and his honesty. It rained all day, and as he sat alone, smoking in the comfortless inn, he told himself that the rain was keeping him, but in truth it was not the rain. Had he resolved to do his best to prevent this visit to Yorkshire, or had he resolved to further it, I think he would have gone to Belton without much fear of the rain. On the second day after the funeral he did go, and he had then made up his mind. Clara, if she would listen to him, should show her independence of Lady Aylmer by staying a few days with the Askertons before she went to Yorkshire, and by telling Lady Aylmer that such was her intention. If she really loves the man, he said to himself, she will go at once, in spite of anything that I can say. If she does not, I shall be saving her. "How cruel of you not to come yesterday," Clara said, as soon as she saw him. "It rained hard," he answered. "But men like you care so little for rain. But that is when you have business to take you out, or pleasure." "You need not be so severe. The truth is, I had things to trouble me." "What troubled you, Will? I thought all the trouble was mine." "I suppose everybody thinks that his own shoe pinches the hardest." "Your shoe can't pinch you very bad, I should think. Sometimes, when I think of you, it seems that you are an embodiment of prosperity and happiness." "I don't see it myself, that's all. Did you write to Lady Aylmer, Clara?" "I wrote, but I didn't send it. I would not send any letter till I had shown it to you, as you are my confessor and adviser. There, read it. Nothing, I think, could be more courteous, or less humble." He took the letter and read it. Clara had simply expressed herself willing to accept Lady Aylmer's invitation, and asked her ladyship to fix a day. There was no mention of Captain Aylmer's name in the note. "And you think this is best?" he said. His voice was hardly like his own as he spoke. There was wanting to it that tone of self-assurance which his voice almost always possessed, even when self-assurance was lacking to his words. "I thought it was your own advice," she said. "Well, yes. That is, I don't quite know. You couldn't go for a week or so yet, I suppose?" "Perhaps in about a week." "And what will you do till then?" "What will I do?" "Yes. Where do you mean to stay?" "I thought, Will, that perhaps you would let me remain here." "Let you? Oh, heavens! Look here, Clara." "What is it, Will?" "Before heaven, I want to do for you what may be the best for you, without thinking of myself, if I could only help it." "I have never doubted you. I never will doubt you. I believe in you next to my God. I do, Will, I do." He walked up and down the room half a dozen times before he spoke again, while she stood by the table watching him. "I wish," she said, "I knew what it is that troubles you." To this he made no answer, but went on walking till she came up to him, and putting both her hands upon his arm, said, "It will be better, Will, that I should go, will it not? Speak to me and say so. I feel that it will be better." Then he stopped in his walk and looked down upon her, as her hand still rested upon his shoulder. He gazed upon her for some few seconds, remaining quite motionless, and then, opening his arms, he surrounded her with his embrace, and, pressing her with all his strength close to his bosom, kissed her forehead, and her cheeks, and her lips, and her eyes. His will was so masterful, his strength so great, and his motion so quick, that she was powerless to escape from him till he relaxed his hold. Indeed, she hardly struggled, so much was she surprised, and so soon released. But the moment that he left her he saw that her face was burning red, and that the tears were streaming from her eyes. She stood for a moment trembling, with her hands clenched, and with a look of scorn upon her lips and brow that he had never seen before. And then she threw herself on a sofa, and, burying her face, sobbed aloud, while her whole body was shaken as with convulsions. He leaned over her repentant, not knowing what to do, not knowing how to speak. All ideas of his scheme had gone from him now. He had offended her for ever, past redemption. What could be the use now of any scheme? And as he stood there he hated himself because of his scheme. The utter misery and disgrace of the present moment had come upon him because he had thought more of himself than of her. It was but a few moments since that she had told him that she trusted him next to her God, and yet in those few moments he had shown himself utterly unworthy of that trust, and had destroyed all her confidence. But he could not leave her without speaking to her. "Clara," he said, "Clara." But she did not answer him. "Clara, will you not speak to me? Will you not let me ask you to forgive me?" But she only sobbed. For her at that moment we may say that sobbing was easier than speech. How was she to pardon so great an offence? How was she to resent such passionate love? But he could not continue to stand there motionless, all but speechless, while she lay with her face turned away from him. He must at any rate in some manner take himself away out of the room, and this he could not do, even in his present condition of unlimited disgrace, without a word of farewell. "Perhaps I had better go and leave you," he said. Then at last there came a voice. "Oh, Will, why have you done this? Why have you treated me so badly?" When he had last seen her face her mouth had been full of scorn, but there was no scorn now in her voice. Why? 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 Why indeed, except that it was needful for him that she should know the depth of his passion. "If you will forgive me, Clara, I will not offend you so again," he said. "You have offended me. What am I to say? What am I to do? I have no other friend." "I am a wretch. I know that I am a wretch." "I did not suspect that you would be so cruel. Oh, Will!" But before he went she told him that she had forgiven him, and she had preached to him a solemn, sweet sermon on the wickedness of yielding to momentary impulses. Her low, grave words sank into his ears as though they were divine, and when she said a word to him, blushing as she spoke, of the sin of his passion, and of what her sin would be if she were to permit it, he sat by her, weeping like an infant, tears which were certainly tears of innocence. She had been very angry with him, but I think she loved him better when her sermon was finished than she had ever loved him before. There was no further question as to her going to Aylmer Castle, nor was any mention made of Mrs. Askerton's invitation to the cottage. The letter for Lady Aylmer was sent, and it was agreed between them that Will should remain at Redicote till the answer from Yorkshire should come, and should then convey Clara as far as London on her journey. And when he took leave of her that afternoon, she was able to give him her hand in her old hearty, loving way, and to call him Will with the old hearty, loving tone. And he was able to accept those tokens of her graciousness as though they were signs of a pardon which she had been good to give, but which he certainly had not deserved. As he went back to Redicote, he swore to himself that he would never love any woman but her, even though she must be the wife of Captain Aylmer. End of chapter 22. Recording by Kirsten Wever. Chapter 23 of the Belton Estate, by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Kirsten Wever. Chapter 23. The Last Day at Belton. In course of post there came an answer from Lady Aylmer, naming a day for Clara's journey to Yorkshire, and also a letter from Captain Aylmer, in which he stated that he would meet her in London and convey her down to Aylmer Park. "The House is sitting," he said, "and therefore I shall be a little troubled about my time, but I cannot allow that your first meeting with my mother should take place in my absence." This was all very well, but at the end of the letter there was a word of caution that was not so well. "I am sure, my dear Clara, that you will remember how much is due to my mother's age and character and position. Nothing will be wanted to the happiness of our marriage if you can succeed in gaining her affection, and therefore I make it my first request to you that you should endeavour to win her good opinion. There was nothing perhaps really amiss, certainly nothing unreasonable in such words from a future husband to his future wife; but Clara, as she read them, shook her head and pressed her foot against the ground in anger. It would not do. Sorrow would come, and trouble and disappointment. She did not say so, even to herself, in words; but the words, though not spoken, were audible enough to herself. She could not, would not bend to Lady Aylmer, and she knew that trouble would come of this visit. I fear that many ladies will condemn Miss Amedroz when I tell them that she showed this letter to her cousin Will. It does not promise well for any of the parties concerned when a young woman with two lovers can bring herself to show the love letters of him to whom she is engaged to the other lover whom she has refused. But I have two excuses to put forward in Clara's defence. In the first place, Captain Aylmer's love letters were not in truth love letters, but were letters of business. And in the next place, Clara was teaching herself to regard Will Belton as her brother, and to forget that he had ever assumed the part of lover. She was so teaching herself, but I cannot say that the lesson was one easily learned. Nor had the outrage upon her of which Will had been guilty, and which was described in the last chapter, made the teaching easier. But she had determined, nevertheless, that it should be so. When she thought of Will, her heart would become very soft towards him, and sometimes, when she thought of Captain Aylmer, her heart would become anything but soft towards him. Unloving feelings would be very strong within her bosom as she re-read his letters, and remembered that he had not come to her, but had sent her £75 to comfort her in her trouble. Nevertheless, he was to be her husband, and she would do her duty. What might have happened had Will Belton come to Belton Castle before she had known Frederic Aylmer, of that she stoutly resolved that she would never think at all, and consequently the thought was always intruding upon her. "You will sleep one night in town, of course?" said Will. "I suppose so. You know all about it. I shall do as I'm told." "You can't go down to Yorkshire from here in one day. Where would you like to stay in London?" "How on earth should I know? Ladies do sleep at hotels in London sometimes, I suppose." "Oh yes, I can write and have rooms ready for you." "Then that difficulty is over," said Clara. But in Belton's estimation the difficulty was not exactly over. Captain Aylmer would, of course, be in London that night, and it was a question with Will whether or no Clara was bound in honour to tell the accursed beast, I am afraid Mr. Belton called him in his soliloquies, where she would lodge on the occasion, or would it suffice that he, Will, should hand her over to the enemy at the station of the Great Northern Railway on the following morning? All the little intricacies of the question presented themselves to Will's imagination. How careful he would be with her, that the inn accommodation should suffice for her comfort. With what pleasure he would order a little dinner for them two, making something of a gentle fête of the occasion. How sedulously would he wait upon her with those little attentions, amounting almost to worship, with which such men as Will Belton are prone to treat all women in exceptionable circumstances, when the ordinary routine of life has been disturbed. If she had simply been his cousin, and if he had never regarded her otherwise, how happily could he have done all this? As things now were, if it was left to him to do, he should do it with what patience and grace might be within his power. He would do it, though he would be mindful every moment of the bitterness of the transfer which he would so soon be obliged to make. But he doubted whether it would not be better for Clara's sake that the transfer should be made overnight. He would take her up to London, because in that way he could be useful, and then he would go away and hide himself. "Has Captain Aylmer said where he would meet you?" he asked after a pause. "Of course I must write and tell him." "And is he to come to you when you reach London?" "He has said nothing about that. He will probably be at the House of Commons, or too busy somewhere to come to me then. But why do you ask? Do you wish to hurry through town?" "Oh dear, no." "Or perhaps you have friends you want to see? Pray don't let me be in your way. I shall do very well, you know." Belton rebuked her by a look before he answered her. "I was only thinking," he said, "of what would be most convenient for yourself. I have nobody to see, and nothing to do, and nowhere to go." Then Clara understood it all, and said that she should write to Captain Aylmer, and ask him to join them at the hotel. She determined that she would see Mrs. Askerton before she went, and as that lady did not come to the castle, Clara called upon her at the cottage. This she did the day before she left, and she took her cousin with her. Belton had been at the cottage once or twice since the day on which Mrs. Askerton had explained to him how the Aylmer alliance might be extinguished, but Colonel Askerton had always been there, and no reference had been made to the former conversation. Colonel Askerton was not there now, and Belton was almost afraid that words would be spoken to which he would hardly know how to listen. "And so you are really going?" said Mrs. Askerton. "Yes, we start to morrow," said Clara. "I am not thinking of the journey to London," said Mrs. Askerton, "but of the danger and privations of your subsequent progress to the north. I shall do very well. I am not afraid that any one will eat me. There are so many different ways of eating people; are there not, Mr. Belton?" "I don't know about eating, but there are a great many ways of boring people," said he. "And I should think they will be very great at that kind of thing at Aylmer Castle. One never hears of Sir Anthony, but I can fancy Lady Aylmer to be a terrible woman." "I shall manage to hold my own, I dare say," said Clara. "I hope you will. I do hope you will," said Mrs. Askerton. "I don't know whether you will be powerful to do so, or whether you will fail. My heart is not absolute, but I do know what will be the result if you are successful. It is much more then than I know myself." "That I can believe too. Do you travel down to Yorkshire alone?" "No, Captain Aylmer will meet me in town." Then Mrs. Askerton looked at Mr. Belton, but made no immediate reply, nor did she say anything further about Clara's journey. She looked at Mr. Belton, and Will caught her eye, and understood that he was being rebuked for not having carried out that little scheme which had been prepared for him. But he had come to hate the scheme, and almost hated Mrs. Askerton for proposing it. He had declared to himself that her welfare, Clara's welfare, was the one thing which he should regard, and he had told himself that he was not strong enough, either in purpose or in wit, to devise schemes for her welfare. She was better able to manage things for herself than he was to manage them for her. If she loved this accursed beast, let her marry him. Only, for that was now his one difficulty, only he could not bring himself to think it possible that she should love him. "I suppose you will never see this place again," said Mrs. Askerton after a long pause. "I hope I shall, very often," said Clara. "Why should I not see it again? It is not going out of the family." "No, not exactly out of the family. That is, it will belong to your cousin." "And cousins may be as far apart as strangers, you mean. But Will and I are not like that. Are we, Will?" "I hardly know what we are like," said he. "You do not mean to say that you will throw me over?" "But the truth is, Mrs. Askerton, that I do not mean to be thrown over. I look upon him as my brother, and I intend to cling to him as sisters do cling." "You will hardly come back here before you are married," said Mrs. Askerton. It was a terrible speech for her to make, and could only be excused on the ground that the speaker was in truth desirous of doing that which she thought would benefit both of those whom she addressed. "Of course you are going to your wedding now?" "I am doing nothing of the kind," said Clara. "How can you speak in that way to me so soon after my father's death? It is a rebuke to me for being here at all." "I intend no rebuke, as you well know. What I mean is this: if you do not stay in Yorkshire till you are married, let the time be when it may, where do you intend to go in the meantime?" "My plans are not settled yet." "She will have this house if she pleases," said Will. "There will be no one else here. It will be her own, to do as she likes with it." "She will hardly come here to be alone." "I will not be inquired into, my dear," said Clara, speaking with her restored good humour. "Of course I am an unprotected female, and subject to disadvantages. Perhaps I have no plans for the future, and if I have plans, perhaps I do not mean to divulge them." "I had better come to the point at once," said Mrs. Askerton. If it should ever suit you, pray come here to us. Flowers shall not be more welcome in May. It is difficult to speak of it all, though you both understand everything as well as I do. I cannot press my invitation as another woman might." "Yes, you can," said Clara with energy. "Of course you can." "Can I? Then I do. Dear Clara, do come to us." And then, as she spoke, Mrs. Askerton knelt on the ground at her visitor's knees. "Mr. Belton, do tell her that when she is tired with the grandeur of Aylmer Park she may come to us here." "I don't know anything about the grandeur of Aylmer Park," said Will suddenly. "But she may come here, may she not?" "She will not ask my leave," said he. "She says that you are her brother. Whose leave should she ask?" "He knows that I should ask his rather than that of any living person," said Clara. "There, Mr. Belton, now you must say that she may come, or that she may not." "I will say nothing. She knows what to do much better than I can tell her." Mrs. Askerton was still kneeling, and again appealed to Clara. "You hear what he says. What do you say yourself? Will you come to us? That is, if such a visit will suit you, in point of convenience?" "I will make no promise, but I know no reason why I should not." "And I must be content with that?" "Well, I will be content." Then she got up. "For one such as I am, that is a great deal. And, Mr. Belton, let me tell you this. I can be grateful to you, though you cannot be gracious to me." "I hope I have not been ungracious," said he. "Upon my word, I cannot compliment you. But there is something so much better than grace that I can forgive you. You know, at any rate, how thoroughly I wish you well." Upon this Clara got up to take her leave, and the demonstrative affection of an embrace between the two women afforded a remedy for the awkwardness of the previous conversation. "God bless you, dearest," said Mrs. Askerton. "May I write to you?" "Certainly," said Clara. "And you will answer my letters?" "Of course I will. You must tell me everything about the place, and especially as to Bessy. Bessy is never to be sold, is she, Will?" Bessy was the cow which Belton had given her. "Not if you choose to keep her." "I will go down and see her myself," said Mrs. Askerton, "and will utter little prayers of my own over her horns, that certain events that I desire may come to pass. Good bye, Mr. Belton. You may be as ungracious as you please, but it will not make any difference." When Clara and her cousin left the cottage, they did not return to the house immediately, but took a last walk round the park, and through the shrubbery, and up to the rocks on which a remarkable scene had once taken place between them. Few words were spoken as they were walking, and there had been no agreement as to the path they would take. Each seemed to understand that there was much of melancholy in their present mood, and that silence was more fitting than speech. But when they reached the rocks, Belton sat himself down, asking Clara's leave to stop there for a moment. "I don't suppose I shall ever come to this place again," said he. "You are as bad as Mrs. Askerton," said Clara. "I do not think I shall ever come to this place again," said he, repeating his words very solemnly. "At any rate, I will never do so willingly, unless—" "Unless what?" "Unless you are either my wife or have promised to become so." "Oh, Will, you know that that is impossible." "Then it is impossible that I should come here again." "You know that I am engaged to another man?" "Of course I do. I am not asking you to break your engagement. I am simply telling you that in spite of that engagement I love you as well as I did love you before you had made it. I have a right to let you know the truth." As if she had not known it without his telling it to her now. "It was here that I told you that I loved you. I now repeat it here, and will never come here again unless I may say the same thing over and over and over. That is all. We might as well go on now." But when he got up, she sat down, as though unwilling to leave the spot. It was still winter, and the rock was damp with cold drippings from the trees, and the moss around was wet, and little pools of water had formed themselves in the shallow holes upon the surface. She did not speak as she seated herself, but he was of course obliged to wait till she should be ready to accompany him. "It is too cold for you to sit there," he said. "Come, Clara, I will not have you loiter here. It is cold and wet." "It is not colder for me than for you." "You are not used to that sort of thing as I am." "Will," she said, "you must never speak to me again as you spoke just now. Promise me that you will not." "Promises will do no good in such a matter." "It is almost a repetition of what you did before, though of course it is not so bad as that." "Everything I do is bad." "No, Will, dear Will. Almost everything you do is good. But of what use can it be to either of us for you to be thinking of that which can never be? Cannot you think of me as your sister, and only as your sister?" "No, I cannot." "Then it is not right that we should be together." "I know nothing of right. You ask me a question, and I suppose you don't wish that I should tell you a lie." "Of course I do not wish that." "Therefore I tell you the truth. I love you, as any other man loves the girl that he does love, and as far as I know myself, I can never be happy unless you are my own." "Oh, Will, how can that be when I am engaged to another man?" "As to your engagement, I should care nothing. Does he love you as I love you? If he loves you, why is he not here? If he loves you, why does he let his mother ill use you, and treat you with scorn? If he loves you as I love you, how could he write to you as he does write? Would I write to you such a letter as that? Would I let you be here without coming to you, to be looked after by any one else? If you had said that you would be my wife, would I leave you in solitude and sorrow, and then send you £75 to console you? If you think he loves you, Clara—" "He thought he was doing right when he sent me the money." "But he shouldn't have thought it right. Never mind. I don't want to accuse him. But this I know, and you know, he does not love you as I love you." "What can I say to answer you?" "Say that you will wait till you have seen him. Say that I may have a hope, a chance. That if he is cold and hard and just what we know he is, then I may have a chance." "How can I say that when I am engaged to him? Cannot you understand that I am wrong to let you speak of him as you do?" "How else am I to speak of him? Tell me this. Do you love him?" "Yes, I do." "I don't believe it." "Will!" "I don't believe it. Nothing on earth shall make me believe it. It is impossible, impossible." "Do you mean to insult me, Will?" No, I do not mean to insult you, but I mean to tell you the truth. I do not think you love that man as you ought to love the man whom you are going to marry. I should tell you just the same thing if I were really your brother. Of course it isn't that I suppose you love any one else, me for instance. I'm not such a fool as that. But I don't think you love him, and I'm quite sure he doesn't love you. That's just what I believe. And if I do believe it, how am I to help telling you? You've no right to have such beliefs. How am I to help it? Well, never mind. I won't let you sit there any longer. At any rate, you'll be able to understand now that I shall never come to this place any more. Clara, as she got up to obey him, felt that she also ought never to see it again, unless, indeed, unless. They passed that evening together without any reference to the scene on the rock, or any allusion to their own peculiar troubles. Clara, though she would not admit to Mrs. Askerton that she was going away from the place for ever, was not the less aware that such might very probably be the case. She had no longer any rights of ownership at Belton Castle, and all that had taken place between her and her cousin tended to make her feel that under no circumstances could she again reside there. Nor was it probable that she would be able to make Mrs. Askerton the visit of which they had been talking. If Lady Aylmer were wise, so Clara thought, there would be no mention of Mrs. Askerton at Aylmer Park, and if so, of course she would not outrage her future husband by proposing to go to a house of which she knew that he disapproved. If Lady Aylmer were not wise, if she should take upon herself the task of rebuking Clara for her friendship, then, in such circumstances as those, Clara believed that the visit to Mrs. Askerton might be possible. But she determined that she would leave the home in which she had been born, and had passed so many happy and so many unhappy days, as though she were never to see it again. All her packing had been done, down to the last fragment of an old letter that was stuffed into her writing desk. But nevertheless she went about the house with a candle in her hand, as though she was still looking that nothing had been omitted, while she was in truth saying farewell in her heart to every corner which she knew so well. When at last she came down to pour out for her desolate cousin his cup of tea, she declared that everything was done. "You may go to work now, Will," she said, "and do what you please with the old place. My jurisdiction in it is over." "Not altogether," said he. He no longer spoke like a despairing lover. Indeed, there was a smile around his mouth, and his voice was cheery. "Yes, altogether. I give over my sovereignty from this moment, and a dirty, dilapidated sovereignty it is." "That's all very well to say." "And also very well to do. What best pleases me in going to Aylmer Castle just now is the power it gives me of doing at once that which otherwise I might have put off till the doing of it had become much more unpleasant. Mr. Belton, there is the key of the cellar, which I believe gentlemen always regard as the real sign of possession. I don't advise you to trust much to the contents." He took the key from her, and without saying a word, chucked it across the room on to an old sofa. "If you won't take it, you had better, at any rate, have it tied up with the others," she said. "I dare say you'll know where to find it when you want it," he answered. "I shall never want it." "Then it's as well there as anywhere else." "But you won't remember, Will." "I don't suppose I shall have occasion for remembering." Then he paused a moment before he went on. "I have told you before that I do not intend to take possession of the place. I do not regard it as mine at all." "And whose is it then?" "Yours." "No, dear Will, it is not mine. You know that." "I intend that it shall be so, and therefore you might as well put the keys where you will know how to find them." After he had gone, she did take up the key, and tied it with sundry others, which she intended to give to the old servant who was to be left in charge of the house; but after a few moments' consideration she took the cellar key again off the bunch, and put it back upon the sofa, in the place to which he had thrown it. On the following morning they started on their journey. The old fly from Redicote was not used on this occasion, as Belton had ordered a pair of post horses and a comfortable carriage from Taunton. "I think it such a shame," said Clara, "going away for the last time without having Jerry and the grey horse." Jerry was the man who had once driven her to Taunton when the old horse fell with her on the road. "But Jerry and the grey horse could not have taken you and me too, and all our luggage," said Will. "Poor Jerry! I suppose not," said Clara. "But still there is an injury done in going without him." There were 4 or 5 dependents of the old family standing round the door to bid her adieu, to all of whom she gave her hand with a cordial pressure. They at least seemed to regard her departure as final, and of course it was final. She had assured herself of that during the night, and just as they were about to start, both Colonel and Mrs. Askerton walked up to the door. "He wouldn't let you go without bidding you farewell," said Mrs. Askerton. "I am so glad to shake hands with him," Clara answered. Then the Colonel spoke a word to her, and as he did so his wife contrived to draw Will Belton for a moment behind the carriage. "Never give it up, Mr. Belton," she said eagerly. "If you persevere, she'll be yours yet." "I fear not," he said. "Stick to her like a man," said she, pressing his hand in her vehemence. "If you do, you'll live to thank me for having told you so." Will had not a word to say for himself, but he thought that he would stick to her. Indeed, he thought that he had stuck to her pretty well. At last they were off, and the village of Belton was behind them. Will, glancing into his cousin's face, saw that her eyes were laden with tears, and refrained from speaking. As they passed the ugly red brick rectory house, Clara for a moment put her face to the window and then withdrew it. "There is nobody there," she said, "who will care to see me, considering that I have lived here all my life. Is it not odd that there should be so few to bid me good-bye?" "People do not like to put themselves forward on such occasions," said Will. "People! There are no people. No one ever had so few to care for them as I have. And now But never mind. I mean to do very well, and I shall do very well." Belton would not take advantage of her in her sadness, and they reached the station at Taunton almost without another word. Of course they had to wait there for half an hour, and of course the waiting was very tedious. To Will it was very tedious indeed, as he was not by nature good at waiting. To Clara, who on this occasion sat perfectly still in the waiting room, with her toes on the fender before the fire, the evil of the occasion was not so severe. "The man would take 2 hours for the journey, though I told him an hour and a half would be enough," said Will, querulously. "But we might have had an accident." "An accident! What accident? People don't have accidents every day." At last the train came, and they started. Clara, though she had with her her best friend, I may almost say the friend whom in the world she loved the best, did not have an agreeable journey. Belton would not talk, but as he made no attempt at reading, Clara did not like to have recourse to the book which she had in her travelling bag. He sat opposite to her, opening the window and shutting it, as though she might like it, but looking wretched and forlorn. At Swindon he brightened up for a moment under the excitement of getting her something to eat, but that relaxation lasted only for a few minutes. After that he relapsed again into silence till the train had passed Slough, and then he knew that in another half hour they would be in London. Then he leant over her and spoke. "This will probably be the last opportunity I shall have of saying a few words to you alone." "I don't know that at all, Will. It will be the last for a long time at any rate.
And as I have got something to say, I might as well say it now. I have thought a great deal about the property, the Belton Estate, I mean. I don't intend to take it as mine." "That is sheer nonsense, Will. You must take it, as it is yours, and can't belong to any one else." "I have thought it over, and I am quite sure that all the business of the entail was wrong, radically wrong, from first to last. You are to understand that my special regard for you has nothing whatever to do with it. I should do the same thing if I felt that I hated you." "Don't hate me, Will." "You know what I mean. I think the entail was all wrong, and I shan't take advantage of it. It's not common sense that I should have everything because of poor Charlie's misfortune." "But it seems to me that it does not depend upon you, or upon me, or upon anybody. It is yours by law, you know." "And therefore it won't be sufficient for me to give it up without making it yours by law also, which I intend to do. I shall stay in town to morrow and give instructions to Mr. Green. I have thought it proper to tell you this now, in order that you may mention it to Captain Aylmer." They were leaning over in the carriage, one towards the other. Her face had been slightly turned away from him, but now she slowly raised her eyes till they met his, and looking into the depth of them, and seeing there all his love and all his suffering, and the great nobility of his nature, her heart melted within her. Gradually, as her tears came, would come, in spite of all her constraint, she again turned her face towards the window. "I can't talk now," she said. "Indeed, I can't." "There is no need for any more talking about it," he replied. And there was no more talking between them on that subject, or on any other, till the tickets had been taken and the train was again in motion. Then he referred to it again for a moment. "You will tell Captain Aylmer, my dear?" "I will tell him what you say, that he may know your generosity. But of course he will agree with me that no such offer can be accepted. It is quite out of the question." "You had better tell him and say nothing more. Or you can ask him to see Mr. Green, after to morrow. He, as a man who understands business, will know that this arrangement must be made if I choose to make it. Come, here we are. Porter, a four-wheeled cab. Do you go with him, and I'll look after the luggage." Clara, as she got into the cab, felt that she ought to have been more stout in her resistance to his offer, but it would be better, perhaps, that she should write to him from Aylmer Park, and get Frederic to write also. End of chapter 23. Recording by Kirsten Weber. Chapter 24 of the Belton Estate, by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Kirsten Weber. Chapter 24. The Great Northern Railway Hotel. At the door of the hotel of the Great Northern Railway Station they met Captain Aylmer. Rooms had been taken there because they were to start by an early train on that line in the morning, and Captain Aylmer had undertaken to order dinner. There was nothing particular in the meeting to make it unpleasant to our friend Will. The fortunate rival could do no more in the hall of the inn than give his hand to his affianced bride, as he might do to any other lady, and then suggest to her that she should go upstairs and see her room. When he had done this, he also offered his hand to Belton, and Will, though he would almost sooner have cut off his own, was obliged to take it. In a few minutes the two men were standing alone together in the sitting room. "I suppose you found it cold coming up?" said the captain. "Not particularly," said Will. "It's rather a long journey from Belton?" "Not very long," said Will. "Not for you, perhaps, but Miss Amedroz must be tired." Belton was angry at having his cousin called Miss Amedroz, feeling that the reserve of the name was intended to keep him at a distance.
But he would have been equally angry had Captain Aylmer called her Clara. "My cousin," said Will stoutly, "is able to bear slight fatigue of that kind without suffering." "I didn't suppose she suffered, but journeys are always tedious, especially when there's so much road work. I believe you are 20 miles from the station?" "Belton Castle is something over 20 miles from Taunton." "We are 7 from our station at Aylmer Park, and we think that a great deal." "I'm more than that at Plaistow," said Will. "Oh, indeed. Plaistow is in Norfolk, I believe." "Yes, Plaistow is in Norfolk." "I suppose you'll leave it now and go into Somersetshire?" suggested Captain Aylmer. "Certainly not. Why should I leave it?" "I thought, perhaps, as Belton Castle is now your own." "Plaistow Hall is more my own than Belton Castle, if that signifies anything, which it doesn't." This he said in an angry tone, which, as he became conscious of it, he tried to rectify. "I've a deal of stock and all that sort of thing at Plaistow, and couldn't very well leave it, even if I wished it," he said. "You've pretty good shooting too, I suppose?" said Aylmer. "As far as partridges go, I'll back it against most properties of the same extent in any county." "I'm too busy a man myself," said the Captain, "to do much at partridges. We think more of pheasants down with us." "I dare say." "But a Norfolk man like you is of course keen about birds." "We are obliged to put up with what we've got, you know. Not but what I believe there is better general head of game in Norfolk than in any other county in England." "That's what makes your hunting rather poor." "Our hunting poor? Why do you say it's poor?" "So many of you are against preserving foxes." "I'll tell you what, Captain Aylmer, I don't know what pack you hunt with, but I'll bet you a £5 note that we killed more foxes last year than you did. That is, taking 3 days a week. 29 brace and a half in a short season I don't call poor at all." Captain Aylmer saw that the man was waxing angry, and made no further allusion either to the glories or deficiencies of Norfolk. As he could think of no other subject on which to speak at the spur of the moment, he sat himself down and took up a paper. Belton took up another, and so they remained till Clara made her appearance. That Captain Aylmer read his paper is probable enough. He was not a man easily disconcerted, and there was nothing in his present position to disconcert him. But I feel sure that Will Belton did not read a word. He was angry with his rival, whom he hated, and was angry with himself for showing his anger. He would have wished to appear to the best advantage before this man, or rather before Clara, in this man's presence. And he knew that in Clara's absence he was making such a fool of himself that he would be unable to recover his prestige. He had serious thoughts within his own breast whether it would not be as well for him to get up from his seat and give Captain Aylmer a thoroughly good thrashing. Drop into him and punch his head, as he would have expressed it. For the moment such an exercise would give him immense gratification. The final results would no doubt be disastrous. But then all future results, as far as he could see them, were laden with disaster. He was still thinking of this, eyeing the man from under the newspaper, and telling himself that the feat would probably be too easy to afford much enjoyment, when Clara re-entered the room. Then he got up, acting on the spur of the moment, got up quickly and suddenly, and began to bid her adieu. "But you are going to dine here, Will?" she said. "No, I think not." "You promised you would. You told me you had nothing to do to-night." Then she turned to Captain Aylmer. "You expect my cousin to dine with us to-day?" "I ordered dinner for 3," said Captain Aylmer. "Oh, very well. It's all the same thing to me," said Will. "And to me," said Captain Aylmer. "It's not at all the same thing to me," said Clara. "I don't know when I may see my cousin again. I should think it very bad of you, Will, if you went away this evening." "I'll go out just for half an hour," said he, "and be back to dinner." "We dine at 7," said the Captain. Then Belton took his hat and left the two lovers together. "Your cousin seems to be rather a surly sort of gentleman." Those were the first words which Captain Aylmer spoke when he was alone with the lady of his love. Nor was he demonstrative of his affection by any of the usual signs of regard which are permitted to accepted lovers. He did not offer to kiss her, nor did he attempt to take her hand with a warmer pressure now that he was alone with her. He probably might have gone through some such ceremony had he first met Clara in a position propitious to such purposes; but as it was, he had been a little ruffled by Will Belton's want of good breeding, and had probably forgotten that any such privileges might have been his. I wonder whether any remembrance flashed across Clara's mind at this moment of her cousin Will's great iniquity in the sitting room at Belton Castle. She thought of it very often, and may possibly have thought of it now. "I don't believe that he is surly, Frederic," she said. "He may perhaps be out of humour." "And why should he be out of humour with me? I only suggested to him that it might suit him to live at Belton instead of that farm of his down in Norfolk." "He is very fond of Plaistow, I fancy." "But that's no reason why he should be cross with me. I don't envy him his taste, that's all. If he can't understand that he, with his name, ought to live on the family property which belongs to him, it isn't likely that anything that I can say will open his eyes upon the subject. The truth is, Frederic, he has some romantic notion about the Belton estate." "What romantic notion?" "He thinks it should not be his at all." "Who does he think should have it?" "Of course there can be nothing in it, you know. Of course it's all nonsense." "But what is his idea? Who does he think should be the owner?" "He means that it should be mine. But of course, Frederic, it is all nonsense. We know that." It did not seem to be quite clear at the moment that Frederic had altogether made up his mind upon the subject. As he heard these tidings from Clara, there came across his face a puzzled, dubious look, as though he did not quite understand the proposition which had been suggested to him, as though some consideration were wanted before he could take the idea home to himself and digest it, so as to enable himself to express an opinion upon it. There might be something in it, some show of reason which did not make itself clear to Clara's feminine mind. "I have never known what was the precise nature of your father's marriage settlement," said he. Then Clara began to explain with exceeding eagerness that there was no question as to the accuracy of the settlement or the legality of the entail; that indeed there was no question as to anything. Her cousin Will was romantic, and that was the end of it. Of course, quite as a matter of course, this romance would lead to nothing, and she had only mentioned the subject now to show that her cousin's mind might possibly be disturbed when the question of his future residence was raised. "I quite feel with you," she said, "that it will be much nicer that he should live at the old family place, but just at present I do not speak about it all." "If he is thinking of not claiming Belton, it is quite another thing," said Captain Aylmer. "It is his without any claiming," said Clara. "Ah, well, it will all be settled before long," said Aylmer. "It is settled already," said Clara. At 7 the three met again, and when the dinner was on the table there was some little trouble as to the helping of fish. Which of the two men should take the lead on the occasion? But Clara decided the question by asking her cousin to make himself useful. There can be little doubt but that Captain Aylmer would have distributed the mutton chops with much more grace, and have carved the roast fowl with much more skill, but it suited Clara that Will should have the employment, and Will did the work. Captain Aylmer throughout the dinner endeavoured to be complaisant, and Clara exerted herself to talk as though all matters around them were easy. Will, too, made his effort, every now and then speaking a word, and restraining himself from snapping at his rival; but the restraint was in itself evident, and there were symptoms throughout the dinner that the untamed man was longing to fly at the throat of the man that was tamed. "Is it supposed that I ought to go away for a little while?" said Clara, as soon as she had drank her own glass of wine. "Oh dear, no," said the Captain. "We'll have a cup of coffee, that is, if Mr. Belton likes it." "It's all the same to me," said Will. "But won't you have some more wine?" Clara asked. "No more for me," said Captain Aylmer. "Perhaps Mr. Belton?" "Who, I? No, I don't want any more wine," said Will, and then they were all silent. It was very hard upon Clara. After a while the coffee came, and even that was felt to be a comfort. Though there was no pouring out to be done, no actual employment enacted, still the manoeuvring of the cups created a diversion. "If either of you like to smoke," she said, "I shan't mind it in the least." But neither of them would smoke. "At what hour shall we get to Aylmer Park to morrow?" Clara asked. "At 4:30, said the Captain. "Oh, indeed, so early as that?" What was she to say next? Will, who had not touched his coffee, and who was sitting stiffly at the table as though he were bound in duty not to move, was becoming more and more grim every moment. She almost repented that she had asked him to remain with them. Certainly there was no comfort in his company, either to them or to himself. "Give my kind love, my very kindest love, to Mary. I wish I knew her. I wish I could think that I might soon know her." "You'll never know her," said Belton. The tone of his voice was actually savage as he spoke, so much so that Aylmer turned in his chair to look at him, and Clara did not dare to answer him. But now that he had been made to speak, it seemed that he was determined to persevere. "How should you ever know her? Nothing will ever bring you into Norfolk, and nothing will ever take her out of it." "I don't quite see why either of those assertions should be made." "Nevertheless, they're both true. Had you ever meant to come to Norfolk, you would have come now." He had not even asked her to come, having arranged with his sister that in their existing circumstances any such asking would not be a kindness, and yet he rebuked her now for not coming. "My mother is very anxious that Miss Amedroz should pay her a visit at Aylmer Park," said the Captain. "And she's going to Aylmer Park, so your mother's anxiety need not disturb her any longer." "Come, Will, don't be out of temper with us," said Clara. "It is our last night together. We, who are so dear to each other, ought not to quarrel." "I'm not quarrelling with you," said he. "I can hardly suppose that Mr. Belton wants to quarrel with me," said Captain Aylmer, smiling. "I'm sure he does not," said Clara. Belton sat silent, with his eyes fixed upon the table, and with a dark frown upon his brow. He did long to quarrel with Captain Aylmer, but was still anxious, if it might be possible, to save himself from what he knew would be a transgression. "To use a phrase common with us down in Yorkshire," said Aylmer, "I should say that Mr. Belton had got out of bed on the wrong side this morning." "What the D does it matter to you, sir, what side I got out of bed?" said Will, clenching both his fists. Oh, if he might only have been allowed to have a round of 5 minutes with Aylmer, he would have been restored to good temper for that night, let the subsequent results have been what they might. He moved his feet impatiently on the floor, as though he were longing to kick something, and then he pushed his coffee cup away from him, upsetting half the contents upon the table, and knocking down a wine glass, which was broken. "Will, Will!" said Clara, looking at him with imploring eyes. "Then he shouldn't talk to me about getting out of bed on the wrong side. I didn't say anything to him." "It is unkind of you, Will, to quarrel with Captain Aylmer because he is my friend." "I don't want to quarrel with him; or rather, as I won't quarrel with him because you don't wish it, I'll go away. I can't do more than that. I didn't want to dine with him here. There's my cousin Clara, Captain Aylmer. I love her better than all the world besides. Love her! It seems to me that there's nothing else in the world for me to love. I'd give my heart for her this minute. All that I have in the world is hers. Oh, love her! I don't believe that it's in you to know what I mean when I say that I love her. She tells me that she's going to be your wife. You can't suppose that I can be very comfortable under those circumstances, or that I can be very fond of you. I'm not very fond of you. Now I'll go away, and then I shan't trouble you any more. But look here, if ever you should ill-treat her, whether you marry her or whether you don't, I'll crush every bone in your skin." Having so spoken, he went to the door, but stopped himself before he left the room. "Good-bye, Clara. I've got a word or two more to say to you, but I'll write you a line downstairs. You can show it to him if you please. It'll only be about business. Good night." She had got up and followed him to the door, and he had taken her by the hand. "You shouldn't let your passion get the better of you in this way," she said. But the tone of her voice was very soft, and her eyes were full of love. "I suppose not," said he. "I can forgive him," said Captain Aylmer. "'Deed, your forgiveness," said Will Belton. Then Clara dropped the hand and started back, and the door was shut, and Will Belton was gone. "Your cousin seems to be a nice sort of young man," said Aylmer. "Cannot you understand it all, Frederic, and pardon him?" "I can pardon him easily enough, but one doesn't like men who are given to threatening. He's not the sort of man that I took him to be." "Upon my word, I think he's as nearly perfect as a man can be." "Then you like men to swear at you, and to swagger like bobadils, and to misbehave themselves, so that one has to blush for them if a servant chances to hear them. Do you really think that he has conducted himself to day like a gentleman?" "I know that he is a gentleman," said Clara. "I must confess that I have no reason for supposing him to be so but your assurance. And I hope that is sufficient, Frederic." Captain Aylmer did not answer her at once, but sat for a while, considering what he would say. Clara, who understood his moods, knew that he did not mean to drop the subject, and resolved that she would defend her cousin, let Captain Aylmer attack him as he would. "Upon my word, I hardly know what to say about it," said Aylmer. "Suppose, then, that we say nothing more. Will not that be best?" "No, Clara, I cannot now let the matter pass by in that way. You have asked me whether I do not think Mr. Belton to be a gentleman, and I must say that I doubt it. Pray hear me out before you answer me. I do not want to be harder upon him than I can help, and I would have borne, and I did bear from him a great deal in silence. But he said that to me which I cannot allow to pass without notice. He had the bad taste to speak to me of his regard for you." "I cannot see what harm he did by that, except to himself." "I believe that it is understood among gentlemen that one man never speaks to another man about the lady the other man means to marry, unless they are very intimate friends indeed. What I mean is, that if Mr. Belton had understood how gentlemen live together, he would never have said anything to me about his affection for you. He should at any rate have supposed me to be ignorant of it. There is something in the very idea of his doing so that is in the highest degree indelicate. I wonder, Clara, that you do not see this yourself." "I think he was indiscreet." "Indiscreet! Indiscreet is not the word for such conduct. I must say that as far as my opinion goes, it was ungentlemanlike." "I don't believe that there is a nobler minded gentleman in all London than my cousin Will." "Perhaps it gratified you to hear from him the assurance of his love?" said Captain Aylmer. "If it is your wish to insult me, Frederic, I will leave you." "It is my wish to make you understand that your judgment has been wrong." "That is simply a matter of opinion, and as I do not wish to argue with you about it, I had better go. At any rate, I am very tired. Good night, Frederic." He then told her what arrangements he had made for the morrow, at what hour she would be called, and when she would have her breakfast. After that he let her go without making any further allusion to Will Belton. It must be admitted that the meeting between the lovers had not been auspicious, and it must be acknowledged also that Will Belton had behaved very badly. I am not aware of the existence of that special understanding among gentlemen in respect to the ladies they are going to marry which Captain Aylmer so eloquently described. But nevertheless I must confess that Belton would have done better had he kept his feelings to himself. And when he talked of crushing his rival's bones, he laid himself justly open to severe censure. But for all that he was no Bobadil. He was angry, sore, and miserable, and in his anger, soreness, and misery he had allowed himself to be carried away. He felt very keenly his own folly, even as he was leaving the room, and as he made his way out of the hotel he hated himself for his own braggadocio. "I wish some one would crush my bones," he said to himself almost audibly. "No one ever deserved to be crushed better than I do." Clara, when she got to her own room, was very serious and very sad. What was to be the end of it all? This had been her first meeting after her father's death with the man whom she had promised to marry. Indeed, it was the first meeting after her promise had been given, and they had only met to quarrel. There had been no word of love spoken between them. She had parted from him now almost in anger, without the slightest expression of confidence between them, almost as those part who are constrained by circumstances to be together, but who yet hate each other, and know that they hate each other. Was there in truth any love between him and her? And if there was none, how could there be any advantage, any good either to him or to her in this journey of hers to Aylmer Park? Would it not be better that she should send for him and tell him that they were not suited for each other, and that thus she should escape from all the terrors of Lady Aylmer? As she thought of this, she could not but think of Will Belton also. Not a gentleman! If Will Belton was not a gentleman, she desired to know nothing further of gentlemen. Women are so good and kind that those whom they love almost the more when they commit offences, because of the offences so committed. Will Belton had been guilty of great offences, of offences for which Clara was prepared to lecture him in the gravest manner, should opportunities for such lectures ever come. But I think that they had increased her regard for him rather than diminished it. She could not, however, make up her mind to send for Captain Aylmer, and when she went to bed she had resolved that the visit to Yorkshire must be made. Before she left the room the following morning, a letter was brought to her from her cousin, which had been written that morning. She asked the maid to inquire for him, and sent down word to him that if he were in the house she specially wished to see him. But the tidings came from the hall porter that he had gone out very early, and had expressly said that he should not breakfast at the inn. The letter was as follows: Dear Clara, I meant to have handed you the enclosed in person, but I lost my temper last night, like a fool as I am, and so I couldn't do it. You need not have any scruple about the money which I send, £100 in £10 notes, as it is your own. There is the rent due up to your father's death, which is more than what I now enclose, and there will be a great many other items, as to all of which you shall have a proper account. When you want more, you had better draw on me till things are settled. It shall all be done as soon as possible. It would not be comfortable for you to go away without money of your own, and I suppose you would not wish that he should pay for your journeys and things before you are married. Of course I made a fool of myself yesterday. I believe that I usually do. It is not any good my begging your pardon, for I don't suppose I shall ever trouble you any more. Good bye, and God bless you. Your affectionate cousin, William Belton. It was a bad day for me when I made up my mind to go to Belton Castle last summer. Clara, when she had read the letter, sat down and cried, holding the bundle of notes in her hand. What would she do with them? Should she send them back? Oh no, she would do nothing to displease him, or to make him think that she was angry with him. Besides, she had none of that dislike to taking his money which she had felt as to receiving money from Captain Aylmer. He had said that she would be his sister, and she would take from him any assistance that a sister might properly take from a brother. She went downstairs and met Captain Aylmer in the sitting room. He stepped up to her as soon as the door was closed, and she could at once see that he had determined to forget the unpleasantness of the previous evening. He stepped up to her, and gracefully taking her by one hand, and passing the other behind her waist, saluted her in a becoming and appropriate manner. She did not like it. She especially disliked it, believing in her heart of hearts that she would never become the wife of this man whom she had professed to love, and whom she really had once loved. But she could only bear it, and, to say the truth, there was not much suffering of that kind to be borne. Their journey down to Yorkshire was very prosperous. He maintained his good humour throughout the day, and never once said a word about Will Belton. Nor did he say a word about Mrs. Askerton. "Do your best to please my mother, Clara," he said, as they were driving up from the park lodges to the house. This was fair enough, and she therefore promised him that she would do her best. End of Chapter 24. Recording by Kirsten Weber. Chapter 25 of the Belton Estate, by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Kirsten Weber. Chapter 25. Miss Amedroz has some hashed chicken. Clara felt herself to be a coward as the Aylmer Park carriage, which had been sent to meet her at the station, was drawing up at Sir Anthony Aylmer's door. She had made up her mind that she would not bow down to Lady Aylmer, and yet she was afraid of the woman. As she got out of the carriage she looked up, expecting to see her in the hall, but Lady Aylmer was too accurately acquainted with the weights and measures of society for any such movement as that. Had her son brought Lady Emily to the house as his future bride, Lady Aylmer would probably have been in the hall when the arrival took place. And had Clara possessed £10,000 of her own, she would probably have been met at the drawing-room door. But as she had neither money nor title, as she, in fact, brought with her no advantages of any sort, Lady Aylmer was found stitching a bit of worsted as though she had expected no one to come to her. And Belinda Aylmer was stitching also, by special order from her mother. The reader will remember that Lady Aylmer was not without strong hope that the engagement might even yet be broken off. Snubbing, she thought, might probably be efficacious to this purpose, and so Clara was to be snubbed. Clara, who had just promised to do her best to gain Lady Aylmer's opinion, and who desired to be in some way true to her promise, though she thoroughly believed that her labour would be in vain, put on her pleasantest smile as she entered the room. Belinda, under the pressure of the circumstances, forgetting somewhat of her mother's injunctions, hurried to the door to welcome the stranger. Lady Aylmer kept her chair, and even maintained her stitch, till Clara was half across the room. Then she got up, and with great mastery over her voice made her little speech. "We are delighted to see you, Miss Amedroz," she said, putting out her hand, of which Clara, however, felt no more than the finger. "Quite delighted," said Belinda, yielding a further grasp. Then there were affectionate greetings between Frederic and his mother, and Frederic and his sister, during which Clara stood by, ill at ease. Captain Aylmer said not a word as to the footing on which his future wife had come to his father's house. He did not ask his mother to receive her as another daughter, or his sister to take Clara to her heart as a sister. There had been no word spoken of recognised intimacy. Clara knew that the Aylmers were cold people. She had learned as much as that from Captain Aylmer's words to herself, and from his own manner.
But she had not expected to be so frozen by them as was the case with her now. In 10 minutes she was sitting down with her bonnet still on, and Lady Aylmer was again at her stitches. "Shall I show you your room?" said Belinda. "Wait a moment, my dear," said Lady Aylmer. "Frederic has gone to see if Sir Anthony is in his study." Sir Anthony was found in his study, and now made his appearance. "So this is Clara Amedroz," he said. "My dear, you are welcome to Aylmer Park." This was so much better that the kindness expressed, though there was nothing special in it, brought a tear to Clara's eye, and almost made her love Sir Anthony. "By the bye, Sir Anthony, have you seen Darvel? Darvel was wanting to see you especially about Nuggins. Nuggins says that he'll take the bullocks now." This was said by Lady Aylmer, and was skilfully arranged by her to put a stop to anything like enthusiasm on the part of Sir Anthony. Clara Amedroz had been invited to Aylmer Park, and was to be entertained there, but it would not be expedient that she should be made to think that anybody was particularly glad to see her, or that the family was at all proud of the proposed connection. Within 5 minutes after this she was up in her room, and had received from Belinda tenders of assistance as to her lady's maid. Both the mother and daughter had been anxious to learn whether Clara would bring her own maid. Lady Aylmer, thinking that she would do so, had already blamed her for extravagance. "Of course Fred will have to pay for the journey and all the rest of it," she had said. But as soon as she perceived that Clara had come without a servant, she had perceived that any young woman travelling in that way must be unfit to be mated with her son. Clara, whose intelligence in such matters was sharp enough, assured Belinda that she wanted no assistance. "I dare say you think it very odd," she said, "but I really can dress myself." And when the maid did come to unpack the things, Clara would have sent her away at once had she been able. But the maid, who was not a young woman, was obdurate. "Oh no, miss, my lady wouldn't be pleased. If you please, miss, I'll do it." And so the things were unpacked. Clara was told that they dined at 7:30, and she remained alone in her room till dinner time, although it had not yet struck 5 when she had gone upstairs. The maid had brought her a cup of tea, and she seated herself at her fire, turning over in her mind the different members of the household in which she found herself. It would never do. She told herself over and over again that it would never come to pass that that woman should be her mother-in-law, or that that other woman should be her sister. It was manifest to her that she was distasteful to them, and she had not lost a moment in assuring herself that they were distasteful to her. What purpose could it answer that she should strive, not to like them, for no such strife was possible, but to appear to like them? The whole place and everything about it was antipathetic to her. Would it not be simply honest to Captain Aylmer that she should tell him so at once, and go away? Then she remembered that Frederic had not spoken to her a single word since she had been under his father's roof. What sort of welcome would have been accorded to her had she chosen to go down to Plaistow Hall? At 7:30 she made her way by herself downstairs. In this there was some difficulty, as she remembered nothing of the rooms below, and she could not at first find a servant. But a man at last did come to her in the hall, and by him she was shown into the drawing-room. Here she was alone for a few minutes. As she looked about her, she thought that no room she had ever seen had less of the comfort of habitation. It was not here that she had met Lady Aylmer before dinner. There had, at any rate, been in that other room work things and the look of life which life gives to a room. But here there was no life. The furniture was all in its place, and everything was cold and grand and comfortless. They were making company of her at Aylmer Park. Clara was intelligent in such matters, and understood it all thoroughly. Lady Aylmer was the first person to come to her. "I hope my maid has been with you," said she, to which Clara muttered something intended for thanks. "You'll find Richards a very clever woman, and quite a proper person." "I don't at all doubt that. She has been here a good many years, and perhaps has little ways of her own, but she means to be obliging." "I shall give her very little trouble, Lady Aylmer. I am used to dress myself." I am afraid that this was not exactly true as to Clara's past habits, but she could dress herself, and intended to do so in future, and in this way justified the assertion to herself. "You had better let Richards come to you, my dear, while you are here," said Lady Aylmer, with a slight smile on her countenance, which outraged Clara more even than her words. "We like to see young ladies nicely dressed here." To be told that she was to be nicely dressed because she was at Aylmer Park! Her whole heart was already up in rebellion. Do her best to please Lady Aylmer! It would be utterly impossible to her to make any attempt whatever in that direction. There was something in her ladyship's eye, a certain mixture of cunning and power and hardness in the slight smile that would gather round her mouth, by which Clara was revolted. She already understood much of Lady Aylmer, but in one thing she was mistaken. She thought that she saw simply the natural woman. But she did in truth see the woman specially armed with an intention of being disagreeable, made up to give offence, and prepared to create dislike and enmity. At the present moment nothing further was said, as Captain Aylmer entered the room, and his mother immediately began to talk to him in whispers. The first 2 days of Clara's sojourn at Aylmer Park passed by without the occurrence of anything that was remarkable. That which most surprised and annoyed her, as regarded her own position, was the coldness of all the people around her, as connected with the actual fact of her engagement. Sir Anthony was very courteous to her, but had never as yet once alluded to the fact that she was to become one of his family as his daughter-in-law. Lady Aylmer called her Miss Amedroz, using the name with a peculiar emphasis, as though determined to show that Miss Amedroz was to be Miss Amedroz as far as any one at Aylmer Park was concerned, and treated her almost as though her presence in the house was intrusive. Belinda was as cold as her mother in her mother's presence, but when alone with Clara would thaw a little. She, in her difficulty, studiously avoided calling the newcomer by any name at all. As to Captain Aylmer, it was manifest to Clara that he was suffering almost more than she suffered herself. His position was so painful that she absolutely pitied him for the misery to which he was subjected by his own mother. They still called each other Frederic and Clara, and that was the only sign of special friendship which manifested itself between them. And Clara, though she pitied him, could not but learn to despise him. She had hitherto given him credit, at any rate, for a will of his own. She had believed him to be a man able to act in accordance with the dictates of his own conscience. But now she perceived him to be so subject to his mother that he did not dare to call his heart his own. What was to be the end of it all? And if there could only be one end, would it not be well that that end should be reached at once, so that she might escape from her purgatory? But on the afternoon of the 3rd day there seemed to have come a change over Lady Aylmer. At lunch she was especially civil to the extent of picking out herself for Clara, with her own fork, the breast of a hashed fowl from a dish that was before her. This she did with considerable care, I may say with a show of care. And then, though she did not absolutely call Clara by her Christian name, she did call her my dear. Clara saw it all, and felt that the usual placidity of the afternoon would be broken by some special event. At 3 o'clock, when the carriage, as usual, came to the door, Belinda was out of the way, and Clara was made to understand that she and Lady Aylmer were to be driven out without any other companion. "Belinda is a little busy, my dear, so if you don't mind, we'll go alone." Clara of course assented, and got into the carriage with a conviction that now she would hear her fate. She was rather inclined to think that Lady Aylmer was about to tell her that she had failed in obtaining the approbation of Aylmer Park, and that she must be returned as goods of a description inferior to the order given. If such were the case, the breast of chicken had no doubt been administered as consolation. Clara had endeavoured, since she had been at Aylmer Park, to investigate her own feelings in reference to Captain Aylmer, but had failed, and knew that she had failed. She wished to think that she loved him, and she could not endure the thought of having accepted a man whom she did not love, and she told herself that he had done nothing to forfeit her love. A woman who really loves will hardly allow that her love should be forfeited by any fault. True love breeds forgiveness for all faults. And after all, of what fault had Captain Aylmer been guilty? He had preached to her out of his mother's mouth. That had been all. She had first accepted him, and then rejected him, and then accepted him again. And now she would fain be firm, if firmness were only possible to her. Nevertheless, if she were told that she was to be returned as inferior, she would hold up her head under such disgrace as best she might, and would not let the tidings break her heart. "My dear," said Lady Aylmer, as soon as the trotting horses and rolling wheels made noise enough to prevent her words from reaching the servants on the box, "I want to say a few words to you, and I think that this will be a good opportunity." "A very good opportunity," said Clara. "Of course, my dear, you are aware that I have heard of something going on between you and my son Frederic." Now that Lady Aylmer had taught herself to call Clara "my dear," it seemed that she could hardly call her so often enough. "Of course I know that Captain Aylmer has told you of our engagement. But for that I should not be here." "I don't know how that might be," said Lady Aylmer. "But at any rate, my dear, he has told me that since the day of my sister's death there has been, in point of fact, a sort of engagement." "I don't think Captain Aylmer has spoken of it in that way." "In what way? Of course he has not said a word that was not nice and lover-like, and all that sort of thing. I believe he would have done anything in the world that his aunt had told him. And as to his—" "Lady Aylmer," said Clara, feeling that her voice was almost trembling with anger, "I am sure you cannot intend to be unkind to me." "Certainly not." "Or to insult me?" "Insult you, my dear? You should not use such strong words, my dear. Indeed you should not. Nothing of the kind is near my thoughts." "If you disapprove of my marrying your son, tell me so at once, and I shall know what to do." "It depends, my dear. It depends on circumstances. And that is just why I want to speak to you." "Then tell me the circumstances, though indeed I think it would have been better if they could have been told me by Captain Aylmer himself." "There, my dear, you must allow me to judge. As a mother, of course I am anxious for my son. Now, Frederic is a poor man. Considering the kind of society in which he has to live, and the position which he must maintain as a member of Parliament, he is a very poor man." This was an argument which Clara certainly had not expected that any of the Aylmer family would condescend to use. She had always regarded Captain Aylmer as a rich man, since he had inherited Mrs. Winterfield's property, knowing that previously to that he had been able to live in London as rich men usually do live. "Is he?" said she. "It may seem odd to you, Lady Aylmer, but I do not think that a word has ever passed between me and your son as to the amount of his income." "Not odd at all, my dear. Young ladies are always thoughtless about those things, and when they are looking to be married think that money will come out of the skies." "If you mean that I have been looking to be married—" "Well, expecting. I suppose you have been expecting it?" Then she paused. But as Clara said nothing, she went on. "Of course Frederic has got my sister's moiety on the Perivale property, about 800 a year, or something of that sort, when all deductions are made. He will have the other moiety when I die, and if you and he can be satisfied to wait for that event, which may perhaps be not very long." Then there was another pause, indicative of the melancholy nature to such a suggestion, during which Clara looked at Lady Aylmer, and made up her mind that her ladyship would live for the next 25 years at least. "If you can wait for that," she continued, "it may be all very well, and though you will be poor people in Frederic's rank of life, you will be able to live." "That will be so far fortunate," said Clara. "But you'll have to wait," said Lady Aylmer, turning upon her companion almost fiercely. "That is, you certainly will have to do so if you are to depend upon Frederic's income alone." "I have nothing of my own, as he knows; absolutely nothing." "That does not seem to be quite so clear," said Lady Aylmer, speaking now very cautiously, or rather with a purpose of great caution. "I don't think that is quite so clear. Frederic has been telling me that there seems to be some sort of a doubt about the settlement of the Belton estate." "There is no sort of doubt whatever, no shadow of a doubt. He is quite mistaken." "Don't be in such a hurry, my dear. It is not likely that you yourself should be a very good lawyer." "Lady Aylmer, I must be in a hurry lest there should be any mistake about this. There is no question here for lawyers. Frederic must have been misled by a word or two which I said to him with quite another purpose. Everybody concerned knows that the Belton estate goes to my cousin Will. My poor father was quite aware of it." "That is all very well, and pray remember, my dear, that you need not attack me in this way. I am endeavouring, if possible, to arrange the accomplishment of your own wishes. It seems that Mr. Belton himself does not claim the property." "There is no question of claiming, because he is a man more generous than any other person in the world, romantically generous. He has offered to give me the property which was my father's for his lifetime. But I do not suppose that you would wish, or that Captain Aylmer would wish, that I should accept such an offer as that." There was a tone in her voice as she said this, and a glance in her eye as she turned her full face upon her companion, which almost prevailed against Lady Aylmer's force of character. "I really don't know, my dear," said Lady Aylmer. "You are so violent." "I certainly am eager about this. No consideration on earth would induce me to take my cousin's property from him." "It always seemed to me that entail was a most unfair proceeding." "What would it signify even if it were, which it was not? Papa got certain advantages on those conditions. But what can all that matter? It belongs to Will Belton." Then there was another pause, and Clara thought that the subject was over between them. But Lady Aylmer had not as yet completed her purpose. "Shall I tell you, my dear, what I think you ought to do?" "Certainly, Lady Aylmer, if you wish it." "I can at any rate tell you what it would become any young lady to do under such circumstances. I suppose you will give me credit for knowing as much as that. Any young lady, placed as you are, would be recommended by her friends, if she had friends able and fit to give her advice, to put the whole matter into the hands of her natural friends and her lawyer together. Hear me out, my dear, if you please. At least you can do that for me, as I am taking a great deal of trouble on your behalf. You should let Frederic see Mr. Green. I understand that Mr. Green was your father's lawyer. And then Mr. Green can see Mr. Belton, and so the matter can be arranged. It seems to me, from what I hear, that in this way, and in this way only, something can be done as to the proposed marriage. In no other way can anything be done." Then Lady Aylmer had finished her argument, and throwing herself back into the carriage seemed to intimate that she desired no reply. She had believed, and did believe, that her guest was so intent upon marrying her son that no struggle would be regarded as too great for the achievement of that object. And such belief was natural on her part. Mothers always so think of girls engaged to their sons, and so think especially when the girls are penniless and the sons are well to do in the world. But such belief, though it is natural, is sometimes wrong, and it was altogether wrong in this instance. "Then," said Clara, speaking very plainly, "nothing can be done." "Very well, my dear." After that there was not a word said between them till the carriage was once more within the park. Then Lady Aylmer spoke again. "I presume you see, my dear, that under these circumstances any thought of marriage between you and my son must be quite out of the question, at any rate for a great many years." "I will speak to Captain Aylmer about it, Lady Aylmer." "Very well, my dear; so do. Of course he is his own master, but he is my son as well, and I cannot see him sacrificed without an effort to save him." When Clara came down to dinner on that day, she was again Miss Amedroz, and she could perceive, from Belinda's manner quite as plainly as from that of her ladyship, that she was to have no more tidbits of hashed chicken specially picked out for her by Lady Aylmer's own fork. That evening and the next 2 days passed just as had passed the first 2 days, and everything was dull, cold, and uncomfortable. Twice she had walked out with Frederic, and on each occasion had thought that he would refer to what his mother had said, but he did not venture to touch upon the subject. Clara more than once thought that she would do so herself, but when the moments came she found that it was impossible. She could not bring herself to say anything that should have the appearance of a desire on her part to hurry on a marriage. She could not say to him, "If you are too poor to be married, or even if you mean to put forward that pretence, say so at once." He still called her Clara, and still asked her to walk with him, and still talked, when they were alone together, in a distant, cold way, of the events of their future combined life. Would they live at Perivale? Would it be necessary to refurnish the house? Should he keep any of the land on his own hands? These are all interesting subjects of discussion between an engaged man and the girl to whom he is engaged; but the man, if he wished to make them thoroughly pleasant to the lady, should throw something of the urgency of a determined and immediate purpose into the discussion. Something should be said as to the actual destination of the rooms. A day should be fixed for choosing the furnishing. Or the gentleman should declare that he will at once buy the cows for the farm. But with Frederic Aylmer all discussions seemed to point to some cold, distant future, to which Clara might look forward as she did to the joys of heaven. Will Belton would have bought the ring long since, and bespoken the priest, and arranged every detail of the honeymoon tour, and very probably would have stood looking into a cradle shop with longing eyes. At last there came an absolute necessity for some plain speaking. Captain Aylmer declared his intention of returning to London that he might resume his parliamentary duties. He had purposed to remain till after Easter, but it was found to be impossible. "I find I must go up to morrow," he said at breakfast. "They are going to make a stand about the poor rates, and I must be in the house in the evening." Clara felt herself to be very cold and uncomfortable. As things were at present arranged, she was to be left at Aylmer Park without a friend, and how long was she to remain there? No definite ending had been proposed for her visit. Something must be said and something settled before Captain Aylmer went away. "You will come down for Easter, of course?" said his mother. "Yes, I shall come down for Easter, I think, or at any rate at Whitsuntide." "You must come at Easter, Frederic," said his mother. "I don't doubt but I shall," said he. "Miss Amedroz should lay her commands upon him," said Sir Anthony, gallantly. "Nonsense," said Lady Aylmer. "I have commands to lay upon him all the same," said Clara, "and if he will give me half an hour this morning he shall have them." To this Captain Aylmer of course assented, as how could he escape from such assent? And a regular appointment was made. Captain Aylmer and Miss Amedroz were to be closeted together in the little back drawing room immediately after breakfast. Clara would willingly have avoided any such formality, could she have done so compatibly with the exigencies of the occasion. She had been obliged to assert herself when Lady Aylmer had rebuked Sir Anthony, and then Lady Aylmer had determined that an air of business should be assumed. Clara, as she was marched off into the back drawing room, followed by her lover, with more sheep-like gait even than her own, felt strongly the absurdity and the wretchedness of her position, but she was determined to go through with her purpose. "I am very sorry that I have to leave you so soon," said Captain Aylmer, as soon as the door was shut and they were alone together. "Perhaps it may be better as it is, Frederic, as in this way we shall all come to understand each other, and something will be settled." "Well, yes; perhaps that will be best." "Your mother has told me that she disapproves of our marriage." "No, not that, I think. I don't think she can have quite said that." "She says that you cannot marry while she is alive. That is, that you cannot marry me because your income would not be sufficient." "I certainly was speaking to her about my income." "Of course I have got nothing." Here she paused. "Not a penny piece in the world that I can call my own." "Oh yes, you have." "Nothing; nothing." "You have your aunt's legacy?" "No, I have not. She left me no legacy. But that is between you and me. If we think of marrying each other, that would make no difference." "None at all, of course." "But in truth I have got nothing. Your mother said something to me about the Belton Estate, as though there was some idea that possibly it might come to me." "Your cousin himself seemed to think so." "Frederic, do not let us deceive ourselves. There can be nothing of the kind. I could not accept any portion of the property from my cousin, even though our marriage were to depend upon it." "Of course it does not." "But if your means are not sufficient for your wants, I am quite ready to accept that reason as being sufficient for breaking our engagement." "There need be nothing of that kind." "As for waiting for the death of another person, for your mother's death, I should think it very wrong. Of course, if our engagement stands, there need be no hurry, but some time should be fixed." Clara, as she said this, felt that her face and forehead were suffused with a blush, but she was determined that it should be said, and the words were pronounced. "I quite think so too," said he. "I am glad that we agree. Of course I will leave it to you to fix the time." "You do not mean at this very moment?" said Captain Aylmer, almost aghast. "No, I did not mean that." "I'll tell you what. I'll make a point of coming down at Easter. I wasn't sure about it before, but now I will be, and then it shall be settled." Such was the interview, and on the next morning Captain Aylmer started for London. Clara felt aware that she had not done or said all that should have been done and said, but nevertheless a step in the right direction had been taken. End of Chapter 25. Recording by Kirsten Weber. Chapter 26 of the Belton Estate by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Kirsten Weber. Chapter 26. The Aylmer Park hashed chicken comes to an end. Easter in this year fell about the middle of April, and it still wanted 3 weeks of that time when Captain Aylmer started for London. Clara was quite alive to the fact that the next 3 weeks would not be a happy time for her. She looked forward, indeed, to so much wretchedness during this period, that the days as they came were not quite so bad as she had expected them to be. At first Lady Aylmer said little or nothing to her. It seemed to be agreed between them that there was to be war, but that there was no necessity for any of the actual operations of war during the absence of Captain Aylmer. Clara had become Miss Amedroz again, and though an offer to be driven out in the carriage was made to her every day, she was in general able to escape the infliction, so that at last it came to be understood that Miss Amedroz did not like carriage exercise. "She has never been used to it," said Lady Aylmer to her daughter. "I suppose not," said Belinda; "but if she wasn't so very cross, she'd enjoy it just for that reason." Clara sometimes walked about the grounds with Belinda, but on such occasions There was hardly anything that could be called conversation between them, and Frederic Aylmer's name was never mentioned. Captain Aylmer had not gone many days before she received a letter from her cousin, in which he spoke with absolute certainty of his intention of giving up the estate. He had, he said, consulted Mr. Green, and the thing was to be done. "But it will be better, I think," he went on to say, "that I should manage it for you till after your marriage. I simply mean what I say. You are not to suppose that I shall interfere in any way afterwards. Of course there will be a settlement, as to which I hope you will allow me to see Mr. Green on your behalf." In the first draft of his letter he had inserted a sentence in which he expressed a wish that the property should be so settled that it might at last all come to some one bearing the name of Belton. But as he read this over, the condition, for coming from him it would be a condition, seemed to be ungenerous, and he expunged it. "What does it matter who has it?" he said to himself bitterly, "or what he is called? I will never set my eyes upon his children, nor yet upon the place where he has become the master of it." Clara wrote both to her cousin and to the lawyer, repeating her assurance, with great violence, as Lady Aylmer would have said, that she would have nothing to do with the Belton estate. She told Mr. Green that it would be useless for him to draw up any deeds. "It can't be made mine unless I choose to have it," she said, "and I don't choose to have it." Then there came upon her a terrible fear. What if she should marry Captain Aylmer after all, and what if he, when he should be her husband, should take the property on her behalf? Something must be done before her marriage to prevent the possibility of such results, something as to the efficacy of which, for such prevention, she could feel altogether certain. But could she marry Captain Aylmer at all in her present mood? During these 3 weeks she was unconsciously teaching herself to hope that she might be relieved from her engagement. She did not love him. She was becoming aware that she did not love him. She was beginning to doubt whether, in truth, she had ever loved him. But yet she felt that she could not escape from her engagement if he should show himself to be really actuated by any fixed purpose to carry it out. Nor could she bring herself to be so weak before Lady Aylmer as to seem to yield. The necessity of not striking her colours was forced upon her by the warfare to which she was subjected. She was unhappy, feeling that her present position in life was bad and unworthy of her. She could have brought herself almost to run away from Aylmer Park as a boy runs away from school, were it not that she had no place to which to run. She could not very well make her appearance at Plaistow Hall, and say that she had come there for shelter and succour. She could, indeed, go to Mrs. Askerton's cottage for a while, and the more she thought of the state of her affairs, the more did she feel sure that that would, before long, be her destiny. It must be her destiny, unless Captain Aylmer should return at Easter with purposes so firmly fixed that even his mother should not be able to prevail against them. And now, in these days, circumstances gave her a new friend, or perhaps rather a new acquaintance, where she certainly had looked neither for the one or the other. Lady Aylmer and Belinda, and the carriage and the horses, used, as I have said, to go off without her. This would take place soon after luncheon. Most of us know how the events of the day drag themselves on tediously in such a country house as Aylmer Park, a country house in which people neither read, nor flirt, nor gamble, nor smoke, nor have resort to the excitement of any special amusement. Lunch was on the table at 1:30, and the carriage was at the door at 3. Eating and drinking and the putting on of bonnets occupied the hour and a half. From breakfast to lunch Lady Aylmer, with her old front, would occupy herself with her household accounts. For some days after Clara's arrival she put on her new front before lunch, but of late, since the long conversation in the carriage, the new front did not appear till she came down from the carriage. According to the theory of her life, she was never to be seen by any but her own family in her old front. At breakfast she would appear with head so mysteriously enveloped, with such a bewilderment of morning caps, That old front or new front was all the same. When Sir Anthony perceived this change, when he saw that Clara was treated as though she belonged to Aylmer Park, then he told himself that his son's marriage with Miss Amedroz was to be; and as Miss Amedroz seemed to him to be a very pleasant young woman, he would creep out of his own quarters when the carriage was gone, and have a little chat with her, being careful to creep away again before her ladyship's return. This was Clara's new friend. "Have you heard from Fred since he has been gone?" the old man asked one day, when he had come upon Clara still seated in the parlour in which they had lunched. He had been out at the front of the house scolding the under gardener, but the man had taken away his barrow and left him, and Sir Anthony had found himself without employment. "Only a line to say that he is to be here on the 16th. "I don't think people write so many love letters as they did when I was young," said Sir Anthony. "To judge from the novels, I should think not. The old novels used to be full of love letters." "Fred was never good at writing, I think." "Members of Parliament have too much to do, I suppose," said Clara. "But he always writes when there is any business. He's a capital man of business. I wish I could say as much for his brother, or for myself." "Lady Aylmer seems to like work of that sort." "So she does. She's fond of it. I am not. I sometimes think that Fred takes after her. Where was it you first knew him?" "At Perivale. We used both of us to be staying with Mrs. Winterfield." "Yes, yes, of course. The most natural thing in life. Well, my dear, I can assure you that I am quite satisfied." "Thank you, Sir Anthony. I'm glad to hear you say even as much as that." "Of course money is very desirable for a man situated like Fred, but he'll have enough. And if he is pleased, I am. Personally, as regards yourself, I am more than pleased. I am indeed." "It's very good of you to say so." Sir Anthony looked at Clara, and his heart was softened towards her as he saw that there was a tear in her eye. A man's heart must be very hard when it does not become softened by the trouble of a woman with whom he finds himself alone. "I don't know how you and Lady Aylmer get on together," said he, "but it will not be my fault if we are not friends." "I am afraid that Lady Aylmer does not like me," said Clara. "Indeed, I was afraid there was something of that. But you must remember she is hard to please. You'll find she'll come round in time." "She thinks that Captain Aylmer should not marry a woman without money." "That's all very well, but I don't see why Fred shouldn't please himself. He's old enough to know what he wants." "Is he, Sir Anthony? That's just the question. I'm not quite sure that he does know what he wants." "Fred doesn't know, do you mean?" "I don't quite think he does, sir. And the worst of it is, I am in doubt as well as he." "In doubt about marrying him?" "In doubt whether it will be good for him or for any of us. I don't like to come into a family that does not desire to have me." "You shouldn't think so much of Lady Aylmer as all that, my dear." "But I do think a great deal of her." "I shall be very glad to have you as a daughter-in-law. And as for Lady Aylmer, between you and me, my dear, you shouldn't take every word she says so much to heart. She's the best woman in the world, and I'm sure I'm bound to say so. But she has her temper, you know, and I don't think you ought to give way to her altogether. There's the carriage. It won't do you any good if we're found talking together, will it?" Then the baronet hobbled off, and Lady Aylmer, when she entered the room, found Clara sitting alone. Whether it was that the wife was clever enough to extract from her husband something of the conversation that had passed between him and Clara, or whether she had some other source of information, or whether her conduct might proceed from other grounds, we need not inquire, but from that afternoon Lady Aylmer's manner and words to Clara became much less courteous than they had been before. She would always speak as though some great iniquity was being committed, and went about the house with a portentous frown, as though some terrible measure must soon be taken with the object of putting an end to the present extremely improper state of things. All this was so manifest to Clara that she said to Sir Anthony one day that she could no longer bear the look of Lady Aylmer's displeasure, and that she would be forced to leave Aylmer Park before Frederic's return, unless the evil were mitigated. She had by this time told Sir Anthony that she much doubted whether the marriage would be possible, and that she really believed that it would be best for all parties that the idea should be abandoned. Sir Anthony, when he heard this, could only shake his head and hobble away. The trouble was too deep for him to cure. But Clara still held on, and now there wanted but 2 days to Captain Aylmer's return, when, all suddenly, there arose a terrible storm at Aylmer Park, and then came a direct and positive quarrel between Lady Aylmer and Clara, a quarrel direct and positive, and, on the part of both ladies, very violent. Nothing had hitherto been said at Aylmer Park about Mrs. Askerton, nothing, that is, since Clara's arrival, and Clara had been thankful for this silence. The letter which Captain Aylmer had written to her about Mrs. Askerton will perhaps be remembered, and Clara's answer to that letter. The Aylmer Park opinion as to this poor woman, and as to Clara's future conduct towards the poor woman, had been expressed very strongly, and Clara had as strongly resolved that she would not be guided by Aylmer Park opinions in that matter. She had anticipated much that was disagreeable on this subject, and had therefore congratulated herself not a little on the absence of all allusion to it. But Lady Aylmer had, in truth, kept Mrs. Askerton in reserve, as a battery to be used against Miss Amedroz if all other modes of attack should fail, as a weapon which would be powerful when other weapons had been powerless. For a while she had thought it possible that Clara might be the owner of the Belton Estate, and then it had been worth the careful mother's while to be prepared to accept a daughter-in-law so dowered. We have seen how the question of such ownership had enabled her to put forward the plea of poverty which she had used on her son's behalf. But since that Frederic had declared his intention of marrying the young woman in spite of his poverty, and Clara seemed to be equally determined. "He has been fool enough to speak the word, and she is determined to keep him to it," said Lady Aylmer to her daughter. Therefore the Askerton battery was brought to bear, not altogether unsuccessfully. The 3 ladies were sitting together in the drawing room, and had been as mute as fishes for half an hour. In these sittings they were generally very silent, speaking only in short little sentences. "Will you drive with us to day, Miss Amedroz?" "Not to day, I think, Lady Aylmer." "As you are reading, perhaps you won't mind our leaving you?" "Pray do not put yourself to inconvenience for me, Miss Aylmer." Such and such like was their conversation; but on a sudden, after a full half hour's positive silence, Lady Aylmer asked a question altogether of another kind. "I think, Miss Amedroz, my son wrote to you about a certain Mrs. Askerton?" Clara put down her work and sat for a moment almost astonished. It was not only that Lady Aylmer had asked so very disagreeable a question, but that she had asked it with so peculiar a voice as it were a command, in a manner that was evidently intended to be taken as serious, and with a look of authority in her eye, as though she were resolved that this battery of hers should knock the enemy absolutely into the dust. Belinda gave a little spring in her chair, looked intently at her work, and went on stitching faster than before. "Yes, he did," said Clara, finding that an answer was imperatively demanded from her. "It was quite necessary that he should write. I believe it to be an undoubted fact that Mrs. Askerton is not all what she ought to be." "Which of us is what we ought to be?" said Clara. "Miss Amedroz, on this subject I am not at all inclined to joke. Is it not true that Mrs. Askerton— You must excuse me, Lady Aylmer, but what I know of Mrs. Askerton I know altogether in confidence, so that I cannot speak to you of her past life." "But, Miss Amedroz, pray excuse me if I say that I must speak of it. When I remember the position in which you do us the honour of being our visitor here, how can I help speaking of it?" Belinda was stitching very hard, and would not even raise her eyes. Clara, who still held her needle in her hand, resumed her work, and for a moment or two made no further answer. But Lady Aylmer had by no means completed her task. "Miss Amedroz," she said, "you must allow me to judge for myself in this matter. The subject is one on which I feel myself obliged to speak to you." "But I have got nothing to say about it." "You have, I believe, admitted the truth of the allegations made by us as to this woman?" Clara was becoming very angry. A red spot showed itself on each cheek, and a frown settled upon her brow. She did not as yet know what she would say, or how she would conduct herself. She was striving to consider how best she might assert her own independence. But she was fully determined that in this matter she would not bend an inch to Lady Aylmer. "I believe we may take that as admitted," said her ladyship. "I am not aware that I have admitted anything to you, Lady Aylmer, or said anything that can justify you in questioning me on the subject." "Justify me in questioning a young woman who tells me that she is to be my future daughter-in-law?" "I have not told you so. I have never told you anything of the kind." "Then on what footing, Miss Amedroz, do you do us the honour of being with us here at Aylmer Park?" "On a very foolish footing." "On a foolish footing! What does that mean?" "It means that I have been foolish in coming to a house in which I am subjected to such questioning." "Belinda, did you ever hear anything like this? Miss Amedroz, I must persevere, however much you may dislike it. The story of this woman's life, whether she be Mrs. Askerton or not, I don't know." "She is Mrs. Askerton," said Clara. "As to that I do not profess to know, and I dare say that you are no wiser than myself. But what she has been we do know." Here Lady Aylmer raised her voice and continued to speak with all the eloquence which assumed indignation could give her. "What she has been we do know, and I ask you, as a duty which I owe to my son, whether you have put an end to your acquaintance with so very disreputable a person whom even to have known is a disgrace." "I know her, and—" "Stop 1 minute, if you please. My questions are these. Have you put an end to that acquaintance, and are you ready to give a promise that it shall never be resumed?" "I have not put an end to that acquaintance, or rather that affectionate friendship, as I should call it, and I am ready to promise that it shall be maintained with all my heart." "Belinda, do you hear that?" "Yes, mamma." And Belinda slowly shook her head, which was now bowed lower than ever over her lap. "And that is your resolution?" "Yes, Lady Aylmer, that is my resolution." "And you think that becoming to you as a young woman?" "Just so. I think that becoming to me as a young woman." "Then let me tell you, Miss Amedroz, that I differ from you altogether, altogether." Lady Aylmer, as she repeated the last word, raised her folded hands as though she were calling upon heaven to witness how thoroughly she differed from the young woman. "I don't see how I am to help that, Lady Aylmer. I dare say we may differ on many subjects." "I dare say we do. I dare say we do. And I need not point out to you how very little that would be a matter of regret to me, but for the hold you have upon my unfortunate son." "Hold upon him, Lady Aylmer? How dare you insult me by such language?" Here Belinda again jumped in her chair, but Lady Aylmer looked as though she enjoyed the storm. "You undoubtedly have a hold upon him, Miss Amedroz, and I think that that is a great misfortune. Of course, when he hears what your conduct is with reference to this person, he will release himself from his entanglement." "He can release himself from his entanglement whenever he chooses," said Clara, rising from her chair. "Indeed, he is released. I shall let Captain Aylmer know that our engagement must be at an end, unless he will promise that I shall never in future be subjected to the unwarrantable insolence of his mother." Then she walked off to the door, not regarding, and indeed not hearing, the parting shot that was fired at her. And now what was to be done? Clara went up to her own room, making herself strong and even comfortable, with an inward assurance that nothing should ever induce her even to sit down to table again with Lady Aylmer. She would not willingly enter the same room with Lady Aylmer, or have any speech with her. But what should she do at once? She could not very well leave Aylmer Park without settling whither she would go, nor could she in any way manage to leave the house on that afternoon. She almost resolved that she would go to Mrs. Askerton. Everything was of course over between her and Captain Aylmer, and therefore there was no longer any hindrance to her doing so on that score. But what would be her cousin Will's wish? He now was the only friend to whom she could trust for good counsel. What would be his advice? Should she write and ask him? No, she could not do that. She could not bring herself to write to him, telling him that the Aylmer entanglement was at an end. Were she to do so, he, with his temperament, would take such a letter as meaning much more than it was intended to mean. But she would write a letter to Captain Aylmer. This she thought that she would do at once, and she began it. She got as far as "My dear Captain Aylmer," and then she found that the letter was one which could not be written very easily, and she remembered, as the greatness of the difficulty of writing the letter became plain to her, that it could not now be sent so as to reach Captain Aylmer before he would leave London. If written at all, it must be addressed to him at Aylmer Park, and the task might be done to morrow as well as to day. So that task was given up for the present. But she did write a letter to Mrs. Askerton, a letter which she would send or not on the morrow, according to the state of her mind as it might be then. In this she declared her purpose of leaving Aylmer Park on the day after Captain Aylmer's arrival, and asked to be taken in at the cottage. An answer was to be sent to her addressed to the Great Northern Railway Hotel. Richards, the maid, came up to her before dinner with offers of assistance for dressing, offers made in a tone which left no doubt on Clara's mind that Richards knew well about the quarrel. But Clara declined to be dressed, and sent down a message saying that she would remain in her room, and begging to be supplied with tea. She would not even condescend to say that she was troubled with a headache. Then Belinda came up to her just before dinner was announced, and with a fluttered gravity advised Miss Amedroz to come downstairs. "Mamma thinks it will be much better that you should show yourself, let the final result be what it may." "But I have not the slightest desire to show myself." "There are the servants, you know." "But, Miss Aylmer, I don't care a straw for the servants; really, not a straw." "And papa will feel it so." "I shall be sorry if Sir Anthony is annoyed, but I cannot help it. It has not been my doing." "And mamma says that my brother would of course wish it." "After what your mother has done, I don't see what his wishes would have to do with it, even if she knew them, which I don't think she does." "But if you will think of it, I'm sure you'll find it is the proper thing to do. There is nothing to be avoided so much as an open quarrel that all the servants can see." "I must say, Miss Aylmer, that I disregard the servants. After what passed downstairs, of course I have had to consider what I should do. Will you tell your mother that I will stay here if she will permit it?" "Of course; she will be delighted." "I will remain, if she will permit it, till the morning after Captain Aylmer's arrival. Then I shall go." "Where to, Miss Amedroz?" "I have already written to a friend, asking her to accommodate me." Miss Aylmer paused a moment before she asked her next question, but she did ask it, showing by her tone and manner that she had been driven to summon up all her courage to enable her to do so. "To what friend, Miss Amedroz? Mamma will be glad to know." "That is a question which Lady Aylmer can have no right to ask," said Clara. "Oh, very well. Of course, if you don't like to tell, there's no more to be said." "I do not like to tell, Miss Aylmer." Clara had her tea in her room that evening, and lived there the whole of the next day. The family downstairs was not comfortable. Sir Anthony could not be made to understand why his guest kept her room, which was not odd, as Lady Aylmer was very sparing in the information she gave him; and Belinda found it to be impossible to sit at table, or to say a few words to her father and mother without showing at every moment her consciousness that a crisis had occurred. By the next day's post the letter to Mrs. Askerton was sent, and at the appointed time Captain Aylmer arrived. About an hour after he entered the house, Belinda went upstairs with a message from him. Would Miss Amedroz see him? Miss Amedroz would see him, but made it a condition of doing so that she should not be required to meet Lady Aylmer. "She need not be afraid," said Lady Aylmer, "unless she sends me a full apology, with a promise that she will have no further intercourse whatever with that woman, I will never willingly see her again." A meeting was therefore arranged between Captain Aylmer and Miss Amedroz in a sitting room upstairs. "What is all this, Clara?" said Captain Aylmer at once. "Simply this, that your mother has insulted me most wantonly. She says that it is you who have been uncourteous to her. Be it so. You can of course believe whichever you please, and it is desirable, no doubt, that you should prefer to believe your mother. But I do not wish there to be any quarrel." "But there is a quarrel, Captain Aylmer, and I must leave your father's house. I cannot stay here after what has taken place. Your mother told me, I cannot tell you what she told me, but she made against me just those accusations which she knew it would be the hardest for me to bear." "I'm sure you have mistaken her." "No, I have not mistaken her." "And where do you propose to go?" "To Mrs. Askerton." "Oh, Clara!" "I have written to Mrs. Askerton to ask her to receive me for a while. Indeed, I may almost say that I have no other choice." "If you go there, Clara, there will be an end to everything." "And there must be an end of what you call everything, Captain Aylmer," said she, smiling. "It cannot be for your good to bring into your family a wife of whom your mother would think so badly as she thinks of me." There was a great deal said, and Captain Aylmer walked very often up and down the room, endeavouring to make some arrangement which might seem in some sort to appease his mother. Would Clara only allow a telegram to be sent to Mrs. Askerton to explain that she had changed her mind? But Clara would allow no such telegram to be sent, and on that evening she packed up all her things. Captain Aylmer saw her again and again, sending Belinda backwards and forwards, and making different appointments up to midnight, but it was all to no purpose, and on the next morning she took her departure alone in the Aylmer Park carriage for the railway station. Captain Aylmer had proposed to go with her, but she had so stoutly declined his company that he was obliged to abandon his intention. She saw neither of the ladies on that morning, but Sir Anthony came out to say a word of farewell to her in the hall. "I am very sorry for all this," said he. "It is a pity," said Clara, "but it cannot be helped. Good bye, Sir Anthony." "I hope we may meet again under pleasanter circumstances," said the baronet. To this Clara made no reply, and was then handed into the carriage by Captain Aylmer. "I am so bewildered," said he, "that I cannot now say anything definite, but I shall write to you, and probably follow you." "Do not follow me, pray, Captain Aylmer," said she. Then she was driven to the station, and as she passed through the lodges of the park entrance, she took what she intended to be a final farewell of Aylmer Park. End of Chapter 26. Recording by Kirsten Weber. Chapter 27 of the Belton Estate by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Kirsten Weber. Chapter 27. Once more back to Belton. When the carriage was driven away, Sir Anthony and Captain Aylmer were left standing alone at the hall door of the house. The servants had slunk off, and the father and son, looking at each other, felt that they also must slink away, or else have some words together on the subject of their guest's departure. The younger gentleman would have preferred that there should be no words,
But Sir Anthony was curious to know something of what had passed in the house during the last few days. "I'm afraid things are not going quite comfortable," he said. "It seems to me, sir," said his son, "that things very seldom do go quite comfortable." "But, Fred, what is it all about? Your mother says that Miss Amedroz is behaving very badly." "And Miss Amedroz says that my mother is behaving very badly." "Of course, that's only natural. And what do you say?" "I say nothing, sir. The less said soonest mended." "That's all very well, but it seems to me that you, in your position, must say something. The long and short of it is this: is she to be your wife?" "Upon my word, sir, I don't know." They were still standing out under the portico, and as Sir Anthony did not for a minute or two ask any further questions, Captain Aylmer turned as though he were going into the house. But his father had still a word or two to say. "Stop a moment, Fred. I don't often trouble you with advice." "I'm sure I'm always glad to hear it when you offer any." "I know very well that in most things your opinion is better than mine. You've had advantages which I never had. But I've had more experience than you, my dear boy. It stands to reason that in some things I must have had more experience than you." There was a tone of melancholy in the father's voice as he said this, which quite touched the son, and which brought the two closer together out in the porch. "Take my word for it," continued Sir Anthony, "that you are much better off as you are than you could be with a wife." "Do you mean to say that no man should marry?" "No, I don't mean to say that. An eldest son ought to marry, so that the property may have an heir. And poor men should marry, I suppose, as they want wives to do for them. And sometimes, no doubt, a man must marry when he has got to be very fond of a girl and has compromised himself, and all that kind of thing. I would never advise any man to sully his honour." As Sir Anthony said this he raised himself a little with his two sticks and spoke out in a bolder voice. The voice, however, sank again as he descended from the realms of honour to those of prudence. "But none of these cases are yours, Fred. To be sure, you'll have the Perivale property, but that is not a family estate, and you'll be much better off by turning it into money. And in the way of comfort, you can be a great deal more comfortable without a wife than you can with one. What do you want a wife for? And then as to Miss Amedroz, for myself, I must say that I like her uncommonly. She has been very pleasant in her ways with me, but somehow or another I don't think you are so much in love with her but what you can do without her." Hereupon he paused and looked his son full in the face. Fred had also been thinking of the matter in his own way, and asking himself the same question, whether he was in truth so much in love with Clara that he could not live without her. "Of course I don't know," continued Sir Anthony, "what has taken place just now between you and her, or what between her and your mother, but I suppose the whole thing might fall through without any further trouble to you, or without anything unhandsome on your part?" But Captain Aylmer still said nothing. The whole thing might, no doubt, fall through, but he wished to be neither unjust nor ungenerous, and he specially wished to avoid anything unhandsome. After a further pause of a few minutes, Sir Anthony went on again, pouring forth the words of experience. "Of course, marriage is all very well. I married rather early in life, and have always found your mother to be a most excellent woman. A better woman doesn't breathe. I'm as sure of that as I am of anything. But, God bless me, of course you can see, I can't call anything my own. I'm tied down here, and I can't move. I've never got a shilling to spend, while all these lazy hounds about the place are eating me up. There isn't a clerk with 100 a year in London that isn't better off than I am as regards ready money.
And what comfort have I in a big house and no end of gardens, and a place like this? What pleasures do I get out of it? That comes of marrying, and keeping up one's name in the county respectably. What do I care for the county? The county! I often wish that I'd been a younger son, as you are."
Captain Aylmer had no answer to make to all this. It was no doubt the fact that age and good living had made Sir Anthony altogether incapable of enjoying the kind of life which he desired, and that he would probably have eaten and drunk himself into his grave long since, had that kind of life been within his reach. This, however, the son could not explain to his father; but in fitting, as he endeavoured to do, his father's words to his own case, Captain Aylmer did perceive that a bachelor's life might, perhaps, be the most suitable to his own peculiar case. Only he would do nothing unhandsome. As to that he was quite resolved. Of course Clara must show herself to be in some degree amenable to reason, and to the ordinary rules of the world; but he was aware that his mother was hot-tempered, and he generally made up his mind that he would give Miss Amedroz even yet another chance. At the hotel in London, Clara found a short note from Mrs. Askerton, in which she was warmly assured that everything should be done to make her comfortable at the cottage, as long as she should wish to stay there. But the very warmth of affection thus expressed made her almost shrink from what she was about to do. Mrs. Askerton was no doubt anxious for her coming, but would her cousin Will Belton approve of the visit? And what would her cousin Mary say about it? If she was being driven into this step, against her own approval, by the insolence of Lady Aylmer, if she was doing this thing simply because Lady Aylmer had desired her not to do it, and was doing it in opposition to the wishes of the man she had promised to marry as well as to her own judgment, there could not but be cause for shrinking. And yet she believed that she was right. If she could only have some one to tell her, some one in whom she could trust implicitly to direct her. She had hitherto been very much prone to rebel against authority. Against her aunt she had rebelled, and against her father, and against her lover. But now she wished with all her heart that there might be some one to whom she could submit with perfect faith. If she could only know what her cousin Will would think! In him she thought she could have trusted with that perfect faith, if only he would have been a brother to her. But it was too late now for doubting, and on the next day she found herself getting out of the old Redicote fly at Colonel Askerton's door. He came out to meet her, and his greeting was very friendly. Hitherto there had been no great intimacy between him and her, owing rather to the manner of life adopted by him than to any cause of mutual dislike between them. Mrs. Askerton had shown herself desirous of some social intercourse since she had been at Belton, but with Colonel Askerton there had been nothing of this kind. He had come there intending to live alone, and had been satisfied to carry out his purpose. But now Clara had come to his house as a guest, and he assumed towards her altogether a new manner. "We are so glad to have you," he said, taking both her hands. Then she passed on into the cottage, and in a minute was in her friend's arms. "Dear Clara, dearest Clara, I am so glad to have you here." "It is very good of you." "No, dear, the goodness is with you to come. But we won't quarrel about that. We will both be ever so good. And he is so happy that you should be here. You'll get to know him now. But come upstairs. There's a fire in your room, and I'll be your maid for the occasion, because then we can talk." Clara did as she was bid, and went upstairs. And as she sat over the fire, while her friend knelt beside her, for Mrs. Askerton was given to such kneelings, she could not but tell herself that Belton Cottage was much more comfortable than Aylmer Park. During the whole time of her sojourn at Aylmer Park, no word of real friendship had once greeted her ears. Everything there had been cold and formal, till coldness and formality had given way to violent insolence. "And so you have quarrelled with her ladyship," said Mrs. Askerton. "I knew you would." "I have not said anything about quarrelling with her."
But of course you have. Come now, don't make yourself disagreeable. You have had a downright battle, have you not?" "Something very like it, I'm afraid." "I am so glad," said Mrs. Askerton, rubbing her hands. "That is ill-natured." "Very well, let it be ill-natured. One isn't to be good-natured all round, or what would be the use of it? And what sort of woman is she?" "Oh dear, I couldn't describe her. She is very large, and wears a great wig, and manages everything herself, and I've no doubt she's a very good woman in her own way. I can see her at once, and a very pillar of virtue as regards morality and going to church. Poor me! Does she know that you have come here?" "I have no doubt she does. I did not tell her, nor would I tell her daughter, but I told Captain Aylmer." "That was right. That was very right. I'm so glad of that. But who would doubt that you would show a proper spirit? And what did he say?" "Not much, indeed." "I won't trouble you about him. I don't in the least doubt but all that will come right. And what sort of man is Sir Anthony?" "A commonplace sort of man, very gouty, and with none of his wife's strength. I liked him the best of them all." "Because you saw the least of him, I suppose." "He was kind in his manner to me." "And they were like she-dragons. I understand it all, and can see them just as though I had been there. I felt that I knew what would come of it when you first told me that you were going to Aylmer Park. I did indeed. I could have prophesied it all." "What a pity you did not." "It would have done no good, and your going there has done good. It has opened your eyes to more than one thing, I don't doubt. But tell me, have you told them in Norfolk that you were coming here?" "No, I have not written to my cousin." "Don't be angry with me if I tell you something. I have." "Have what?" "I have told Mr. Belton that you were coming here. It was in this way. I had to write to him about our continuing in the cottage. Colonel Askerton always makes me write if it's possible, and of course we were obliged to settle something as to the place." "I'm sorry you said anything about me." "How could I help it? What would you have thought of me, or what would he have thought, if when writing to him I had not mentioned such a thing as your visit? Besides, it's much better that he should know." "I am sorry that you said anything about it." "You are ashamed that he should know that you are here?" said Mrs. Askerton in a tone of reproach. "Ashamed? No, I am not ashamed. But I would sooner that he had not been told, as yet. Of course he would have been told before long." "But you are not angry with me?" "Angry! How can I be angry with any one who is so kind to me?" That evening passed by very pleasantly, and when she went again to her own room, Clara was almost surprised to find how completely she was at home. On the next day she and Mrs. Askerton together went up to the house, and roamed through all the rooms, and Clara seated herself in all the accustomed chairs. On the sofa, just in the spot to which Belton had thrown it, she found the key of the cellar. She took it up in her hand, thinking that she would give it to the servant, but again she put it back upon the sofa. It was his key, and he had left it there, and if ever there came an occasion she would remind him where he had put it. Then they went out to the cow, who was at her ease in a little home paddock. "Dear Bessy," said Clara, "see how well she knows me." But I think the tame little beast would have known any one else as well who had gone up to her as Clara did, with food in her hand. "She is quite as sacred as any cow that ever was worshipped among the cow worshippers," said Mrs. Askerton. "I suppose they milk her and sell the butter, but otherwise she is not regarded as an ordinary cow at all." "Poor Bessy," said Clara. "I wish she had never come here. What is to be done with her?" "Done with her? She'll stay here till she dies a natural death, and then a romantic pair of mourners will follow her to her grave, mixing their sympathetic tears comfortably as they talk of the old days, and in future years Bessy will grow to be a divinity of the past, never to be mentioned without tenderest reminiscences. I have not the slightest difficulty in prophesying as to Bessy's future life and posthumous honours. They roamed about the place the whole morning, through the garden and round the farm buildings, and in and out of the house, and at every turn something was said about Will Belton. But Clara would not go up to the rocks, although Mrs. Askerton more than once attempted to turn in that direction. He said that he never would go there again, except under certain circumstances. She knew that those circumstances would never come to pass, but yet neither would she go there. She would never go there till her cousin was married. Then, if in those days she should ever be present at Belton Castle, she would creep up to the spot all alone, and allow herself to think of the old days. On the following morning there came to her a letter bearing the Downham postmark, but at the first glance she knew that it was not from her cousin Will. Will wrote with a bold round hand that was extremely plain and caligraphic when he allowed himself time for the work in hand, as he did with the commencement of his epistles, but which would become confused and altogether anti-caligraphic when he fell into a hurry towards the end of his performance, as was his wont. But the address of this letter was written in a pretty, small, feminine hand, very careful in the perfection of every letter, and very neat in every stroke. It was from Mary Belton, between whom and Clara there had never hitherto been occasion for correspondence. The letter was as follows: Plaistow Hall, April, 186 . My dear cousin Clara, William has heard from your friends at Belton, who are tenants on the estate, and as to whom there seems to be some question whether they are to remain. He has written saying, I believe, that there need be no difficulty if they wish to stay there. But we learn also from Mrs. Askerton's letter that you are expected at the cottage, and therefore I will address this to Belton, supposing that it may find you there. You and I have never yet known each other, which has been a grief to me, but this grief, I hope, may be cured some day before long. I myself, as you know, am such a poor creature that I cannot go about the world to see my friends as other people do, at least not very well, and therefore I write to you with the object of asking you to come and see me here. This is an interesting old house in its way, and though I must not conceal from you that life here is very, very quiet, I would do my best to make the days pass pleasantly with you. I had heard that you were gone to Aylmer Park. Indeed, William told me of his taking you up to London. Now it seems you have left Yorkshire, and I suppose you will not return there very soon. If it be so, will it not be well that you should come to me for a short time? Both William and I feel that, just for the present, for a little time, you would perhaps prefer to be alone with me. He must go to London for a while, and then on to Belton, to settle your affairs and his. He intends to be absent for 6 weeks. If you would not be afraid of the dullness of this house for so long a time, pray come to us. The pleasure to me would be very great, and I hope that you have some of that feeling which with me is so strong, that we ought not to be any longer personally strangers to each other. You could then make up your mind as to what you would choose to do afterwards. I think that by the end of that time, that is, when William returns, my uncle and aunt from Sleaford will be with us. He is a clergyman, you know, and if you then like to remain, they will be delighted to make your acquaintance. It seems to be a long journey for a young lady to make alone from Belton to Plaistow, but travelling is so easy nowadays, and young ladies seem to be so independent, that you may be able to manage it. Hoping to see you soon, I remain your affectionate cousin, Mary Belton. This letter she received before breakfast, and was therefore able to read it in solitude, and to keep its receipt from the knowledge of Mrs. Askerton, if she should be so minded. She understood all at once that it intended to convey a hint that Plaistow Hall would be a better resting place for her than Mrs. Askerton's cottage, and an assurance that if she would go to Plaistow Hall for her convenience, no advantage should be taken of her presence there by the owner of the house for his convenience. As she sat thinking of the offer which had been made to her, she fancied that she could see and hear her cousin Will, as he discussed the matter with his sister, and with a half assumption of surliness declared his own intention of going away. Captain Aylmer, after that interview in London, had spoken of Belton's conduct as being unpardonable, but Clara had not only pardoned him, but had, in her own mind, pronounced his virtues to be so much greater than his vices as to make him almost perfect. "But I will not drive him out of his own house," she said. "What does it matter where I go?" "Colonel Askerton has had a letter from your cousin," said Mrs. Askerton, as soon as the two ladies were alone together. "And what does he say?" "Not a word about you." "So much the better. I have given him trouble enough, and am glad to think that he should be free of me for a while. Is Colonel Askerton to stay at the cottage?" "Now, Clara, you are a hypocrite. You know that you are a hypocrite." "Very likely; but I don't know why you should accuse me just now." "Yes, you do. Have you not heard from Norfolk also?" "Yes, I have." "I was sure of it. I knew he would never have written in that way, in answering my letter, ignoring your visit altogether, unless he had written to you also. But he has not written to me. My letter is from his sister. There it is." Whereupon she handed the letter to Mrs. Askerton, and waited patiently while it was being read. Her friend returned it to her without a word, and Clara was the first to speak again. "It is a nice letter, is it not? I never saw her, you know." "So she says. But is it not a kind letter?" "I suppose it is meant for kindness. It is not very complimentary to me. It presumes that such a one as I may be treated without the slightest consideration. And so I may. It is only fit that I should be so treated. If you ask my advice, I advise you to go at once. At once." "But I have not asked your advice, dear, nor do I intend to ask it." "You would not have shown it me if you had not intended to go." "How unreasonable you are! You told me just now that I was a hypocrite for not telling you of my letter, and now you are angry with me because I have shown it to you." "I am not angry. I think you have been quite right to show it me. I don't know how else you could have acted upon it." "But I do not mean to act upon it. I shall not go to Plaistow. There are 2 reasons against it, each sufficient. I shall not leave you just now, unless you send me away, and I shall not cause my cousin to be turned out of his own house." "Why should he be turned out? Why should you not go to him? You love him, and as for him, he is more in love than any man I ever knew. Go to Plaistow Hall, and everything will run smooth." "No, dear, I shall not do that." "Then you are foolish. I am bound to tell you so, as I have inveigled you here." "I thought I had invited myself." "No, I asked you to come, and when I asked you I knew that I was wrong. Though I meant to be kind, I knew that I was unkind. I saw that my husband disapproved it, though he had not the heart to tell me so. I wish he had. I wish he had." "Mrs. Askerton, I cannot tell you how much you wrong yourself, and how you wrong me also. I am more than contented to be here." "But you should not be contented to be here. It is just that. In learning to love me, or rather, perhaps, to pity me, you lower yourself. Do you think that I do not see it all, and know it all? Of course it is bad to be alone, but I have no right not to be alone." There was nothing for Clara to do but to draw herself once again close to the poor woman, and to embrace her with protestations of fair, honest, equal regard and friendship. "Do you think that I do not understand that letter?" continued Mrs. Askerton. "If it had come from Lady Aylmer I could have laughed at it, because I believe Lady Aylmer to be an overbearing virago, whom it is good to put down in every possible way. But this comes from a pure-minded woman, one whom I believe to be little given to harsh judgments on her fellow sinners, and she tells you, in her calm, wise way, that it is bad for you to be here with me." "She says nothing of that kind." "But does she not mean it? Tell me honestly, do you not know that she means it?" "I am not going to be guided by what she means." "But you are to be guided by what her brother means. It is come to that, and you may as well bend your neck at once. It is come to that, and the sooner the better for you. It is easy to see that you are badly off for guidance when you take up me as your friend." When she had so spoken, Mrs. Askerton got up and went to the door. "No, Clara, do not come with me, not now," she said, turning to her companion, who had risen as though to follow her. "I will come to you soon, but I would rather be alone now. And look here, dear, you must answer your cousin's letter. Do so at once, and say that you will go to Plaistow. In any event, it will be better for you." Clara, when she was alone, did answer her cousin's letter, but she did not accept the invitation that had been given her. She assured Miss Belton that she was most anxious to know her, and hoped that she might do so before long, either at Plaistow or at Belton, but that at present she was under an engagement to stay with her friend Mrs. Askerton. In an hour or two Mrs. Askerton returned, and Clara handed to her the note to read. "Then all I can say is you are very silly, and don't know on which side your bread is buttered." It was evident from Mrs. Askerton's voice that she had recovered her mood and tone of mind. "I don't suppose it will signify much, as it will all come right at last," she said afterwards. And then, after luncheon, when she had been for a few minutes with her husband in his own room, she told Clara that the Colonel wanted to speak to her. "You'll find him as grave as a judge, for he has got something to say to you in earnest. Nobody can be so stern as he is when he chooses to put on his wig and gown." So Clara went into the Colonel's study, and seated herself in a chair which he had prepared for her. She remained there for over an hour, and during the hour the conversation became very animated. Colonel Askerton's assumed gravity had given way to ordinary eagerness, during which he had walked about the room in the vehemence of his argument, and Clara, in answering him, had also put forth all her strength. She had expected that he also was going to speak to her on the propriety of her going to Norfolk, but he made no allusion to that subject, although all that he did say was founded on Will Belton's letter to himself. Belton, in speaking of the cottage, had told Colonel Askerton that Miss Amedroz would be his future landlord, and had then gone on to explain that it was his, Belton's, intention to destroy the entail and allow the property to descend from the father to the daughter. "As Miss Amedroz is with you now," he said, "may I beg you to take the trouble to explain the matter to her at length, and to make her understand that the estate is now, at this moment, in fact her own. Her possession of it does not depend on any act of hers, or indeed upon her own will or wish in the matter." On this subject Colonel Askerton had argued, using all his skill to make Clara perceive that she was her father's heiress, through the generosity undoubtedly of her cousin, and that she had no alternative but to assume the possession which was thus thrust upon her. And so eloquent was the Colonel that Clara was staggered. "It is quite impossible," she said. "Though he may be able to make it over to me, I can give it back again." "I think not. In such a matter as this a lady in your position can only be guided by her natural advisers, her father's lawyer, and other family friends." "I don't know why a young lady should be in any way different from an old gentleman." "But an old gentleman would not hesitate under such circumstances. The entail in itself was a cruelty, and the operation of it on your poor brother's death was additionally cruel." "It is cruel that any one should be poor," argued Clara, "but that does not take away the right of a rich man to his property." There was much more of this sort said between them, till Clara was at any rate convinced that Colonel Askerton believed that she ought to be the owner of the property.
And then at last he ventured upon another argument, which soon drove Clara out of the room. "There is, I believe, one way in which it can all be made right," said he. "What way?" said Clara, forgetting in her eagerness the obviousness of the mode which her companion was about to point out. "Of course I know nothing of this myself," he said, smiling, "but Mary thinks that you and your cousin might arrange it between you if you were together." "You must not listen to what she says about that, Colonel Askerton." "Must I not? Well, I will not listen to more than I can help. But Mary, as you know, is a persistent talker. I, at any rate, have done my commission." Then Clara left him, and was alone for what remained of the afternoon. It could not be, she said to herself, that the property ought to be hers. It would make her miserable were she once to feel that she had accepted it. Some small allowance out of it, coming to her from the brotherly love of her cousin, some moderate stipend sufficient for her livelihood, she thought she could accept from him. It seemed to her that it was her destiny to be dependent on charity, to eat bread given to her from the benevolence of a friend. And she thought that she could endure his benevolence better than that of any other. Benevolence from Aylmer Park or from Perivale would be altogether unendurable. But why should it not be as Colonel Askerton had proposed? That this cousin of hers loved her with all his heart, with a constancy for which she had at first given him no credit, she was well aware. And as regarded herself, she loved him better than all the world beside. She had at last become conscious that she could not now marry Captain Aylmer without sin, without false vows and fatal injury to herself and him. To the prospect of that marriage as her future fate, an end must be put, at any rate, an end, if that which had already taken place was not to be regarded as end enough. But yet she had been engaged to Captain Aylmer, was engaged to him even now. When last her cousin had mentioned to her Captain Aylmer's name, she had declared that she loved him still. How then could she turn round now and so soon accept the love of another man? How could she bring herself to let her cousin assume to himself the place of a lover, when it was but the other day that she had rebuked him for expressing the faintest hope in that direction? But yet. As for going to Plaistow, that was quite out of the question. "So you are to be the heiress after all," said Mrs. Askerton to her that night in her bedroom. "No, I am not to be the heiress after all," said Clara, rising against her friend impetuously. "You'll have to be Lady of Belton, in one way or the other, at any rate," said Mrs. Askerton. End of Chapter 27. Recording by Kirsten Weber. Chapter 28 of the Belton Estate by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Kirsten Weber. Chapter 28. Miss Amedroz is pursued. "I suppose now, my dear, it may be considered that everything is settled about that young lady?" said Lady Aylmer to her son on the same day that Miss Amedroz left Aylmer Park. "Nothing is settled, ma'am," said the Captain. "You don't mean to tell me that after what has passed you intend to follow her up any further?" "I shall certainly endeavour to see her again." "Then, Frederic, I must tell you that you are very wrong indeed. Almost worse than wrong. I would say wicked, only I feel sure that you will think better of it. You cannot mean to tell me that you would marry her after what has taken place." "The question is whether she would marry me." "That is nonsense, Frederic. I wonder that you, who are generally so clear-sighted, cannot see more plainly than that. She is a scheming, artful young woman, who is playing a regular game to catch a husband." "If that were so, she would have been more humble to you, ma'am." "Not a bit, Fred. That's just it. That has been her cleverness. She tried that on at first, and found that she could not get round me. Don't allow yourself to be deceived by that, pray."
And then there is no knowing how she may be bound up with those horrid people, so that she cannot throw them over, even if she would." "I don't think you understand her, ma'am." "Oh, very well; but I understand this, and you had better understand it too, that she will never again enter a house of which I am the mistress, nor can I ever enter a house in which she is received. If you choose to make her your wife after that, I have done." Lady Aylmer had not done, or nearly done, but we need hear no more of her threats or entreaties. Her son left Aylmer Park immediately after Easter Sunday, and as he went, the mother, nodding her head, declared to her daughter that the marriage would never come off, let Clara Amedroz be ever so sly or ever so clever. "Think of what I have said to you, Fred," said Sir Anthony, as he took his leave of his son. "Yes, sir, I will." "You can't be better off than you are. You can't, indeed." With these words in his ears, Captain Aylmer started for London, intending to follow Clara down to Belton. He hardly knew his own mind on this matter of his purpose of marriage. He was almost inclined to agree with his father that he was very well off as he was. He was almost inclined to agree with his mother in her condemnation of Clara's conduct. He was almost inclined to think that he had done enough towards keeping the promise made to his aunt on her deathbed. But still he was not quite contented with himself. He desired to be honest and true, as far as his ideas went of honesty and truth, and his conscience told him that Clara had been treated with cruelty by his mother. I am inclined to think that Lady Aylmer, in spite of her high experience and character for wisdom, had not fought her battle altogether well. No man likes to be talked out of his marriage by his mother, and especially not so when the talking takes the shape of threats. When she told him that under no circumstances would she again know Clara Amedroz, he was driven by his spirit of manhood to declare to himself that the menace from her should not have the slightest influence with him. The word or two which his father said was more effective. After all, it might be better for him, in his peculiar position, to have no wife at all. He did begin to believe that he had no need for a wife. He had never before thought so much of his father's example as he did now. Clara was manifestly a hot-tempered woman, a very hot-tempered woman indeed. Now his mother was also a hot-tempered woman, and he could see the result in the present condition of his father's life. He resolved that he would follow Clara to Belton, so that some final settlement might be made between them, but in coming to this resolution he acknowledged to himself that, should she decide against him, he would not break his heart. She, however, should have her chance. Undoubtedly it was only right that she should have her chance. But the difficulty of the circumstances in which he was placed was so great that it was almost impossible for him to make up his mind fixedly to any purpose in reference to Clara. As he passed through London on his way to Belton, he called at Mr. Green's chambers with reference to that sum of £1,500, which it was now absolutely necessary that he should make over to Miss Amedroz, and from Mr. Green he learned that William Belton had given positive instructions as to the destination of the Belton estate. He would not inherit it or have anything to do with it under the entail, from the effects of which he desired to be made entirely free. Mr. Green, who knew that Captain Aylmer was engaged to marry his client, and who knew nothing of any interruption to that agreement, felt no hesitation in explaining all this to Captain Aylmer. "I suppose you had heard of it before," said Mr. Green. Captain Aylmer certainly had heard of it, and had been very much struck by the idea, but up to this moment he had not quite believed in it. Coming simply from William Belton to Clara Amedroz, such an offer might be no more than a strong argument used in love making. Take back the property, but take me with it, of course. That, Captain Aylmer thought, might have been the correct translation of Mr. William Belton's romance.
But he was forced to look at the matter differently when he found that it had been put into a lawyer's hands. "Yes," said he, "I have heard of it. Mr. Belton mentioned it to me himself." This was not strictly true. Clara had mentioned it to him, but Belton had come into the room immediately afterwards, and Captain Aylmer might probably have been mistaken. "He's quite in earnest," said Mr. Green. "Of course I can say nothing, Mr. Green, as I am myself so nearly interested in the matter. It is a great question, no doubt, how far such an entail as that should be allowed to operate." "I think it should stand as a matter of course. I think Belton is wrong," said Mr. Green. "Of course I can give no opinion," said the other. "I'll tell you what you can do, Captain Aylmer. You can suggest to Miss Amedroz that there should be a compromise. Let them divide it. They are both clients of mine, and in that way I should do my duty to each. Let them divide it. Belton has money enough to buy up the other moiety, and in that way would still be Belton of Belton." Captain Aylmer had not the slightest objection to such a plan. Indeed, he regarded it as in all respects a wise and salutary arrangement. The moiety of the Belton estate might probably be worth £25,000, and the addition of such a sum as that to his existing means would make all the difference in the world as to the expediency of his marriage. His father's arguments would all fall to the ground if £25,000 were to be obtained in this way, and he had but little doubt that such a change in affairs would go far to mitigate his mother's wrath. But he was by no means mercenary in his views, so at least he assured himself. Clara should have her chance with or without the Belton estate, or with or without the half of it. He was by no means mercenary. Had he not made his offer to her, and repeated it almost with obstinacy, when she had no prospect of any fortune? He could always remember that of himself, at least. And remembering that now, he could take a delight in these bright money prospects, without having to accuse himself in the slightest degree of mercenary motives. This fortune was a godsend which he could take with clean hands, if only he should ultimately be able to take the lady who possessed the fortune. From London he wrote to Clara, telling her that he proposed to visit her at Belton. His letter was written before he had seen Mr. Green, and was not very fervent in its expressions, but nevertheless it was a fair letter, written with the intention of giving her a fair chance. He had seen with great sorrow, with heartfelt grief, that quarrel between his mother and his own Clara. Thinking, as he felt himself obliged to think, about Mrs. Askerton, he could not but feel that his mother had cause for her anger, but he himself was unprejudiced, and was ready and anxious also, the word anxious was underscored, to carry out his engagement. A few words between them might probably set everything right, and therefore he proposed to meet her at the Belton Castle house at such hour on such day. He should run down to Perivale on his journey, and perhaps Clara would let him have a line addressed to him there. Such was his letter. "What do you think of that?" said Clara, showing it to Mrs. Askerton on the afternoon of the day on which she had received it. "What do you think of it?" said Mrs. Askerton. "I can only hope that he will not come within reach of my hands." "You are not angry with me for showing it to you?" "No, why should I be angry with you? Of course I knew it all without any showing. Do not tell Colonel Askerton, or they will be killing each other." "Of course I shall not tell Colonel Askerton, but I could not help showing this to you." "And you will meet him?" "Yes, I shall meet him. What else can I do?" "Unless, indeed, you were to write and tell him that it would do no good." "It will be better that he should come." "If you allow him to talk you over, you will be a wretched woman all your life." "It will be better that he should come," said Clara again. And then she wrote to Captain Aylmer at Perivale, telling him that she would be at home at the hour he had named, on the day he had named.
When that day came, she walked across the park a little before the time fixed, not wishing to meet Captain Aylmer before she had reached the house. It was now nearly the middle of April, and the weather was soft and pleasant. It was almost summer again, and as she felt this, she thought of all the events which had occurred since the last summer, of their agony of grief at the catastrophe which had closed her brother's life, of her aunt's death first, and then of her father's following so close upon the other, and of the 2 offers of marriage made to her, as to which she was now aware that she had accepted the wrong man and rejected the wrong man. She was steadily minded now, at this moment, that before she parted from Captain Aylmer, her engagement with him should be brought to a close. Now, at this coming interview, so much at any rate should be done. She had tried to make herself believe that she felt for him that sort of affection which a woman should have for the man she is to marry, but she had failed. She hardly knew whether she had in truth ever loved him, but she was quite sure that she did not love him now. No, she had done with Aylmer Park, and she could feel thankful, amidst all her troubles, that that difficulty should vex her no more. In showing Captain Aylmer's letter to Mrs. Askerton, she had made no such promise as this, but her mind had been quite made up. "He certainly shall not talk me over," she said to herself as she walked across the path. But she could not see her way so clearly out of that further difficulty with regard to her cousin. It might be that she would be able to rid herself of the one lover with comparative ease, but she could not bring herself to entertain the idea of accepting the other. It was true that this man longed for her, desired to call her his own with a wearing, anxious, painful desire, which made his heart grievously heavy, heavy as though with lead hanging to its strings. And it was true that Clara knew that it was so. It was true also that his spirit had mastered her spirit, and that his persistence had conquered her resistance, the resistance, that is, of her feelings. But there remained with her a feminine shame which made it seem to her impossible that she should now reject Captain Aylmer, and as a consequence of that rejection accept William Belton's hand. As she thought of this, she could not see her way out of her trouble in that direction with any of that clearness which belonged to her in reference to Captain Aylmer. She had been an hour in the house before he came, and never did an hour go so heavily with her. There was no employment for her about the place, and Mrs. Bunce, the old woman who now lived there, could not understand why her late mistress chose to remain seated among the unused furniture. Clara had of course told her that a gentleman was coming. "Not Mr. Will?" said the woman. "No, it is not Mr. Will," said Clara. "His name is Captain Aylmer." "Oh, indeed!" And then Mrs. Bunce looked at her with a mystified look. Why on earth should not the gentleman call on Miss Amedroz at Mrs. Askerton's cottage? "I'll be sure to show un up when a comes, at any rate," said the old woman solemnly. And Clara felt that it was all very uncomfortable. At last the gentleman did come, and was shown up with all the ceremony of which Mrs. Bunce was capable. "Here he be, mum." Then Mrs. Bunce paused a moment before she retreated, anxious to learn whether the newcomer was a friend or foe. She concluded from the captain's manner that he was a very dear friend, and then she departed. "I hope you are not surprised at my coming," said Captain Aylmer, still holding Clara by the hand. "A little surprised," she said, smiling. "But not annoyed?" "No, not annoyed." "As soon as you had left Aylmer Park, I felt that it was the right thing to do, the only thing to do, as I told my mother." "I hope you have not come in opposition to her wishes," said Clara, unable to control a slight tone of banter as she spoke. "In this matter I found myself compelled to act in accordance with my own judgment," said he, untouched by her sarcasm. "Then I suppose that Lady Aylmer is vexed with you for coming here? I shall be so sorry for that, so very sorry. as no good can come of it." "Well, I am not so sure of that. My mother is a most excellent woman, one for whose opinions on all matters I have the highest possible value, a value so high that you never ought to act in opposition to it. That is what you really mean, Captain Aylmer, and upon my word I think that you are right." "No, Clara, that is not what I mean. Not exactly that. Indeed, just at present I mean the reverse of that. There are some things on which a man must act on his own judgment, irrespective of the opinions of any one else." "Not of a mother, Captain Aylmer?" "Yes, of a mother. That is to say, a man must do so. With a lady, of course, it is different. I was very, very sorry that there should have been any unpleasantness at Aylmer Park." "It was not pleasant to me, certainly." "Nor to any of us, Clara." "At any rate, it need not be repeated." "I hope not." "No, it certainly need not be repeated. I know now that I was wrong to go to Aylmer Park. I felt sure beforehand that there were many things as to which I could not possibly agree with Lady Aylmer, and I ought not to have gone." "I don't see that at all, Clara." "I do see it now." "I can't understand you. What things? Why should you be determined to disagree with my mother? Surely you ought at any rate to endeavour to think as she thinks." "I cannot do that, Captain Aylmer." "I am sorry to hear you speak in this way. I have come here all the way from Yorkshire to try to put things straight between us, but you receive me as though you would remember nothing but that unpleasant quarrel." "It was so unpleasant, so very unpleasant. I had better speak out the truth at once. I think that Lady Aylmer ill-used me cruelly. I do. No one can talk me out of that conviction. Of course I am sorry to be driven to say as much to you, and I should never have said it had you not come here. But when you speak of me and your mother together, I must say what I feel. Your mother and I, Captain Aylmer, are so opposed to each other, not only in feeling, but in opinions also, that it is impossible that we should be friends, impossible that we should not be enemies, if we are brought together." This she said with great energy, looking intently into his face as he spoke. He was seated near her, on a chair from which he was leaning over towards her, holding his hat in both hands between his legs. Now, as he listened to her, he drew his chair still nearer, ridding himself of his hat, which he left upon the carpet, and keeping his eyes upon hers as though he were fascinated. "I am sorry to hear you speak like this," he said. "It is best to say the truth." "But, Clara, if you intend to be my wife—" "Oh no, that is impossible now." "What is impossible?" "Impossible that I should become your wife. Indeed, I have convinced myself that you do not wish it." "But I do wish it." "No, no. If you will question your heart about it quietly, you will find that you do not wish it." "You wrong me, Clara." "At any rate, it cannot be so." "I will not take that answer from you," he said, getting up from his chair and walking once up and down the room. Then he returned to it and repeated his words. "I will not take that answer from you. An engagement such as ours cannot be put aside like an old glove. You do not mean to tell me that all that has been between us is to mean nothing?" There was something now like feeling in his tone, something like passion in his gesture, and Clara, though she had no thought of changing her purpose, was becoming unhappy at the idea of his unhappiness. "It has meant nothing," she said. "We have been like children together, playing at being in love. It is a game from which you will come out scatheless, but I have been scalded." "Scalded?" "Well, never mind. I do not mean to complain, and certainly not of you. I have come here all the way from Yorkshire in order that things may be put right between us." "You have been very good to come, and I will not say that I regret your trouble. It is best, I think, that we should meet each other once more face to face, so that we may understand each other. There was no understanding anything during those terrible days at Aylmer Park." Then she paused, but as he did not speak at once, she went on. "I do not blame you for anything that has taken place, but I am quite sure of this, that you and I could never be happy together as man and wife." "I do not know why you say so. I do not, indeed." "You would disapprove of everything that I should do. You do disapprove of what I am doing now." "Disapprove of what?" "I am staying with my friend Mrs. Askerton." He felt that this was hard upon him. As she had shown herself inclined to withdraw herself from him, he had become more resolute in his desire to follow her up and to hold by his engagement. He was not employed now in giving her another chance, as he had proposed to himself to do, but was using what eloquence he had to obtain another chance for himself. Lady Aylmer had almost made him believe that Clara would be the suppliant, but now he was the suppliant himself. In his anxiety to keep her, he was willing even to pass over her terrible iniquity in regard to Mrs. Askerton, that great sin which had led to all these troubles. He had once written to her about Mrs. Askerton, using very strong language, and threatening her with his mother's full displeasure. At that time Mrs. Askerton had simply been her friend. There had been no question then of her taking refuge under that woman's roof. Now she had repelled Lady Aylmer's counsels with scorn, was living as a guest in Mrs. Askerton's house, and yet he was willing to pass over the Askerton difficulty without a word. He was willing not only to condone past offences, but to wink at existing iniquity. But she who was the sinner, would not permit of this. She herself dragged up Mrs. Askerton's name, and seemed to glory in her own shame. "I had not intended," said he, "to speak of your friend. I only mention her to show how impossible it is that we should ever agree upon some subjects, as to which a husband and wife should always be of one mind. I knew this from the moment in which I got your letter, and only that I was a coward, I should have said so then." "And you mean to quarrel with me altogether?" "No. Why should we quarrel?" "Why, indeed?" said he. "But I wish it to be settled, quite settled, as from the nature of things it must be, that there shall be no attempt at renewal of our engagement. After what has passed, how could I enter your mother's house?" "But you need not enter it." Now, in his emergency, he was willing to give up anything, everything. He had been prepared to talk her over into a reconciliation with his mother, to admit that there had been faults on both sides, to come down from his high pedestal and discuss the matter as though Clara and his mother stood upon the same footing. Having recognised the spirit of his lady love, he had told himself that so much indignity as that must be endured, but now he had been carried so far beyond this, that he was willing, in the sudden vehemence of his love, to throw his mother over altogether, and to accede to any terms which Clara might propose to him. "Of course I would wish you to be friends," he said, using now all the tones of a suppliant, "but if you found that it could not be so?" "Do you think that I would divide you from your mother? There need be no question as to that." "Ah, there you are wrong. There must be such questions. I should have thought of it sooner." "Clara, you are more to me than my mother, 10 times more." As he said this he came up and knelt down beside her. "You are everything to me. You will not throw me over." He was a suppliant indeed, and such supplications are very potent with women. Men succeed often by the simple earnestness of their prayers. Women cannot refuse to give that which is asked for with so much of the vehemence of true desire. "Clara, you have promised to be my wife. You have twice promised, and can have no right to go back because you are displeased with what my mother may have said. I am not responsible for my mother. Clara, say that you will be my wife." As he spoke he strove to take her hand, and his voice sounded as though there were in truth something of passion in his heart.
Chapter 28. Recording by Kirsten Weber. Chapter 29 of the Belton Estate by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Kirsten Weber. Chapter 29. There is nothing to tell. Captain Aylmer had never before this knelt to Clara Amedroz. Such kneeling on the part of lovers used to be the fashion, because lovers in those days held in higher value than they do now that which they asked their ladies to give, or because they pretended to do so. The forms, at least, of supplication were used, whereas in these wiser days Augustus simply suggests to Caroline that they two might as well make fools of themselves together, and so the thing is settled without the need of much prayer. Captain Aylmer's engagement had been originally made somewhat after this fashion. He had not, indeed, spoken of the thing contemplated as a folly, not being a man given to little vagaries of that nature, but he had been calm, unenthusiastic, and reasonable. He had not attempted to evince any passion, and would have been quite content that Clara should believe that he married as much from obedience to his aunt as from love for herself, had he not found that Clara would not take him at all under such a conviction. But though she had declined to come to him after that fashion, though something more than that had been needed, still she had been won easily, and therefore lightly prized. I fear that it is so with everything that we value, with our horses, our houses, our wines, and above all with our women. Where is the man who has heart and soul big enough to love a woman with increased force of passion, because she has at once recognised in him all that she has herself desired? Captain Aylmer, having won his spurs easily, had taken no care in buckling them, and now found, to his surprise, that he was like to lose them. He had told himself that he would only be too glad to shuffle his feet free of their bondage, but now that they were going from him, he began to find that they were very necessary for the road that he was to travel. "Clara," he said, kneeling by her side, "you are more to me than my mother, 10 times more." This was all new to her. Hitherto, though she had never desired that he should assume such attitude as this, she had constantly been unconsciously wounded by his coldness, by his cold propriety and unbending self-possession. His cold propriety and unbending self-possession were gone now, and he was there at her feet. Such an argument, used at Aylmer Park, would have conquered her, would have won her at once, in spite of herself. But now she was minded to be resolute. She had sworn to herself that she would not peril herself or him by joining herself to a man with whom she had so little sympathy, and who apparently had none with her. But in what way was she to answer such a prayer as that which was now made to her? The man who addressed her was entitled to use all the warmth of an accepted lover. He only asked for that which had already been given. "Captain Aylmer," she began. "Why is it to be Captain Aylmer? What have I done that you should use me in this way? It was not I who made you unhappy at Aylmer Park." "I will not go back to that. It is of no use. Pray get up. It shocks me to see you in this way." "Tell me, then, that it is once more all right between us. Say that, and I shall be happier than I ever was before. Yes, than I ever was before. I know how much I love you now, how sore it would be to lose you. I have been wrong. I had not thought enough of that, but I will think of it now." She found that the task before her was very difficult, so difficult that she almost broke down in performing it. It would have been so easy, and for the moment so pleasant, to have yielded. He had his hand upon her arm, having attempted to take her hand. In preventing that she had succeeded, but she could not altogether make herself free from him without rising. For a moment she had paused as though she were about to yield. For a moment, as he looked into her eyes, He had thought that he would again be victorious. Perhaps there was something in his glance, some too visible return of triumph in his eyes, which warned her of the danger. "No," she said, getting up and walking away from him. "No." "And what does no mean, Clara?" Then he also rose and stood leaning on the table. "Does it mean that you will be forsworn?" "It means this, that I will not come between you and your mother, that I will not be taken into a family in which I am scorned, that I will not go to Aylmer Park myself, or be the means of preventing you from going there." "There need be no question of Aylmer Park." "There shall be none." "But, so much being allowed, you will be my wife?" "No, Captain Aylmer, no. I cannot be your wife. Do not press it further. You must know that on such a subject I would think much before I answered you. I have thought much, and I know that I am right." "And your promised word is to go for nothing?" "If it will comfort you to say so, you may say it. If you do not perceive that the mistake made between us has been as much your mistake as mine, and has injured me more than it has injured you, I will not remind you of it, will never remind you of it after this." "But there has been no mistake, and there shall be no injury." "Ah, Captain Aylmer, you do not understand. You cannot understand. I would not for worlds reproach you, but do you think I suffered nothing from your mother?" "And must I pay for her sins?" "There shall be no paying, no punishment, and no reproaches. There shall be none, at least from me. But do not think that I speak in anger or in pride. I will not marry into Lady Aylmer's family." "This is too bad, too bad. After all that is past, it is too bad." "What can I say? Would you advise me to do that which would make us both wretched?" "It would not make me wretched. It would make me happy. It would satisfy me altogether." "It cannot be, Captain Aylmer. It cannot be. When I speak to you in that way, will you not let it be final?" He paused a moment before he spoke again, and then turned sharp upon her. "Tell me this, Clara. Do you love me? Have you ever loved me?" She did not answer him, but stood there, listening quietly to his accusations. "You have never loved me, and yet you have allowed yourself to say that you did. Is not that true?" Still she did not answer. "I ask you whether that is not true?" But though he asked her, and paused for an answer, looking the while full into her face, yet she did not speak. "And now I suppose you will become your cousin's wife," he said. "It will suit you to change and to say that you love him." Then at last she spoke. "I did not think that you would have treated me in this way, Captain Aylmer. I did not expect that you would insult me." "I have not insulted you." "But your manner to me makes my task easier than I could have hoped it to be. You asked me whether I ever loved you. I once thought that I did so, and so thinking told you without reserve all my feeling. When I came to find that I had been mistaken, I conceived myself bound by my engagement to rectify my own error as best I could, and I resolved, wrongly as I now think very wrongly, that I could learn as your wife to love you. Then came circumstances which showed me that a release would be good for both of us, and which justified me in accepting it. No girl could be bound by any engagement to a man who looked on her and saw her treated in his own home by his own mother as you saw me treated at Aylmer Park. I claim to be released myself, and I know that this release is as good for you as it is for me." "I am the best judge of that." "For myself, at any rate, I will judge. For myself I have decided. Now I have answered the questions which you asked me as to my love for yourself. To that other question which you have thought fit to put to me about my cousin, I refuse to give any answer whatsoever." Then, having said so much, she walked out of the room, closing the door behind her, and left him standing there alone. We need not follow her as she went up, almost mechanically, into her own room, the room that used to be her own, and then shut herself in, waiting till she should be assured, first by sounds in the house and then by silence, that he was gone. That she fell away greatly from the majesty of her demeanour when she was thus alone, and descended to the ordinary ways of troubled females, we may be quite sure. But to her there was no further difficulty. Her work for the day was done. In due time she would take herself to the cottage, and all would be well, or at any rate comfortable with her. But what was he to do? How was he to get himself out of the house and take himself back to London? While he had been in pursuit of her, and when he was leaving his vehicle at the public house in the village of Belton, he, like some other invading generals, had failed to provide adequately for his retreat. When he was alone he took a turn or two about the room, half thinking that Clara would return to him. She could hardly leave him alone in a strange house, him who, as he had twice told her, had come all the way from Yorkshire to see her. But she did not return, and gradually he came to understand that he must provide for his own retreat without assistance. He was hardly aware, even now, how greatly he had transcended his usual modes of speech and action, both in the energy of his supplication and in the violence of his rebuke. He had been lifted for a while out of himself by the excitement of his position, and now that he was subsiding into quiescence, he was unconscious that he had almost mounted into passion, that he had spoken of love very nearly with eloquence. But he did recognise this as a fact, that Clara was not to be his wife, and that he had better get back from Belton to London as quickly as possible. It would be well for him to teach himself to look back on the result of his aunt's dying request as an episode in his life satisfactorily concluded. His mother had undoubtedly been right. Clara, he could now see, would have led him a devil of a life. And even had she come to him possessed of a moiety of property, a supposition as to which he had very strong doubts, still she might have been dear at the money. No real feeling, he said to himself as he walked about the room. None whatever, and then so deficient in delicacy. But still he was discontented, because he had been rejected, and therefore tried to make himself believe that he could still have her if he chose to persevere. But no, he said, as he continued to pace the room, I have done everything, more than everything, that honour demands. I shall not ask her again. It is her own fault. She is an imperious woman, and my mother read her character aright. It did not occur to him, as he thus consoled himself for what he had lost, that his mother's accusation against Clara had been altogether of a different nature. When we console ourselves by our own arguments, we are not apt to examine their accuracy with much strictness. But whether he were consoled or not, it was necessary that he should go, and in his going he felt himself to be ill treated. He left the room, and as he went downstairs was disturbed and tormented by the creaking of his own boots. He tried to be dignified as he walked through the hall, and was troubled at his failure, though he was not conscious of any one looking at him. Then it was grievous that he should have to let himself out of the front door without any attendance. At ordinary times he thought as little of such things as most men, and would not be aware whether he opened a door for himself or had it opened for him by another. But now there was a distressing awkwardness in the necessity for self-exertion. He did not know the turn of the handle, and was unfamiliar with the manner of exit. He was being treated with indignity, and before he had escaped from the house had come to think that the Amedroz and Belton people were somewhat below him. He endeavoured to go out without a noise, but there was a slam of the door, without which he could not get the lock to work. And Clara, up in her own room, knew all about it. "Carriage? Yes, of course I want the carriage," he said to the unfortunate boy at the public house. "Didn't you hear me say that I wanted it?" He had come down with a pair of horses, and as he saw them being put in the vehicle, he wished he had been contented with one. As he was standing there, waiting, a gentleman rode by, and the boy, in answer to his question, told him that the horseman was Colonel Askerton. Before the day was over, Colonel Askerton would probably know all that had happened to him. "Do move a little quicker, will you?" he said to the boy, and the old man who was to drive him. Then he got into the carriage and was driven out of Belton, devoutly purposing that he never would return. And as he made his way back to Perivale, he thought of a certain Lady Emily, who would, as he assured himself, have behaved much better than Clara Amedroz had done in any such scene as that which had just taken place. When Clara was quite sure that Captain Aylmer was off the premises, she too descended, but she did not immediately leave the house. She walked through the room and rang for the old woman, and gave certain directions as to the performance of which she certainly was not very anxious, and was careful to make Mrs. Bunce understand that nothing had occurred between her and the gentleman that was either exalting or depressing in its nature. "I suppose Captain Aylmer went out, Mrs. Bunce?" "Oh yes, miss, went out. I stood and see'd un from the top of the kitchen stairs." "You might have opened the door for him, Mrs. Bunce." "Indeed, then, I never thought of it, miss, seeing the house so empty and the like." Clara said that it did not signify, and then, after an hour of composure, she walked back across the park to the cottage. "Well," said Mrs. Askerton, as soon as Clara was inside the drawing room. "Well," replied Clara. "What have you got to tell? Do tell me what you have to tell." "I have nothing to tell." "Clara, that is impossible. Have you seen him? I know you have seen him, because he went by from the house about an hour since." "Oh yes, I have seen him." "And what have you said to him?" "Pray do not ask me these questions just now. I have got to think of it all, to think what he did say and what I said." "But you will tell me?" "Yes, I suppose so." Then Mrs. Askerton was silent on the subject for the remainder of the day, allowing Clara even to go to bed without another question, and nothing was asked on the following morning, nothing till the usual time for the writing of letters. "Shall you have anything for the post?" said Mrs. Askerton. "There is plenty of time yet." "Not too much time, if you mean to go out at all." "Come, Clara, you had better write to him at once." "Write to whom? I don't know that I have any letter to write at all." Then there was a pause. "As far as I can see," she said, "I may give up writing altogether for the future, unless some day you may care to hear from me." "But you are not going away?" "Not just yet, if you will keep me. To tell you the truth, Mrs. Askerton, I do not yet know where on earth to take myself." "Wait here till we turn you out." "I have got to put my house in order. You know what I mean. The job ought not to be a troublesome one, for it is a very small house." "I suppose I know what you mean." "It will not be a very smart establishment. But I must look it all in the face, must I not? Though it were to be no house at all, I cannot stay here all my life." "Yes, you may. You have lost Aylmer Park because you were too noble not to come to us." "No," said Clara, speaking aloud, with bright eyes, almost with her hand clenched. "No, I deny that." "I shall choose to think so for my own purposes. Clara, you are savage to me, almost always savage, but next to him I love you better than all the world beside. And so does he. It's her courage, he said to me the other day. That she should dare to do as she pleases here is nothing, but to have dared to persevere in the fangs of that old dragon, it was just what he said. That was wonderful." "There is an end of the old dragon now, so far as I am concerned." "Of course there is, and of the young dragon too. You wouldn't have had the heart to keep me in suspense if you had accepted him again. You couldn't have been so pleasant last night if that had been so." "I did not know that I was very pleasant." "Yes, you were. You were soft and gracious, gracious for you at least. And now, dear, do tell me about it. Of course I am dying to know." "There is nothing to tell." "That is nonsense. There must be 1,000 things to tell. At any rate, it is quite decided?" "Yes, it is quite decided." "All the dragons, old and young, are banished into outer darkness?" "Either that, or else they are to have all the light to themselves." "Such light as glimmers through the gloom of Aylmer Park. And he was contented? I hope not. I hope you had him on his knees before he left you."
"Why should you hope that? How can you talk such nonsense?" "Because I wish he should recognise what he has lost; that he should know that he has been a fool, a mean fool. Mrs. Askerton, I will not have him spoken of like that. He is a man very estimable, of estimable qualities." "Fiddle-de-dee! He is an ape, a monkey to be carried on his mother's organ. His only good quality was that you could have carried him on yours. I can tell you one thing. There is not a woman breathing that will ever carry William Belton on hers. Whoever his wife may be, she will have to dance to his piping." "With all my heart, and I hope the tunes will be good." "But I wish I could have been present to have heard what passed, hidden, you know, behind a curtain. You won't tell me?" "I will tell you not a word more." "Then I will get it out from Mrs. Bunce. I'll be bound she was listening." "Mrs. Bunce will have nothing to tell you." "I do not know why you should be so curious." "Answer me one question at least. When it came to the last, did he want to go on with it? Was the final triumph with him or with you?" "There was no final triumph. Such things, when they have to end, do not end triumphantly." "And is that to be all?" "Yes, that is to be all." "And you say that you have no letter to write?" "None, no letter, none at present. None about this affair. Captain Aylmer, no doubt, will write to his mother, and then all those who are concerned will have been told." Clara Amedroz held her purpose and wrote no letter, but Mrs. Askerton was not so discreet, or so indiscreet, as the case might be. She did write, not on that day or on the next, but before the week had passed by. She wrote to Norfolk, telling Clara not a word of her letter. And by return of post the answer came. But the answer was for Clara, not for Mrs. Askerton, and was as follows: Plaistow Hall, April, 186 . My dear Clara, I don't know whether I ought to tell you, but I suppose I may as well tell you, that Mary has had a letter from Mrs. Askerton. It was a kind, obliging letter, and I am very grateful to her. She has told us that you have separated yourself altogether from the Aylmer Park people. I don't suppose you'll think I ought to pretend to be very sorry. I can't be sorry, even though I know how much you have lost in a worldly point of view. I could not bring myself to like Captain Aylmer, though I tried hard. Oh, Mr. Belton, Mr. Belton! He and I could never have been friends, and it is no use my pretending regret that you have quarrelled with them. But that, I suppose, is all over, and I will not say a word more about the Aylmers. I am writing now chiefly at Mary's advice, and because she says that something should be settled about the estate. Of course it is necessary that you should feel yourself to be mistress of your own income, and understand exactly your own position. Mary says that this should be arranged at once, so that you may be able to decide how and where you will live. I therefore write to say that I will have nothing to do with your father's estate at Belton, nothing, that is, for myself. I have written to Mr. Green to tell him that you are to be considered as the heir. If you will allow me to undertake the management of the property as your agent, I shall be delighted. I think I could do it as well as any one else, and as we agreed that we would always be dear and close friends, I think that you will not refuse me the pleasure of serving you in this way. And now Mary has a proposition to make, as to which she will write herself to morrow, but she has permitted me to speak of it first. If you will accept her as a visitor, she will go to you at Belton. She thinks, and I think too, that you ought to know each other. I suppose nothing would make you come here at present, and therefore she must go to you. She thinks that all about the estate would be settled more comfortably if you two were together. At any rate, it would be very nice for her, and I think you would like my sister Mary. She proposes to start about the 10th of May. I should take her as far as London and see her off, and she would bring her own maid with her. In this way she thinks that she would get as far as Taunton very well. She had perhaps better stay there for one night. But that can all be settled if you will say that you will receive her at the house. I cannot finish my letter without saying one word for myself. You know what my feelings have been, and I think you know that they still are, and always must be, the same. From almost the first moment that I saw you, I have loved you. When you refused me, I was very unhappy, but I thought I might still have a chance, and therefore I resolved to try again. Then, when I heard that you were engaged to Captain Aylmer, I was indeed broken-hearted. Of course I could not be angry with you. I was not angry, but I was simply broken-hearted. I found that I loved you so much that I could not make myself happy without you. It was all of no use, for I knew that you were to be married to Captain Aylmer. I knew it, or thought that I knew it. There was nothing to be done, only I knew that I was wretched. I suppose it is selfishness, but I felt, and still feel, that unless I can have you for my wife, I cannot be happy, or care for anything. Now you are free again, free, I mean, from Captain Aylmer, and how is it possible that I should not again have a hope? Nothing but your marriage or death could keep me from hoping. I don't know much about the Aylmers. I know nothing of what has made you quarrel with the people at Aylmer Park, nor do I want to know. To me you are once more that Clara Amedroz with whom I used to walk in Belton Park, with your hand free to be given wherever your heart can go with it. While it is free, I shall always ask for it. I know that it is in many ways above my reach. I quite understand that in education and habits of thinking you are my superior. But nobody can love you better than I do. I sometimes fancy that nobody could ever love you so well. Mary thinks that I ought to allow a time to go by before I say all this again. But what is the use of keeping it back? It seems to me to be more honest to tell you at once that the only thing in the world for which I care one straw is that you should be my wife. Your most affectionate cousin, William Belton. "Miss Belton is coming here to the castle in a fortnight," said Clara that morning at breakfast. Both Colonel Askerton and his wife were in the room, and she was addressing herself chiefly to the former. "Indeed, Miss Belton! And is he coming?" said Colonel Askerton. "So you have heard from Plaistow," said Mrs. Askerton. "Yes, in answer to your letter. No, Colonel Askerton, my cousin William is not coming, but his sister purposes to be here, and I must go up to the house and get it ready." "That will do when the time comes," said Mrs. Askerton. "I did not mean quite immediately." "And are you to be her guest, or is she to be yours?" said Colonel Askerton. "It's her brother's home, and therefore I suppose I must be hers. Indeed it must be so, as I have no means of entertaining any one." "Something, no doubt, will be settled," said the Colonel. "Oh, what a weary word that is," said Clara. "Weary, at least, for a woman's ears. It sounds of poverty and dependence, and endless trouble given to others, and all the miseries of female dependence. If I were a young man I should be allowed to settle for myself." "There would be no question about the property in that case," said Colonel Askerton. "And there need be no question now," said Mrs. Askerton. When the two women were alone together, Clara of course scolded her friend for having written to Norfolk without letting it be known that she was doing so, scolded her, and declared how vain it was for her to make useless efforts for an unattainable end. But Mrs. Askerton always managed to slip out of these reproaches, neither asserting herself to be right nor owning herself to be wrong. "But you must answer his letter," she said. "Of course I shall do that." "I wish I knew what he said." "I shan't show it you, if you mean that." "All the same, I wish I knew what he said." Clara of course did answer the letter, but she wrote her answer to Mary, sending, however, one little scrap to Mary's brother. She wrote to Mary at great length, striving to explain, with long and laborious arguments, that it was quite impossible that she should accept the Belton estate from her cousin. That subject, however, and the manner of her future life, she would discuss with her dear cousin Mary when Mary should have arrived.
And then Clara said how she would go to Taunton to meet her cousin, and how she would prepare William's house for the reception of William's sister, and how she would love her cousin when she should come to know her, all of which was exceedingly proper and pretty. Then there was a little postscript: "Give the enclosed to William." And this was the note to William: "Dear William, did you not say that you would be my brother? Be my brother always. I will accept from your hands all that a brother could do, and when that arrangement is quite fixed, I will love you as much as Mary loves you, and trust you as completely, and I will be obedient as a young sister should be. Your loving sister, C.A." "It's all no good," said William Belton, as he crunched the note in his hand. "I might as well shoot myself. Get out of the way there, will you?" And the injured groom scudded across the farmyard, knowing that there was something wrong with his master. Chapter 29. Recording by Kirsten Wever. Chapter 30 of the Belton Estate by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Kirsten Wever. Chapter 30. Mary Belton. It was about the middle of the pleasant month of May when Clara Amedroz again made that often repeated journey to Taunton with the object of meeting Mary Belton. She had transferred herself and her own peculiar belongings back from the cottage to the house, and had again established herself there so that she might welcome her new friend. But she was not satisfied with simply receiving her guest at Belton, and therefore she made the journey to Taunton, and settled herself for the night at the inn. She was careful to get a bedroom for an invalid lady close to the sitting room, and before she went down to the station she saw that the cloth was laid for tea, and that the tea parlour had been made to look as pleasant as was possible with an inn parlour. She was very nervous as she stood upon the platform waiting for the newcomer to show herself. She knew that Mary was a cripple, but did not know how far her cousin was disfigured by her infirmity, and when she saw a pale-faced little woman, somewhat melancholy, but yet pretty withal, with soft clear eyes, and only so much appearance of a stoop as to soften the hearts of those who saw her, Clara was agreeably surprised, and felt herself to be suddenly relieved of an unpleasant weight. She could talk to the woman she saw there as to any other woman, without the painful necessity of treating her always as an invalid. "I think you are Miss Belton," she said, holding out her hand. The likeness between Mary and her brother was too great to allow of Clara being mistaken. "And you are Clara Amedroz. It is so good of you to come to meet me. I thought you would be dull in a strange town by yourself. It will be much nicer to have you with me." Then they went together up to the inn, and when they had taken their bonnets off, Mary Belton kissed her cousin. "You are very nearly what I fancied you," said Mary. "Am I? I hope you fancied me to be something that you could like." "Something that I could love dearly. You are a little taller than Will said, but then a gentleman is never a judge of a lady's height. And he said you were thin." "I am not fat." "No, not very fat, but neither are you thin. Of course, you know, I have thought a great deal about you. It seems as though you had come to be so very near to us, and blood is thicker than water, is it not? If cousins are not friends, who can be?" In the course of that evening they became very confidential together, and Clara thought that she could love Mary Belton better than any woman that she had ever known. Of course they were talking about William, and Clara was at first in constant fear lest some word should be said on her lover's behalf, some word which would drive her to declare that she would not admit him as a lover. But Mary abstained from the subject with marvellous care and tact. Though she was talking through the whole evening of her brother, she so spoke of him as almost to make Clara believe that she could not have heard of that episode in his life. Mrs. Askerton would have dashed at the subject at once, but then, as Clara told herself, Mary Belton was better than Mrs. Askerton. A few words were said about the estate, and they originated in Clara's declaration that Mary would have to be regarded as the mistress of the house to which they were going. "I cannot agree to that," said Mary. "But the house is William's, you know," said Clara. "He says not." "But of course that must be nonsense, Mary." "It is very evident that you know nothing of Plaistow ways, or you would not say that anything coming from William was nonsense. We are accustomed to regard all his words as law, and when he says that a thing is to be so, it always is so." "Then he is a tyrant at home." "A beneficent despot. Some despots, you know, always were beneficent." "He won't have his way in this thing." "I'll leave you and him to fight about that, my dear. I am so completely under his thumb that I always obey him in everything. You must not, therefore, expect to range me on your side." The next day they were at Belton Castle, and in a very few hours Clara felt that she was quite at home with her cousin. On the second day Mrs. Askerton came up and called, according to an arrangement to that effect made between her and Clara. "I'll stay away if you like it," Mrs. Askerton had said. But Clara had urged her to come, arguing with her that she was foolish to be thinking always of her own misfortune. "Of course I am always thinking of it," she had replied, "and always thinking that other people are thinking of it. Your cousin, Miss Belton, knows all my history, of course. I believe it would be better that everybody should know it. I suppose she's very straight-laced and prim?" "She's not prim at all," said Clara. "Well, I'll come," said Mrs. Askerton, "but I shall not be a bit surprised if I hear that she goes back to Norfolk the next day." So Mrs. Askerton came, and Miss Belton did not go back to Norfolk. Indeed, at the end of the visit, Mrs. Askerton had almost taught herself to believe that William Belton had kept his secret even from his sister. "She's a dear little woman," Mrs. Askerton afterwards said to Clara. "Is she not? And so thoroughly like a lady." "Yes, I think she is a lady." "A princess among ladies. What a pretty little conscious way she has of asserting herself when she has an opinion and means to stick to it. I never saw a woman who got more strength out of her weakness. Who would dare to contradict her?" "But then she knows everything so well," said Clara. "And how like her brother she is!" "Yes, there is a great family likeness. And in character too. I'm sure you'd find, if you were to try her, that she has all his personal firmness, though she can't show it, as he does, by kicking out his feet and clenching his fists." "I am glad you like her," said Clara. "I do like her very much." "You used to speak of him as though he were merely a clod of a farmer, and of her as a stupid old maid. Now nothing is too good to say of them." "Exactly, my dear; and if you do not understand why, you are not so clever as I take you to be." Life went on very pleasantly with them at Belton for 2 or 3 weeks, but with this drawback as regarded Clara, that she had no means of knowing what was to be the course of her future life. During these weeks she twice received letters from her cousin Will, and answered both of them; but these letters referred to matters of business which entailed no contradiction, to certain details of money due to the estate before the old squire's death, and to that vexed question of Aunt Winterfield's legacy, which had by this time drifted into Belton's hands, and as to which he was inclined to act in accordance with his cousin's wishes, though he was assured by Mr. Green that the legacy was as good a legacy as had ever been left by an old woman. "I think," he said in his last letter, "that we shall be able to throw him over in spite of Mr. Green." Clara, as she read this, could not but remember that the man to be thrown over was the man to whom she had been engaged, and she could not but remember also all the circumstances of the intended legacy, of her aunt's death, and of the scenes which had immediately followed her death. It was so odd that William Belton should now be discussing with her the means of evading all her aunt's intentions, and that he should be doing so not as her accepted lover. He had indeed called himself her brother, but he was in truth her rejected lover. From time to time during these weeks Mrs. Askerton would ask her whether Mr. Belton was coming to Belton, and Clara would answer her with perfect truth that she did not believe that he had any such intention. "But he must come soon," Mrs. Askerton would say. and when Clara would answer that she knew nothing about it, Mrs. Askerton would ask further questions about Mary Belton. "Your cousin must know whether her brother is coming to look after the property?" But Miss Belton, though she heard constantly from her brother, gave no such intimation. If he had any intention of coming, she did not speak of it. During all these days she had not as yet said a word of her brother's love. Though his name was daily in her mouth, and latterly was frequently mentioned by Clara, there had been no allusion to that still enduring hope of which Will Belton himself could not but speak, when he had any opportunity of speaking at all. And this continued till at last Clara was driven to suppose that Mary Belton knew nothing of her brother's hopes. But at last there came a change which to Clara was as great as that which had affected her when she first found that her delightful cousin was not safe against love-making. She had made up her mind that the sister did not intend to plead for her brother, that the sister probably knew nothing of the brother's necessity for pleading, that the brother probably had no further need for pleading. When she remembered his last passionate words, she could not but accuse herself of hypocrisy when she allowed place in her thoughts to this latter supposition. He had been so intently earnest. The nature of the man was so eager and true. But yet, in spite of all that had been said, of all the fire in his eyes, and life in his words, and energy in his actions, he had at last seen that his aspirations were foolish, and his desires vain. It could not otherwise be that she and Mary should pass these hours in such calm repose, without an allusion to the disturbing subject. After this fashion, and with such meditations as these, had passed by the last weeks, and then at last there came the change. "I have had a letter from William this morning," said Mary. "And so have I not," said Clara, "and yet I expected to hear from him." "He means to be here soon," said Mary. "Oh, indeed." "He speaks of being here in a week." For a moment or two Clara had yielded to the agitation caused by her cousin's tidings, but with a little gush she recovered her presence of mind, and was able to speak with all the hypothetical propriety of a female. "I am glad to hear it," she said. "It is only right that he should come." "He has asked me to say a word to you as to the purport of his journey." Then again Clara's courage and hypocrisy were so far subdued that they were not able to maintain her in a position adequate to the occasion. "Well," she said, laughing, "what is the word? I hope it is not that I am to pack up bag and baggage and take myself elsewhere. Cousin William is one of those persons who are willing to do everything except what they are wanted to do. He will go on talking about the Belton Estate when I want to know whether I may really look for as much as 12 shillings a week to live upon." "He wants me to speak to you about the earnest love he bears for you." "Oh dear, Mary, could you not suppose it all to be said? It is an old trouble, and need not be repeated." "No," said Mary, "I cannot suppose it to be all said." Clara, looking up as she heard the voice, was astonished both by the fire in the woman's eye and by the force of her tone. "I will not think so meanly of you as to believe that such words from such a man can be passed by as meaning nothing. I will not say that you ought to be able to love him, in that you cannot control your heart. But if you cannot love him, the want of such love ought to make you suffer, to suffer much, and be very sad." "I cannot agree to that, Mary." "Is all his life nothing, then? Do you know what love means with him, this love which he bears to you? Do you understand that it is everything to him? That from the first moment in which he acknowledged to himself that his heart was set upon you, he could not bring himself to set it upon any other thing for a moment? Perhaps you have never understood this, have never perceived that he is so much in earnest, that to him it is more than money or land or health, more than life itself, that he loves you so that he would willingly give everything that he has for his love. Have you known this?" Clara would not answer these questions for a while. What if she had known it all? Was she therefore bound to sacrifice herself? Could it be the duty of a woman to give herself to a man simply because a man wanted her? That was the argument as it was put forward now by Mary Belton. Dearest Clara," said Mary, stretching herself forward from her chair, and putting out her thin, almost transparent hand, "I do not think that you have thought enough of this, or perhaps you have not known it. But his love for you is as I say. To him it is everything. It pervades every hour of every day, every corner in his life. He knows nothing of anything else while he is in his present state." "He is very good, more than good." "He is very good." "But I do not see that. Of course I know how disinterested he is." "Disinterested is a poor word. It insinuates that in such a matter there could be a question of what people call interest. And I know too how much he honours me." "Honour is a cold word. It is not honour, but love. Downright true honest love. I hope he does honour you. I believe you to be an honest, true woman, and as he knows you well, he probably does honour you. But I am speaking of love." Again Clara was silent. She knew what should be her argument if she were determined to oppose her cousin's pleadings, and she knew also, she thought she knew, that she did intend to oppose them. But there was a coldness in the argument to which she was averse. "You cannot be insensible to such a love as that," said Mary, going on with the cause which she had in hand. "You say that he is fond of me." "Fond of you! I have not used such a trifling expression as that." "That he loves me." "You know he loves you. Have you ever doubted a word that he has spoken to you on any subject?" "I believe he speaks truly." "You know he speaks truly. He is the very soul of truth." "But Mary—" "Well, Clara? But remember, do not answer me lightly. Do not play with a man's heart because you have it in your power." "You wrong me. I could never do that. You tell me that he loves me, but what if I do not love him? Love will not be constrained. Am I to say that I love him because I believe that he loves me?" This was the argument, and Clara found herself driven to use it, not so much from its special applicability to herself, as on account of its general fitness. Whether it did or did not apply to herself, she had no time to ask herself at that moment. But she felt that no man could have a right to claim a woman's hand on the strength of his own love, unless he had been able to win her love. She was arguing on behalf of women in general rather than on her own behalf. "If you mean to tell me that you cannot love him, of course I must give over," said Mary, not caring at all for men and women in general, but full of anxiety for her brother. "Do you mean to say that you can never love him?" It almost seemed from her face that she was determined utterly to quarrel with her new found cousin, to quarrel and to go away at once if she got an answer that would not please her. "Dear Mary, do not press me so hard." "But I want to press you hard. It is not right that he should lose his life in longing and hoping." "He will not lose it, Mary." "I hope not if I can help it. I trust that he will be strong enough to get rid of his trouble, to put it down and trample it under his feet." Clara, as she heard this, began to ask herself what it was that was to be trampled under Will's feet. "I think he will be man enough to overcome his passion, and then perhaps you may regret what you have lost." "Now you are unkind to me." "Well, what would you have me say? Do I not know that he is offering you the best gift that he can give? Did I not begin by swearing to you that he loved you with a passion of love that cannot but be flattering to you? If it is to be love in vain, this to him is a great misfortune. And yet, when I say that I hope that he will recover, you tell me that I am unkind." "No, not for that." "May I tell him to come and plead for himself?" Again Clara was silent, not knowing how to answer that last question. And when she did answer it, she answered it thoughtlessly. "Of course he knows that he can do that." "He says that he has been forbidden." "Oh, Mary, what am I to say to you? You know it all, and I wonder that you can continue to question me in this way." "Know all what?" "That I have been engaged to Captain Aylmer." "But you are not engaged to him now?" "No, I am not." "And there can be no renewal there, I suppose?" "Oh, no." "Not even for my brother would I say a word if I thought—" "No, there is nothing of that. But if you cannot understand, I do not think that I can explain it." It seemed to Clara that her cousin, in her anxiety for her brother, did not conceive that a woman, even if she could suddenly transfer her affections from one man to another, could not bring herself to say that she had done so. "I must write to him to day," said Mary, "and I must give him some answer. Shall I tell him that he had better not come here till you are gone?" "That will perhaps be best," said Clara. "Then he will never come at all." "I can go at once. I will go at once. You shall never have to say that my presence prevented his coming to his own house. I ought not to be here. I know it now. I will go away, and you may tell him that I am gone." "No, dear, you will not go." "Yes, I must go. I fancied things might be otherwise, because he once told me that he would be a brother to me, and I said that I would hold him to that, not only because I want a brother so badly, but because I love him so dearly. But it cannot be like that." "You do not think that he will ever desert you?" "But I will go away, so that he may come to his own house. I ought not to be here. Of course I ought not to be at Belton, either in this house or in any other. Tell him that I will be gone before he can come, and tell him that I will not be too proud to accept from him what it may be fit that he should give me. I have no one but him. No one but him. No one but him." Then she burst into tears, throwing back her head, covered her face with her hands. Miss Belton upon this rose slowly from her chair on which she was sitting, and making her way painfully across to Clara, stood leaning on the weeping girl's chair. "You shall not go while I am here," she said. "Yes, I must go. He cannot come till I am gone." "Think of it all once again, Clara. May I not tell him to come, and that while he is coming you will see if you can soften your heart towards him?" "Soften my heart! Oh, if I could only harden it!" "He would wait. If you would only bid him wait, he would be so happy in waiting." "Yes, till to-morrow morning. I know him. Hold out your little finger to him, and he has your whole hand and arm in a moment." "I want you to say that you will try to love him." But Clara was in truth trying not to love him. She was ashamed of herself because she did love the one man, when but a few weeks since she had confessed that she loved another. She had mistaken herself and her own feelings, not in reference to her cousin, but in supposing that she could really have sympathised with such a man as Captain Aylmer. It was necessary to her self-respect that she should be punished because of that mistake. She could not save herself from this condemnation. She would not grant herself a respite, because by doing so she would make another person happy. Had Captain Aylmer never crossed her path, she would have given her whole heart to her cousin. Nay, she had so given it, had done so, although Captain Aylmer had crossed her path and come in her way. But it was matter of shame to her to find that this had been possible, and she could not bring herself to confess her shame. The conversation at last ended, as such conversations always do end, without any positive decision. Mary wrote, of course, to her brother, but Clara was not told of the contents of the letter. We, however, may know them, and may understand their nature without learning above 2 lines of the letter. "If you can be content to wait a while, you will succeed," said Mary. "But when were you ever content to wait for anything?" "If there is anything I hate, it is waiting," said Will, when he received the letter. Nevertheless, the letter made him happy, and he went about his farm with a sanguine heart, as he arranged matters for another absence. "Away long?" he said, in answer to a question asked him by his head man. How on earth can I say how long I shall be away? You can't go on very well without me by this time, I should think. You will have to learn, for there is no knowing how often I may be away, or for how long." When Mary said that the letter had been written, Clara again spoke about going. "And where will you go?" said Mary. "I will take a lodging in Taunton." "He would only follow you there, and there would be more trouble. That would be all. He must act as your guardian, and in that capacity at any rate you must submit to him." Clara therefore consented to remain at Belton, but before Will arrived she returned from the house to the cottage. "Of course I understand all about it," said Mrs. Askerton, "and let me tell you this, that if it is not all settled within a week of his coming, I shall think that you are without a heart. He is to be knocked about and cuffed and kept from his work, and made to run up and down between here and Norfolk, because you cannot bring yourself to confess that you have been a fool." "I have never said that I have not been a fool," said Clara. "You have made a mistake, as young women will do sometimes, even when they are as prudent and circumspect as you are, and now you don't quite like the task of putting it right." It was all true, and Clara knew that it was true. The putting right of our mistakes is never pleasant, and in this case it was so unpleasant that she could not bring herself to acknowledge that it must be done. And yet I think that by this time she was aware of the necessity. End of chapter 30. Recording by Kirsten Wever. Chapter 31 of The Belton Estate, by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Kirsten Wever. Chapter 31. Taking Possession. "I want her to have it all," said William Belton to Mr. Green, the lawyer, when they came to discuss the necessary arrangements for the property. "But that would be absurd." "Never mind. It is what I wish. I suppose a man may do what he likes with his own." "She won't take it," said the lawyer. "She must take it, if you manage the matter properly," said Will. "I don't suppose it will make much difference," said the lawyer, "now that Captain Aylmer is out of the running." "I know nothing about that. Of course I am very glad that he should be out of the running, as you call it. He is a bad sort of fellow, and I didn't want him to have the property. But all that has nothing to do with it. I'm not doing it because I think she is ever to be my wife." From this the reader will understand that Belton was still fidgeting himself and the lawyer about the estate when he passed through London. The matter in dispute, however, was so important that he was induced to seek the advice of others besides Mr. Green, and at last was brought to the conclusion that it was his paramount duty to become Belton of Belton. There seemed in the minds of all these counsellors to be some imperative and almost imperious requirement that the acres should go back to a man of his name. Now, as there was no one else of the family who could stand in his way, he had no alternative but to become Belton of Belton. He would, however, sell his estate in Norfolk and raise money for endowing Clara with commensurate riches. Such was his own plan. But having fallen among counsellors, he would not exactly follow his own plan, and at last submitted to an arrangement in accordance with which an annuity of £800 a year was to be settled upon Clara, and this was to lie as a charge upon the estate in Norfolk. "It seems to me to be very shabby," said Belton. "It seems to me to be very extravagant," said the leader among the counsellors. "She is not entitled to sixpence." But at last the arrangement as above described was the one to which they all assented. When Belton reached the house which was now his own, he found no one there but his sister. Clara was at the cottage, and as he had been told that she was to return there, he had no reason to be annoyed. But nevertheless he was annoyed, or rather discontented, and had not been a quarter of an hour about the place before he declared his intention to go and seek her. "Do no such thing, Will. Pray do not," said his sister. "And why not?" "Because it will be better that you should wait. You will only injure yourself and her by being impetuous."
But it is absolutely necessary that she should know her own position. It would be cruel to keep her in ignorance, though for the matter of that I shall be ashamed to tell her. Yes, I shall be ashamed to look her in the face. What will she think of it after I have assured her that she should have the whole?" "But she would not have taken it, Will; and had she done so, she would have been very wrong. Now she will be comfortable." "I wish I could be comfortable," said he. "If you will only wait." "I hate waiting. I do not see what good it will do. Besides, I don't mean to say anything about that, not to day at least. I don't indeed. As for being here and not seeing her, that is out of the question. Of course she would think that I had quarrelled with her, and that I meant to take everything to myself, now that I have the power." "She won't suspect you of wishing to quarrel with her, Will." "I should in her place. It is out of the question that I should be here and not go to her. It would be monstrous. I will wait till they have done lunch, and then I will go up." It was at last decided that he should walk up to the cottage, call upon Colonel Askerton, and ask to see Clara in the Colonel's presence. It was thought that he could make his statement about the money better before a third person, who could be regarded as Clara's friend, than could possibly be done between themselves. He did therefore walk across to the cottage, and was shown into Colonel Askerton's study. "There he is," Mrs. Askerton said, as soon as she heard the sound of the bell. "I knew that he would come at once." During the whole morning Mrs. Askerton had been insisting that Belton would make his appearance on that very day, the day of his arrival at Belton, and Clara had been asserting that he would not do so. "Why should he come?" Clara had said. "Simply to take you to his own house, like any other of his goods and chattels." "I am not his goods or chattels." "But you soon will be, and why shouldn't you accept your lot quietly? He is Belton of Belton, and everything here belongs to him." "I do not belong to him." "What nonsense! When a man has the command of the situation, as he has, he can do just what he pleases. If he were to come and carry you off by violence, I have no doubt the Beltonians would assist him and say that he was right. And you, of course, would forgive him. Belton of Belton may do anything." "That is nonsense, if you please." "Indeed, if you have any of that decent feeling of feminine inferiority which ought to belong to all women, he would have found you sitting on the doorstep of his house waiting for him." That had been said very early in the morning, when they first knew that he had arrived. But they had been talking about him ever since, talking about him under pressure from Mrs. Askerton, till Clara had been driven to long that she might be spared. "If he chooses to come, he will come," she said. "Of course he will come," Mrs. Askerton had answered. And then they heard the ring of the bell. "There he is. I could swear to the sound of his foot. Doesn't he step as though he were Belton of Belton, and conscious that everything belonged to him?" Then there was a pause. "He has been shown in to Colonel Askerton. What on earth could he want with him?" "He has called to tell him something about the cottage," said Clara, endeavouring to speak as though she were calm through it all. "Cottage! Fiddlestick! The idea of a man coming to look after his trumpery cottage on the first day of his showing himself as lord of his own property! Perhaps he is demanding that you shall be delivered up to him. If he does, I shall vote for obeying." "And I for disobeying, and shall vote very strongly too." Their suspense was yet prolonged for another 10 minutes, and at the end of that time the servant came in and asked if Mrs. Amedroz would be good enough to go into the master's room. "Mr. Belton is there, Fanny?" asked Mrs. Askerton. The girl confessed that Mr. Belton was there, and then Clara, without another word, got up and left the room. She had much to do in assuming a look of composure before she opened the door, but she made the effort, and was not unsuccessful. In another second she found her hand in her cousin's, and his bright eye was fixed upon her with that eager, friendly glance which made his face so pleasant to those whom he loved. "Your cousin has been telling me of the arrangements he has been making for you with the lawyers," said Colonel Askerton. "I can only say that I wish all the ladies had cousins so liberal, and so able to be liberal." "I thought I would see Colonel Askerton first, as you are staying at his house. And as for liberality, there is nothing of the kind. You must understand, Clara, that a fellow can't do what he likes with his own in this country. I have found myself so bullied by lawyers and that sort of people that I have been obliged to yield to them. I wanted that you should have the old place, to do just what you pleased with it." "That was out of the question, Will." "Of course it was," said Colonel Askerton. Then, as Belton himself did not proceed to telling his own story, the Colonel told it for him, and explained what was the income which Clara was to receive. "But that is as much out of the question," said she, "as the other. I cannot rob you in that way. I cannot, and I shall not. And why should I? What do I want with an income? Something I ought to have, if only for the credit of the family, and that I am willing to take from your kindness. But it's all settled now, Clara. I don't think that you can lessen the weight of your obligation, Miss Amedroz, after what has been done up in London," said the Colonel. "If you had said 100 a year—" "I have been allowed to say nothing," said Belton. "Those people have said 8, and so it is settled. When are you coming over to see Mary?" To this question he got no definite answer, and as he went away immediately afterwards he hardly seemed to expect one. He did not even ask for Mrs. Askerton, and, as that lady remarked, behaved altogether like a bear. "But what a munificent bear!" she said. "Fancy 800 a year of your own! One begins to doubt whether it is worth one's while to marry at all, with such an income as that to do what one likes with. However, it all means nothing. It will all be his own again before you have even touched it." "You must not say anything more about that," said Clara gravely. "And why must I not?" "Because I shall hear nothing more of it. There is an end of all that, as there ought to be." "Why an end? I don't see an end. There will be no end till Belton of Belton has got you and your 800 a year, as well as everything else." "You will find that he does not mean anything more," said Clara. "You think not?" "I am sure of it." Then there was a little sound in her throat, as though she were in danger of being choked, but she soon recovered herself, and was able to express herself clearly. "I have only one favour to ask of you now, Mrs. Askerton, and that is that you will never say anything more about him. He has changed his mind. Of course he has, or he would not come here like that, and have gone away without saying a word." "Not a word? A man gives you 800 a year, and that is not saying a word?" "Not a word, except about money. But of course he is right. I know that he is right. After what has passed he would be very wrong to think about it any more. You joke about his being Belton of Belton, but it does make a difference." "It does it?" "It has made a difference. I see and feel it now. I shall never hear him ask me that question any more." "And if you did hear him, what answer would you make him?" "I don't know." "That is just it. Women are so cross-grained that it is a wonder to me that men should ever have anything to do with them. They have about them some madness of a fantasy which they dignify with the name of feminine pride, and under the cloak of this they believe themselves to be justified in tormenting their lovers' lives out. The only consolation is that they torment themselves as much. Can anything be more cross-grained than you are at this moment? You were resolved just now that it would be the most unbecoming thing in the world if he spoke a word more about his love for the next 12 months. "Mrs. Askerton, I said nothing about 12 months." "And now you are broken-hearted because he did not blurt it all out before Colonel Askerton in a business interview, which was very properly had at once, and in which he has had the exceedingly good taste to confine himself altogether to the one subject." "I am not complaining." "It was good taste, though if he had not been a bear he might have asked after me, who am fighting his battles for him night and day." "But what will he do next?" "Eat his dinner, I should think, as it is now nearly 5 o'clock. Your father always used to dine at 5. "I can't go to see Mary," she said, "till he comes here again." "He will be here fast enough. I shouldn't wonder if he was to come here to night." And he did come again that night. When Belton's interview was over in the Colonel's study, he left the house, without even asking after the mistress, as that mistress had taken care to find out, and went off rambling about the estate which was now his own. It was a beautiful place, and he was not insensible to the gratification of being its owner. There is much in the glory of ownership, of the ownership of land and houses, of beeves and woolly flocks, of wide fields and thick growing woods, even when that ownership is of late date, when it conveys to the owner nothing but the realization of a property on the soil. But there is much more in it when it contains the memories of old years, when the glory is the glory of race as well as the glory of power and property. There had been Beltons of Belton living there for many centuries, and now he was the Belton of the day, standing on his own ground, the descendant and representative of the Beltons of old, Belton of Belton, without a flaw in his pedigree. He felt himself to be proud of his position, prouder than he could have been of any other that might have been vouchsafed to him. And yet, amidst it all, he was somewhat ashamed of his pride. The man who can do it for himself is the real man after all, he said. But I have got it by a fluke, and by such a sad chance too. Then he wandered on, thinking of the circumstances under which the property had fallen into his hands, and remembering how and when and where the first idea had occurred to him of making Clara Amedroz his wife. He had then felt that if he could only do that he could reconcile himself to the heirship, and the idea had grown upon him instantly, and had become a passion by the eagerness with which he had welcomed it. From that day to this he had continued to tell himself that he could not enjoy his good fortune unless he could enjoy it with her. There had come to be a horrid impediment in his way, a barrier which had seemed to have been placed there by his evil fortune, to compensate the gifts given to him by his good fortune. And that barrier had been Captain Aylmer. He had not in fact seen much of his rival, but he had seen enough to make it matter of wonder to him that Clara could be attached to such a man. He had thoroughly despised Captain Aylmer, and had longed to show his contempt of the man by kicking him out of the hotel at the London railway station. At that moment all the world had seemed to be wrong and wretched. But now it seemed that all the world might so easily be made right again. The impediment had got itself removed. Belton did not even yet altogether comprehend by what means Clara had escaped from the meshes of the Aylmer Park people, but he did know that she had escaped. Her eyes had been opened before it was too late, and she was a free woman, to be compassed if only a man might compass her. While she had been engaged to Captain Aylmer, Will had felt that she was not assailable. Though he had not been quite able to restrain himself, as on that fatal occasion when he had taken her in his arms and kissed her, still he had known that as she was an engaged woman he could not, without insulting her, press his own suit upon her. But now all that was over. Let him say what he liked on that head, she would have no proper plea for anger. She was assailable, and as this was so, why the mischief should he not set about the work at once? His sister bade him to wait. Why should he wait when one fortunate word might do it? Wait! He could not wait. How are you to bid a starving man to wait when you put him down at a well-covered board? Here was he, walking about Belton Park, just where she used to walk with him, and there was she at Belton Cottage, within half an hour of him at this moment, if he were to go quickly. And yet Mary was telling him to wait. No, he would not wait. There could be no reason for waiting. Wait, indeed, till some other Captain Aylmer should come in the way and give him more trouble. So he wandered on, resolving that he would see his cousin again that very day. Such an interview as that which had just taken place between two such dear friends was not natural, was not to be endured. What might not Clara think of it? To meet her for the first time after her escape from Aylmer Park, and to speak to her only on matters concerning money! He would certainly go to her again on that afternoon. In his walking he came to the bottom of the rising ground, on the top of which stood the rock on which he and Clara had twice sat. But he turned away, and would not go up to it. He hoped that he might go up to it very soon, but, except under certain circumstances, he would never go up to it again. "I am going across to the cottage immediately after dinner," he said to his sister. "Have you an appointment?" "No, I have no appointment. I suppose a man doesn't want an appointment to go and see his own cousin down in the country." "I don't know what their habits are." "I shan't ask to go in, but I want to see her." Mary looked at him with loving, sorrowing eyes, but she said no more. She loved him so well that she would have given her right hand to get for him what he wanted, but she sorrowed to think that he should want such a thing so sorely. Immediately after his dinner he took his hat and went out without saying a word further, and made his way once more across to the gate of the cottage. It was a lovely summer evening, at that period of the year in which our summer evenings just begin, when the air is sweeter and the flowers more fragrant, and the forms of the foliage more lovely than at any other time. It was now 8 o'clock, but it was hardly as yet evening. None, at least, of the gloom of evening had come, though the sun was low in the heavens. At the cottage they were all sitting out on the lawn, and as Belton came near he was seen by them, and he saw them. "I told you so," said Mrs. Askerton to Clara in a whisper. "He is not coming in," Clara answered. "He is going on." But when he had come nearer, Colonel Askerton called to him over the garden paling, and asked him to join them. He was now standing within 10 or 15 yards of them, though the fence divided them. "I have come to ask my cousin Clara to take a walk with me," he said. "She can be back by your tea time." He made his request very placidly, and did not in any way look like a lover. "I am sure she will be glad to go," said Mrs. Askerton. But Clara said nothing. "Do take a turn with me if you are not tired," said he. "She has not been out all day, and cannot be tired," said Mrs. Askerton, who had now walked up to the paling. "Clara, get your hat. But, Mr. Belton, what have I done that I am to be treated in this way? Perhaps you don't remember that you have not spoken to me since your arrival." "Upon my word, I beg your pardon," said he, endeavouring to stretch his hand across the bushes. "I forgot I didn't see you this morning." "I suppose I mustn't be angry, as this is your day of taking possession. But it is exactly on such days as this that one likes to be remembered." "I didn't mean to forget you, Mrs. Askerton. I didn't indeed. And as for the special day, that's all bosh, you know. I haven't taken particular possession of anything that I know of." "I hope you will, Mr. Belton, before the day is over," said she. Clara had at length arisen, and had gone into the house to fetch her hat. She had not spoken a word, and even yet her cousin did not know whether she was coming. "I hope you will take possession of a great deal that is very valuable. Clara has gone to get her hat." "Do you think she means to walk?" "I think she does, Mr. Belton. And there she is at the door. Mind you bring her back to tea." Clara, as she came forth, felt herself quite unable to speak or walk or look after her usual manner. She knew herself to be a victim, to be so far a victim that she could no longer control her own fate. To Captain Aylmer, at any rate, she had never succumbed. In all her dealings with him she had fought upon an equal footing. She had never been compelled to own herself mastered. But now she was being led out that she might confess her own submission, and acknowledge that hitherto she had not known what was good for her. She knew that she would have to yield. She must have known how happy she was to have an opportunity of yielding. But yet, had there been any room for choice, she thought she would have refrained from walking with her cousin that evening. She had wept that afternoon because she had thought that he would not come again. And now that he had come at the first moment that was possible for him, she was almost tempted to wish him once more away. "I suppose you understand that when I came up this morning I came merely to talk about business," said Belton, as soon as they were off together. "It was very good of you to come at all so soon after your arrival." "I told those people in London that I would have it all settled at once, and so I wanted to have it off my mind." "I don't know what I ought to say to you. Of course I shall not want so much money as that." "We won't talk about the money any more to day. I hate talking about money." "It is not the pleasantest subject in the world." "No," said he. "No, indeed. I hate it, particularly between friends." "So you have come to grief with your friends the Aylmers?" "I hope I haven't come to grief. And the Aylmers, as a family, never were my friends. I'm obliged to contradict you point by point, you see." "I don't like Captain Aylmer at all," said Will, after a pause. "So I saw, Will, and I dare say he was not very fond of you." "Fond of me! I didn't want him to be fond of me. I don't suppose he ever thought much about me. I could not help thinking of him." She had nothing to say to this, and therefore walked on silently by his side. "I suppose he has not any idea of coming back here again?" "What, to Belton? No, I do not think he will come to Belton any more." "Nor will you go to Aylmer Park?" "No, certainly not. Of all the places on earth, Will, to which you could send me, Aylmer Park is the one to which I would go most unwillingly." "I don't want to send you there." "You never could be made to understand what a woman she is; how disagreeable, how cruel, how imperious, how insolent." "Was she so bad as all that?" "Indeed she was, Will. I can't but tell the truth to you." "And he was nearly as bad as she." "No, Will, no; do not say that of him." "He was such a quarrelsome fellow. He flew at me just because I said we had good hunting down in Norfolk." "We need not talk about all that, Will." "No, of course not. It's all past and gone, I suppose." "Yes, it is all past and gone. You did not know my aunt Winterfield, or you would understand my first reason for liking him." "No, I never saw her." Then they walked on together for a while without speaking, and Clara was beginning to feel some relief at first. But as the relief came, there came back to her the dead, dull feeling of heaviness at her heart which had oppressed her after his visit in the morning. She had been right, and Mrs. Askerton had been wrong. He had returned to her simply as her cousin, and now he was standing with her and talking to her in this strain to teach her that it was so. But of a sudden they came to a place where the two paths diverged, and he turned upon her and asked her quickly which path they should take. "Look, Clara," he said, "will you go up there with me?" It did not need that she should look, as she knew that the way indicated by him led up among the rocks. "I don't much care which way," she said faintly. "Do you not? But I do. I care very much. Don't you remember where that path goes?" She had no answer to give to this. She remembered well, and remembered how he had protested that he would never go to the place again unless he could go there as her accepted lover. And she had asked herself sundry questions as to that protestation. Could it be that for her sake he would abstain from visiting the prettiest spot on his estate, that he would continue to regard the ground as hallowed because of his memories of her? "Which way shall we go?" he asked. "I suppose it does not much signify," said she, trembling. "But it does signify. It signifies very much to me. Will you go up to the rocks?" "I am afraid we shall be late, if we stay out long." "What matters how late? Will you come?" "I suppose so, if you wish it, Will." She had anticipated that the high rock was to be the altar at which the victim was to be sacrificed, but now he would not wait till he had taken her to the sacred spot. He had of course intended that he would there renew his offer, but he had perceived that his offer had been renewed, and had, in fact, been accepted during this little parley as to the pathway. There was hardly any necessity for further words. So he must have thought, for, as quick as lightning, he flung his arms around her and kissed her again, as he had kissed her on that terrible occasion. that occasion on which he had felt that he might hardly hope for pardon. "William, William," she said, "how can you serve me like that?" But he had a full understanding as to his own privileges, and was well aware that he was in the right now, as he had been before that he was trespassing egregiously. "Why are you so rough with me?" she said. "Clara, say that you love me." "I will say nothing to you because you are so rough." They were now walking up slowly towards the rocks, and as he had his arm round her waist, he was contented for a while to allow her to walk without speaking. But when they were on the summit it was necessary for him that he should have a word from her of positive assurance. "Clara, say that you love me." "Have I not always loved you, Will, since almost the first moment that I saw you?" "But that won't do. You know that is not fair. Come, Clara, I've had a deal of trouble, and grief too, haven't I? You should say a word to make up for it. That is, if you can say it." "What can a word like that signify to you to day? You have got everything." "Have I got you?" Still she paused. "I will have an answer. Have I got you? Are you now my own?" "I suppose so, Will." "Don't now. I will not have it again. Does not that satisfy you?" "Tell me that you love me." "You know that I love you." "Better than anybody in the world?" "Yes, better than anybody in the world." "And after all you will be my wife?" "Oh, Will, how you question one!" "You shall say it, and then it will all be fair and honest." "Say what? I'm sure I thought I had said everything." "Say that you mean to be my wife." "I suppose so, if you wish it." "Wish it!" said he, getting up from his seat and throwing his hat into the bushes on one side. "Wish it! I don't think you have ever understood how I have wished it. Look here, Clara, I found when I got down to Norfolk that I couldn't live without you. Upon my word, it is true. I don't suppose you will believe me." "I didn't think it could be so bad with you as that." "No, I don't suppose women ever do believe. And I wouldn't have believed it of myself. I hated myself for it. By George, I did. That is when I began to think it was all up with me." "All up with you! Oh, Will!" "I had quite made up my mind to go to New Zealand. I had indeed. I couldn't have kept my hands off that man if we had been living in the same country. I should have wrung his neck." "Will, how can you talk so wickedly?" "There's no understanding it till you've felt it. But never mind. It's all right now, isn't it, Clara?" "If you think so." "Think so! Oh, Clara, I am such a happy fellow. Do give me a kiss. You have never given me one kiss yet." "What nonsense! I didn't think you were such a baby." "By George, but you shall, or you shall never get home to tea to night. My own darling. Upon my word, Clara, when I begin to think about it, I shall be half mad." "I think you are quite that already." "No, I'm not; but I shall be when I'm alone. What can I say to you, Clara, to make you understand how much I love you? You remember the song, 'For bonnie Annie Laurie I'd lay me down and dee'? Of course it is all nonsense talking of dying for a woman. What a man has to do is to live for her. But that is my feeling. I'm ready to give you my life. If there was anything to do for you, I'd do it if I could, whatever it was. Do you understand me?" "Dear Will, dearest Will." "Am I dearest?" "Are you not sure of it?" "But I like you to tell me so. I like to feel that you are not ashamed to own it. You ought to say it a few times to me, as I have said it so very often to you." "You'll hear it often enough before you're done with me." "I shall never have heard enough of it. Oh, heavens, only think! When I was coming down in the train last night I was in such a bad way." "And are you in a good way now?" "Yes, in a very good way. I shall crow over Mary so when I get home." "And what has poor Mary done?" "Never mind." "I dare say she knows what is good for you better than you know yourself. I suppose she has told you that you might do a great deal better than trouble yourself with a wife." "Never mind what she has told me. It is settled now, is it not?" "I hope so, Will." "But not quite settled as yet. When shall it be? That is the next question." But to that question Clara positively refused to make any reply that her lover would consider to be satisfactory. He continued to press her till she was at last driven to remind him how very short a time it was since her father had been among them, and then he was very angry with himself and declared himself to be a brute. "Anything but that," she said. "You are the kindest and best of men, but at the same time the most impatient." "That's what Mary says." "But what's the good of waiting? She wanted me to wait to day." "And as you would not, you have fallen into a trap out of which you can never escape. But pray let us go. What will they think of us?" "I shouldn't wonder if they didn't think something near the truth." "Whatever they think, we will go back. It is ever so much past 9. Before you stir, Clara, tell me one thing. Are you really happy?" "Very happy." "And are you glad that this has been done?" "Very glad." "Will that satisfy you?" "And you do love me?" "I do. I do. I do. Can I say more than that?" "More than anybody else in the world?" "Better than all the world put together." "Then," said he, holding her tight in his arms, "show me that you love me." And as he made his request, he was quick to explain to her what, according to his ideas, was the becoming mode by which lovers might show their love. I wonder whether it ever occurred to Clara, as she thought of it all before she went to bed that night, that Captain Aylmer and William Belton were very different in their manners, and if so, I must wonder further whether she most approved the manners of the patient man or the man who was impatient. End of Chapter 31. Recording by Kirsten Wever.
Chapter 32 of the Belton Estate by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Kirsten Wever. Chapter 32. Conclusion. About 2 months after the scene described in the last chapter, when the full summer had arrived, Clara received 2 letters from the 2 lovers, the history of whose loves have just been told, and these shall be submitted to the reader, as they will serve to explain the manner in which the 2 men proposed to arrange their affairs. We will first have Captain Aylmer's letter, which was the first read. Clara kept the latter for the last, as children always keep their sweetest morsels. Aylmer Park, August, 186 . My dear Miss Amedroz, I heard before leaving London that you are engaged to marry your cousin, Mr. William Belton, and I think that perhaps you may be satisfied to have a line from me to let you know that I quite approve of the marriage. I do not care very much for his approval or disapproval, said Clara, as she read this. No doubt it will be the best thing you can do, especially as it will heal all the sores arising from the entail. There never was any sore, said Clara. Pray give my compliments to Mr. Belton, and offer him my congratulations, and tell him that I wish him all happiness in the married state. Married fiddlesticks, said Clara. In this she was unreasonable, but the euphonious platitudes of Captain Aylmer were so unlike the vehement protestations of Mr. Belton that she must be excused if by this time she had come to entertain something of an unreasonable aversion for the former. I hope you will not receive my news with perfect indifference when I tell you that I also am going to be married. The lady is one whom I have known for a long time, and have always esteemed very highly. She is Lady Emily Tagmaggert, the youngest daughter of the Earl of Mull. Why Clara should immediately have conceived a feeling of supreme contempt for Lady Emily Tagmaggert, and assured herself that her ladyship was a thin, dry, cross old maid with a red nose, I cannot explain. But I do know that such were her thoughts, almost instantaneously, in reference to Captain Aylmer's future bride. Lady Emily is a very intimate friend of my sister's, and you, who know how our family cling together, will feel how thankful I must be when I tell you that my mother quite approves of the engagement. I suppose we shall be married early in the spring. We shall probably spend some months every year at Perivale, and I hope that we may look forward to the pleasure of seeing you sometimes as a guest beneath our roof. On reading this, Clara shuddered, and made some inward protestation which seemed to imply that she had no wish whatever to revisit the dull streets of the little town with which she had been so well acquainted. "I hope she'll be good to poor Mr. Possitt," said Clara, "and give him port wine on Sundays." I have one more thing that I ought to say. You will remember that I intended to pay my aunt's legacy immediately after her death, but that I was prevented by circumstances which I could not control. I have paid it now into Mr. Green's hands on your account, together with the sum of £59 18 shillings and 6pence, which is due upon it as interest at the rate of 5%. I hope this may be satisfactory. "It is not satisfactory at all," said Clara, putting down the letter, and resolving that Will Belton should be instructed to repay the money instantly. It may, however, be explained here that in this matter Clara was doomed to be disappointed, and that she was forced, by Mr. Green's arguments, to receive the money. "Then it shall go to the hospital at Perivale," she declared, when the arguments were used. As to that, Mr. Green was quite indifferent, but I do not think that the legacy which troubled poor Aunt Winterfield so much on her dying bed was ultimately applied to so worthy a purpose. "And now, my dear Miss Amedroz," continued the letter, "I will say farewell, with many assurances of my unaltered esteem, and with heartfelt wishes for your future happiness. Believe me to be always most faithfully and sincerely yours, Frederick F. Aylmer." "Esteem," said Clara, as she finished the letter. "I wonder which he esteems the most, me or Lady Emily Tagmaggert. He will never get beyond esteem with any one." The letter which was last read was as follows: Plaistow, August, 186 . Dearest Clara, I don't think I shall ever get done, and I am coming to hate farming. It is awful lonely here too, and I pass all my evenings by myself, wondering why I should be doomed to this kind of thing, while you and Mary are comfortable together at Belton. We have begun with the wheat, and as soon as that is safe I shall cut and run. I shall leave the barley to Bunce. Bunce knows as much about it as I do, and as for remaining here all the summer, it's out of the question. My own dear darling love, of course I don't intend to urge you to do anything that you don't like, but upon my honour I don't see the force of what you say. You know I have as much respect for your father's memory as anybody, but what harm can it do to him that we should be married at once? Don't you think he would have wished it himself? It can be ever so quiet. So long as it's done, I don't care a straw how it's done. Indeed, for the matter of that, I always think it would be best just to walk to church and to walk home again, without saying anything to anybody. I hate fuss and nonsense, and really I don't think anybody would have a right to say anything if we were to do it at once in that sort of way. I have had a bad time of it for the last 12 months. You must allow that, and I think that I ought to be rewarded. As for living, you shall have your choice. Indeed, you shall live anywhere you please, at Timbuctoo if you like it. I don't want to give up Plaistow, because my father and grandfather farmed the land themselves, but I am quite prepared not to live here. I don't think it would suit you, because it has so much of the farmhouse about it. Only I should like you some time to come and look at the old place. What I should like would be to pull down the house at Belton and build another. But you mustn't propose to put it off till that's done, as I should never have the heart to do it. If you think that would suit you, I'll make up my mind to live at Belton for a constancy, and then I'd go in for a lot of cattle, and don't doubt I'd make a fortune. I'm almost sick of looking at the straight ridges in the big square fields every day of my life. Give my love to Mary. I hope she fights my battle for me. Pray think of all this, and relent if you can. I do so long to have an end to this purgatory. If there was any use, I wouldn't say a word, but there's no good in being tortured when there is no use. God bless you, dearest love. I do love you so well. Yours most affectionately, W. Belton. She kissed the letter twice, pressed it to her bosom, and then sat silent for half an hour thinking of it and the man who wrote it, and of the man who had written the other letter. She could not but remember how that other man had thought to treat her when it was his intention and her intention that they two should join their lots together. How cold he had been! How full of caution and counsel! How he had preached to her himself, and threatened her with the preaching of his mother! How manifestly he had purposed to make her life a sacrifice to his! How he had premeditated her incarceration at Perivale, while he should be living a bachelor's life in London! Will Belton's ideas of married life were very different. Only come to me at once, now, immediately, and everything else shall be disposed just as you please. This was his offer. What he proposed to give, or rather his willingness to be thus generous, was very sweet to her, but it was not half so sweet as his impatience in demanding his reward. How she doted on him because he considered his present state to be a purgatory! How could she refuse anything she could give to one who desired her gifts so strongly? As for her future residence, it would be a matter of indifference to her where she should live, so long as she might live with him. But for him, she felt that but one spot in the world was fit for him. He was Belton of Belton, and it would not be becoming that he should live elsewhere. Of course she would go with him to Plaistow Hall, as often as he might wish it, but Belton Castle should be his permanent resting place. It would be her duty to be proud for him, and therefore, for his sake, she would beg that their home might be in Somersetshire. "Mary," she said to her cousin soon afterwards, "Will sends his love to you." "And what else does he say?" "I couldn't tell you everything. You shouldn't expect it." "I don't expect it, but perhaps there may be something to be told." "Nothing that I need tell, specially. You who know him so well can imagine what he would say." "Dear Will! I am sure he would mean to write what was pleasant." Then the matter would have dropped, had Clara been so minded. But she, in truth, was anxious to be forced to talk about the letter. She wished to be urged by Mary to do that which Will urged her to do, or at least to learn whether Mary thought that her brother's wish might be gratified without impropriety. "Don't you think we ought to live here?" she said. "By all means, if you both like it." "He is so good, so unselfish, that he will only ask me what I like best." "And which would you like best?" "I think he ought to live here, because it is the old family property. I confess that the name goes for something with me. He says that he would build a new house." "Does he think he could have it ready by the time you are married?" "Ah, that is just the difficulty. Perhaps, after all, you had better read his letter. I don't know why I should not show it to you. It will only tell you what you know already, that he is the most generous fellow in all the world." Then Mary read the letter. "What am I to say to him?" Clara asked. "It seems so hard to refuse anything to one who is so true and good and generous." "It is hard." "But you see, my poor dear father's death has been so recent." "I hardly know," said Mary, "how the world feels about such things." "I think we ought to wait at least 12 months," said Clara, very sadly. "Poor Will! He will be broken hearted a dozen times before that. But then, when his happiness does come, he will be all the happier." Clara, when she heard this, almost hated her cousin Mary, not for her own sake, but on Will's account. Will trusted so implicitly to his sister, and yet she could not make a better fight for him than this. It almost seemed that Mary was indifferent to her brother's happiness. Had Will been her brother, Clara thought, and had any girl asked her advice under similar circumstances, she was sure that she would have answered in a different way. She would have told such a girl that her first duty was owing to the man who was to be her husband, and would not have said a word to her about the feeling of the world. After all, what did the feeling of the world signify to them, who were going to be all the world to each other? On that afternoon she went up to Mrs. Askerton's, and succeeded in getting advice from her also, though she did not show Will's letter to that lady. "Of course I know what he says," said Mrs. Askerton. "Unless I have mistaken the man, he wants to be married to morrow." "He is not so bad as that," said Clara. "Then the next day, or the day after. Of course he is impatient, and does not see any earthly reason why his impatience should not be gratified." "He is impatient." "And I suppose you hesitate because of your father's death." "It seems but the other day, does it not?" said Clara. "Everything seems but the other day to me. It was but the other day that I myself was married." "And of course, though I would do anything I could that he would ask me to do." "But would you do anything?" "Anything that was not wrong, I would. Why should I not, when he is so good to me?" "Then write to him, my dear, and tell him that it shall be as he wishes. Believe me, the days of Jacob are over. Men don't understand waiting now, and it's always as well to catch your fish when you can." "You don't suppose that I have any thought of that kind?" "I am sure you have not, and I'm sure that he deserves no such thought. But the higher are his deserts, the greater should be his reward. If I were you, I should think of nothing but him, and I should do exactly as he would have me." Clara kissed her friend as she parted from her, and again resolved that all that woman's sins should be forgiven. A woman who could give such excellent advice deserved that every sin should be forgiven her. "They'll be married yet before the summer is over," Mrs. Askerton said to her husband that afternoon. "I believe a man may have anything he chooses to ask for, if only he'll ask hard enough." And they were married, in the autumn, if not actually in the summer. With what precise words Clara answered her lover's letter I will not say, but her answer was of such a nature that he found himself compelled to leave Plaistow even before the wheat was garnered. Great confidence was placed in Bunce on that occasion, and I have reason to believe that it was not misplaced. They were married in September. Yes, in September, although that letter of Will's was written in August. And by the beginning of October they had returned from their wedding trip to Plaistow. Clara insisted that she should be taken to Plaistow, and was very anxious, when there, to learn all the particulars of the farm. She put down in a little book how many acres there were in each field, and what was the average produce of the land. She made inquiry about 4-crop rotation, and endeavoured, with Bunce, to go into the great subject of stall feeding. But Belton did not give her as much encouragement as he might have done. "We'll come here for the shooting next year," he said. "That is, if there is nothing to prevent us." "I hope there'll be nothing to prevent us." "There might be, perhaps; but we'll always come if there is not. For the rest of it, I'll leave it to Bunce, and just run over once or twice a year. It would not be a nice place for you to live at long." "I like it of all things. I am quite interested about the farm." "You'd get very sick of it if you were here in the winter. The truth is that if you farm well, you must farm ugly. The picturesque nooks and corners have all to be turned inside out, and the hedgerows must be abolished, because we want sunshine. Now, down at Belton, just about the house, we won't mind farming well, but we'll stick to the picturesque." The new house was immediately commenced at Belton, and was made to proceed with all imaginable alacrity. It was supposed at one time, at least Belton himself said that he so supposed, that the building would be ready for occupation at the end of the first summer; but this was not found to be possible. "We must put it off till May, after all," said Belton, as he was walking round the unfinished building with Colonel Askerton. "It's an awful bore, but there's no getting people really to pull out in this country." "I think they've pulled out pretty well. Of course you couldn't have gone into a damp house for the winter." "Other people can get a house built within 12 months. Look what they do in London." "And other people, with their wives and children, die in consequence of colds and sore throats and other evils of that nature. I wouldn't go into a new house, I know, till I was quite sure I knew it was dry." As Will at this time was hardly 10 months married, he was not as yet justified in thinking about his own wife and children; but he had already found it expedient to make arrangements for the autumn which would prevent that annual visit to Plaistow which Clara had contemplated, and which he had regarded with his characteristic prudence as being subject to possible impediments. He was to be absent himself for the first week in September, but was to return immediately after that. This he did, and before the end of that month he was justified in talking of his wife and family. "I suppose it wouldn't have done to have been moving now, under all the circumstances," he said to his friend Mrs. Askerton, as he still grumbled about the unfinished house. "I don't think it would have done at all, under all the circumstances," said Mrs. Askerton. But in the following spring or early summer they did get into the new house, and a very nice house it was, as will, I think, be believed by those who have known Mr. William Belton. And when they were all settled, at which time little Will Belton was some 7 or 8 months old, little Will, for whom great bonfires had been lit, as though his birth in those parts was not a matter to be regarded lightly, for was he not the first Belton of Belton who had been born there for more than a century? When the time came, visitors appeared at the new Belton Castle, visitors of importance, who were entitled to and who received great consideration. These were no less than Captain Aylmer, member for Perivale, and his newly married bride, Lady Emily Aylmer, née Tagmaggert. They were then just married, and had come down to Belton Castle immediately after their honeymoon trip. How it had come to pass that such friendship had sprung up, or rather how it had been revived, it would be bootless here to say. But old alliances, such as that which had existed between the Aylmer and Amedroz families, do not allow themselves to die out easily, and it is well for us all that they should be long-lived. So Captain Aylmer brought his bride to Belton Park, and a small fatted calf was killed, and the Askertons came to dinner, on which occasion Captain Aylmer behaved very well, though we may imagine that he must have had some misgivings on the score of his young wife. The Askertons came to dinner, and the old rector, and the squire from a neighbouring parish, and everything was very handsome and very dull. Captain Aylmer was much pleased with his visit, and declared to Lady Emily that marriage had greatly improved Mr. William Belton. Now Will had been very dull the whole evening, and very unlike the fiery, violent, unreasonable man whom Captain Aylmer remembered to have met at the station hotel of the Great Northern Railway. "I was as sure of it as possible," Clara said to her husband that night. "Sure of what, my dear?" "That she would have a red nose." "Who has got a red nose?" "Don't be stupid, Will. Who should have it but Lady Emily?" "Upon my word, I didn't observe it." "You never observe anything, Will, do you? But don't you think she is very plain?" "Upon my word, I don't know. She isn't as handsome as some people." "Don't be a fool, Will. How old do you suppose her to be?" "How old? Let me see. 30, perhaps." "If she's not over 40, I'll consent to change noses with her." "No, we won't do that, not if I know it." I cannot conceive why any man should marry such a woman as that. Not but what she's a very good woman, I dare say. Only what can a man get by it? To be sure, there's the title, if that's worth anything." But Will Belton was never good for much conversation at this hour, and was too fast asleep to make any rejoinder to the last remark. End of Chapter 32. End of The Belton Estate, by Anthony Trollope. Recording by Kirsten Wever.